Hello, hello, Alvin. Hello, hello, Alvin. Seems like they have some issues because they should have started 25 minutes ago. But I think it's very, very hot in Paris. Also, here in Switzerland, we have about 33, 36 degrees. So I think these guys are going to melt in the original. I really hope see today some Black Yamato play because this should be the first ever original which is OP16. So it could be quite exciting. And I think some people cooked a little bit with Goofy because in the last original, so I don't know if it was in Japan or in the US, there was only one Luffy in top 32. So I expect today to see some Luffy's, Yamato, of course, Enel, Nami. We should not underestimate Nami. She is still very strong, and she got, to be honest, even stronger. It was last week also. Yes, I think it was, or was it in Europe? Let me check. Alden. Let me check that. One Piece card game. Mm, Events, original season one. So we have last week was the 20 and 21 of June. So the last one in Europe was on the beginning of June, and last week on the 25th July was in. I know this one is upcoming June 27. Yeah, last week it was in the US from Top Cut in Jefferson. Oh, I don't know which state this is, but it was in the US. So, I mean, it could be a problem with the organizer, which is Pecco. I think they don't have very good Mexico. I was in Mexico. Oh, sure, man. Oh, it's USA. Let me show you, man. Let me show you. Okay, I'm not able to show you, but it was in, it was in Mexico. Oh, we shouldn't forget ST30 Luffy and Ace, which is insanely 6k power and 4 life. I mean, this is the first leader with 6k power and 4 life. Yes, his ability is not that. I mean, his ability is okay because he can protect his board in a different way, like the Bell Luffy, but it's still very strong because any character gets 3k boost, and mostly you play no character which is stronger than 6k, so all of your characters are on the opponent's turn 9k power. Very difficult to remove. I should have put also ST30 Ace and Luffy into the survey. Okay, 30 minutes over, still no stream yet. What is going on here? What is going on? That's insane. So while we are waiting, let's talk about the upcoming event in Utrecht. We have one of the biggest and most exciting upcoming events in September, which is the you also got something for America, the Dallas site, the Utrecht event. So let me check. Events. I mean, you can win the one of one flame fruit exactly like it was in the anime. You have like 5 blocks of 5 winners, or let's say 5 top cuts, and all of them can participate to win the flame fruit. Bandai Card Game Fest featuring One Piece Card Game Utrecht. Dallas. So here is the. Let me check if I am able to share with you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I think I got it. So look at this. Even this thumbnail looks fabulous. All of the people wants the flame, and we know, of course, who got at least the flame fruit, guys. Who got at least the flame fruit? It was Lucy, aka Sabo. Celebrating the global simulation release, first feat One Piece Card Game Fest is here. Make the most of his special weekend and dive into the game. Don't miss special events, exclusive products, and exciting activities. Oh yes, we are excited. So I will take holidays only to go to Utrecht to play one of these events. Pre-registration should start tomorrow. Enjoy a special event like that. plus a wide range of side events. Joining this event will require application in advance. Look at this. Flame Fruit. We have the finals, we have a regional, we have extra grand battle, and even even if you don't got a ticket for one of these events, you can still participate in the Treasure Cup, which is also bunch of value available out of this tournament. So you can participate for sure at least at one of these events and maybe also at two. Then frame fruit costume phase 2, 3. And I think the original and the Flame Fruit Colosseum event are on the same day, but let's say you start with the Flame Fruit Colosseum event, then you lose the first two rounds. You could still drop and play at the regional, no, at the LCQ, which is the last chance qualifier to participate for the finals on Saturday. Yes, we forgot the LCQ because it's included in the championship finals. So the schedule could look like play Flame Fruit first two rounds. If you lose, skip Flame Fruit event and drop to play the LCQ to have the opportunity to get the final seat. And last year it was like you need to go 7-0 or 7-2 because it was 9 rounds. And this one starts at 14 15. So it could mean that you maybe need only 5 or 6 wins out of 8 rounds or out of 7 rounds. You know what I mean? So they could make it a little bit smaller than last year. Smaller comparing to the amount of rounds you're going to play. And then you could win a final stick. Imagine last year you were able to buy this very beautiful and expensive Nami playmat if you had a main event ticket or a finals ticket. So definitely worth it. Then on. Oh, okay, wait. We are a little bit. Then on Saturday, which is the September 5th, you are going to play, if you got a ticket, the finals and also preliminary round. Okay, then the regional starts at the same time. So even if you got a ticket, you can choose to play the regional instead of the finals. But I think it doesn't make really sense. I mean, you could play one round finals. If you lose, you can immediately drop to play the regional. So the people which are going to win on finals first round, I would say the amount of people who are going to drop will be insanely high because most people will say, okay, I lost quite early. I mean, in the first round. So let's go to the regional, which is very bad for the tiebreak for everyone who won the first round. But on the other side, there will be less people. So if you believe in your skill and in your deck, and if you have a good feeling, you should stay at the finals and not switch to the regional. But there's also a treasure cup. And there's also an extra grand battle. So let's go from the beginning. You play Flame Root because I would say you will definitely get tickets for Flame Root since there's like 5k people or something like that. Then you lose the first two rounds. No problem, you can play the LCQ. Let's say you win or you get a ticket from the LCQ. Next day you can choose if you both, of course, before if you both original ticket and a treasure cup ticket, you can choose if you want to play the finals, the regional, or the treasure cup. The crazy and the extra grand battle. I'm sorry. And the crazy thing is, you can play one round of the finals. If you lose, you can drop and choose one of these three events. Extra grand battle, very nice event. Treasure cup battle, treasure cup August, very nice event. And regional, we all know regional are always nice. And even if you didn't manage to get a ticket for this one, which you just need to buy, or if you didn't win in on Friday for the finals, you could play side events. And the thing is, we will have like 5,000 players, so you need to have this bunch of events, right? Because how are 5,000 players going to spend their time if they are not able to play something? So I would say these all of these events will be mostly overbooked, but you have still side events, and also side events if you travel with friends or with family. I have no idea. It's a cool event to win some very nice prizes. And then on the last day, on Sunday, we have the finals top 32. We have the regional top 32, which is a little bit annoying because which one are they going to stream? Maybe the finals. We have the Treasure Cup August finals. So the top cut, oh, is there not? Wait, are they going to make two Treasure Cups? No, must be the top cut, I would say. Do they have top cuts? And then we have another extra grand battle and side events on demand. So yes, that's that's crazy. And still no original started here. What is going on in Toulouse? They are already 40 minutes too late. 40. Where are they? So yes, Utrecht will be one of the biggest events for all of us, for all One Piece player. And you need to make sure to be there because there will be a lot of prizes, giveaways, and so on. I have the feeling that they are going to start at 10. Utrecht will be nice with 60.5 meta. Yes, that's the only thing which I'm not sure how the meta will be because we got all leader yet? I'm not sure if we got all leaders. Kuzan can be a call. Yes, of course, with the new support, Kuzan is quite strong because you're able to cheat out your big bodies one turn earlier if you go second. I mean, if you also if you go first, but on curve on 6 you can play Garb, and I think he has the same ability like the 8 cost Garb, so just trash one card and then cheat out the 8 cost Admiral. What is Ghost Garb? It's 6 cost Garb, which allows you to cheat out. You can cheat out anything, right? 8 cost character. Oh my god, they are taking a lot of time. So while we are waiting, let's check the starter deck support. Unfortunately, Sabo didn't got any nice support. We have a new Sakazuki. When attacking, you may trash one card from your hand. If your opponent has 6 or more cards in their hand, you open trash one card from their hand. On KO, play up to one navy type character with a cost of 4 or less from your hand. Okay, it's okay. We have a new Koala. This could be something. This creates against blocker and 1 cost. On play, give up to 1 resident card to your leader, then play up to 1 evolutionary type character with 4,000 power less from your hand or trash. I mean, Sabo was already good, and he needed maybe a little bit more rush support or something like that, but not something like Koala, which allows you to cheat out a 4,000 power character. We have 10 cost Linlin, 12k power special, 4 Emperors, Big Mom Pirates. On play, Dawn -4, you may trash 1 card from your hand, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life cards, then up to one of your opponent's characters' base power becomes 2. This is quite strong. It's not lead or restricted, no. So you can play it in every deck. Dawn -4, you may trash one card from your hand, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life. So you trash 1 card, but you get 1 more life. So it's basically your cycle 1 card to your life and trash it. Then up to 1 of your opponent's characters base power become 4. Dawn -4 is I have no idea how many RAM cards Katakuri plays, but Dawn -4 is a little bit tough. Being able to make any character 0 power is strong because you can technically KO it with Searcher. So it's okay. Then we have Monkey D. Luffy, 7 cost, 9k power. If you have a total of 3 or more given non-cards on your field, this character gains Rush. On play, give up to 1 opponent's character -1 during this turn for each Sword attack you control. Okay, okay. That's not bad. But I think not enough to save ST21 Luffy. Dracul Mihawk, 6 cost, 7k power, slash 7 Wells of the Sea, Magi Kingdom. Your turn. When this character becomes rested, draw one card and trash one card from your hand, which is quite nice for Mihawk. If your leader has the slash attribute, play up to one Perona or slash attribute type character with cost 5. Oh my god, this Mihawk is quite strong. On 6, because in the original Mihawk, what was the 6 cosplay? It was law into something, but this one has also the ability to get you instantly value because you can arrest him to draw and trash one card, so you can cycle one card, mostly a dead card, and then you can cheat out a Perona or a slash 5 cost. It's Is it better than law? I'm not sure, but in some cases it can be definitely better than law. And now 6 cost, 6,000 power, striker, navy, monkey D garb, counter 1,000 on play. If your leader has the type, if your leader has navy type, play up to one navy type character with 8,000 power or less, other than monkey D garb from your hand. You even don't need to trash a card. So you could play 4 of this garb and maybe 1 or 2 of the 8 cost, just to be sure that you have always the possibility to cheat out one of your admirals. But 6 costs, so 1 turn earlier than the old garb, and even, I mean, yeah, not trashing card could be a nerf, because with Kuzan you mostly want to trash cards, since you're able to draw out of the trash. But I mean, you could play this one also in Zaka. Zaka is block 2 card from OP5. So I could see that this card is going to be played in Zaka, and Zaka is going to be maybe better for the upcoming 16.5 meta. Ah, okay, I now got it. Eldin, we were wrong. It's 70 point. No, it's OP17 will be released for Utrecht. Please, one I just put some OP13 packs, but you can play Kuzan, then Trash. Oh, okay, Osaka, even Grim. Okay, I see, I see. Makes sense, makes sense. Then five cost 5k. What is 5 cost 5k? This is already a bad card. Bartolomea Kuma ST35, 5 cost. Oh, he's writing 6,000, I think. Yeah. Are you sure? Because OP17 will be released on August, and the event is going to be at the very beginning of September. Hey, Wins, what's up? I can wait for OP17. My Red Sanji will get a big boost. They're still playing Sanji. Oh, okay. OP17 is released on the 28th. Okay, then maybe is it more than 2 weeks? Because I think the magic number is like 2 weeks. Are you sure it's not on the 31st of or July or the 24th of July? No, August, sorry. Here. 28th. Yeah, you're right. Okay. 28th, and the event will be next week at the okay. So no, yeah, you're right, Aldin. It will be 16.5, because I think the gap need to be like 2 weeks. So OP17 will be legal on the 9th of September. Okay, I see, I see. Just to update you guys, the stream is still not running yet. I think they miscommunicated the start. I think the start will be definitely on 10. Killa, I know Killa will be a good support for once again between different Sanji that is currently running blue green Sanji. Yeah, Sanji. Zoro Sanji got a lot of support, right? I always like the leader because it's a lot of fun to play the leader, and it's a little bit more difficult than just playing something red or something like I don't know green, which you just play every round something and then that's it. In this deck, you have a little bit more interactions. I like that. Let's move on to Kata, which have very good stats. 5 cost, 7k power. Already good card. Your turn once per turn. When a Dawn card on your field is returned to your Dawn deck, if your leader has the Big Bomb Pirates, add up to Dawn. So he's basically nerfing the -4 Dawns from Big Mom, which makes the combination of Kata and Big Mom, or even 2 Katas, is quite strong. The only downside is you get the Dawns rested. And on KO, play up to one character with 8,000 power or less from your hand. So he is cheating out the 8 cost Kata. I think it's fine. It's fine. On 5, he's 7k. He has some Dawn return abilities. The only thing is, do you really want to swing with him if you're not able to protect him? That's the only downside. You need to make sure before you attack with him that you are able to protect him or to counter, because you want to have this card on board when you are able to cheat out to play your 10 cost Mom, and he's a 5 cost, so it doesn't match with the 10 cost Mom and it doesn't match with the 8 cost Kata. The only protection which is already built in this card is the on-KO ability, so maybe your opponent will skip to attack this card, which is very good. So he is already protected, but you need to make sure to have at least one 8 cost Kata in your hand. Or any, oh my god, you can play anything. You could also play the 5k power pudding, which allows you to draw 2 cards and then you can cheat out this 8 cost Kata, something like that. I'm not a Kata player, but this card could be strong. I need to try maybe a new kata built with this one. Okay, I can see. Switch now on stream, so let me also switch, guys. Okay, seems like they really are going to start at 10. Finally.
Basic cards up. Break that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Play that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Down in the field, master your tactics. Down in the stage, master strategy.
It's like
Back to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Snacks and top. United the world, TCG, yeah. That's like God gay. Make that God gay. Yeah. Turn his thoughts now. That's like God gay. Yeah.
Honestly, I want to step up because a lot of people they practice their play silent calls. Question will be conversation will be what if you lose last 20 calls, do on one card, but then actively situation one with the 3096
Jump in the surge, master strategy.
on play, he's out, he's out,
For the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Nation comes on.
say he's got the on-play
Make that
wrong
ball game, yeah.
he also
Turn
another
this cross now.
so the
Make that ball game,
on-play
Make that ball game, Make that ball
still seeing this that was so good kick. Let's say I hope. It's 10 and still. Oh, wait, did we? 10 and still no like shows to stop again. Right?
Raise your cards up. Make that ball game, yeah. Turn these spots now. Make that ball game, yeah. Somebody in the field, master your tactics. Down in the stage, master strategy. Get to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world,
Okay, let's grab a coffee as soon as they are going to start. I will be back.
Twin of the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Face your cards up. Make that ball game, yeah. Turn these cards now. Make that ball game, yeah. Make that ball game, Make that ball yeah. Face your cards up. Break that part, yeah, 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 yeah. The journey starts now. Break that part, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bad night card, yeah. Break that bond, yeah, 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 yeah. Journey starts now. Bad night card, yeah, 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 yeah. Bad night card, yeah, 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 yeah. Bad night card, yeah, 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 yeah. Twin of the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Basic knowledge, break that bond, yeah, 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 yeah. Journey starts now. Find that God, yeah, 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 yeah. Find that God, yeah, 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 yeah. Find that God, yeah, 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 yeah. Raise your cards up. Break that bond, yeah, 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 yeah. The journey starts now. Find that God, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bad night ball game. Break that ball game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bad night ball game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bad night ball game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bad night ball game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Twin of the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall.
All right, 10 seconds left until we see at least the commentators, but let's hear them out.
Of battle is here, and what a battle it is turning out to be as well. The brand new format, a brand new expansion, and with opportunities to qualify for the season.
Ben is such a weird guy, in my opinion.
Bonjour et bienvenue to Toulouse for the One Piece card game offline regionals in season 1. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to have your company for us for today and across the weekend, and a very special welcome as well for the first time since October 2025. You know him, you love him. Abra Krasniqi is on the desk. Abra, a very good morning to you.
Very good morning to everyone. Very good morning to you, Ben. Finally back. I was doing some broadcasts the last months. That's what I focused on. And now I'm back at being a caster. I'm doing both, so I'm enjoying both. But now I'm doing the casting of Toulouse, first OP16 regional that we have in Europe. And Ben, I'm so hyped. The game completely changed, and we are going to talk about it a lot. Like, it's so fun. I'm just so hyped.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always an exciting time when you get to do the first regional of a brand new set, the brand new format, OP16, the time of battle, launching just a couple of weeks ago, bringing a bunch of new leaders, a bunch of extra support.
Okay, we got the confirmation. It will be the first ever OP16 here in Europe. I'm not a huge fan of Bad because I saw him only one time on stream and he crashed out for a very small thing. I don't know what it was, but he played Emu, so I mean, it was an easy game for him. So yeah, we are exciting to see which one will be the first matchup for the round. I hope they will show us two OP16 decks. I would say Goofy or Yamato could be something, or ST30, Ace and Luffy. But yeah, let's see.
That will go to Japan to play Worlds. I think last year it was 5, so it definitely goes up like a big amount of number, and that's why I think this finals is going to be maybe the most interesting one that we probably had since the beginning of this card game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 6 players from both seasons will be progressing and will be earning that spot to qualify and to try and compete in the World Championships in the beginning of 2027. And of course, that's also being coupled with the Flame Fruit event that is going to be taking place across that weekend as well. That's going to be really, really exciting. But that's in the future. We can worry about that in a few months' time, Abra. We've got to worry about this weekend here first and foremost. 10 rounds of Swiss on day 1 today to a top 32 cuts tomorrow. That's how the tournament is going to work. It's going to be a really intriguing tournament with these new OP16 leaders that have released as well. What are some of your thoughts, Abra, on OP16 generally?
Generally, I would say it's a very, very interesting set. So first of all, I'm a big fan of the whole arc. Yeah, it's Impel Down. It's a very, very nice arc. Love to see some key characters from the series that make it to being a leader card. Like, we have the Blue Buggy being maybe the main character from Impel Down, I would say, from this arc. Of course, we have Luffy, we have Red Ace, we have Yamato being there. Okay, was not in the arc, but still, because of Ace, maybe there is a connection why they bring Yamato for the set. And also, it's a very, very interesting leader, being a new type of Black Rush that we didn't have yet. It's very, very interesting to see. Also, Yamato is doing a good job, I would say, has a good position for this meta, but that's something we are going to talk about later on. So very interesting set for sure, very interesting leaders. And I also think that we will probably see every single leader of it for today, because the meta is so wide. We have like not 1 or 2 decks that are the best decks in format. We have like so many decks that you can bring to this tournament, with so many decks that people are playing. And that's why I'm a big fan of OP16. It's such a wide meta, and I'm really looking forward. So my question to you, Ben, would be, what do you think is the deck that we are going to see performing the best on the highest level? Do you think it is Luffy? Teach, what is your guess?
It's going to be really intriguing because, like you say, Abra, there are so many decks that are still really competitive. Obviously, from the newest leaders from OP16, you definitely have to look, like you say, towards Green Blue Luffy with its Impel Down tribal style of deck, relies on having only Impel Down characters on the board so that you get that restand of Don. and then Marshall D. Teach, the black-yellow Teach leader, which feels like a sort of refinement of OP14 Don Quixote do Flamingo with its redirect capabilities and a really, really capable and strong top end with the 8-cost secret rare Marshall D. Teach and the 10-cost blocker Teach as well from all the way back in OP09. I think those are going to be the two to really look out for from the new set. But that's not to say that the other leaders aren't capable either. You mentioned Buggy with its swarm capabilities to bring out all the prisoners of Impel down whenever one of your characters is removed from play. You've also got, like you say, Yamato with this new kind of trash build focus of relying on filling up your trash and then starting to loop all of the 6 and 8 cost Yamatos into play and give them rush to try and swarm and attack in the late game stage. Mono Red Ace is an interesting one. It's a deck that started to find a little bit more refinement, I think it's fair to say, over the last week or so. Players are starting to kind of understand how that deck works a little bit more. And don't count out Sengoku either. The opportunity to ramp up quickly and play out all the 3 admirals as soon as potentially turn 3 or turn 4 could be a really, really potent strategy as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sengoku, also one leader that we probably going to see. In my opinion, it's an underrated deck. At the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe it's too weak because on 8 or 9 Dawn, yeah, first of all, you need to ramp very fast. That's for sure, just to have your leader ability unlocked very, very fast. But the thing is to find every single card. So the 3 admirals, you need to have like Borsalino, Kuzan, and Zakatsuki, of course, the best one I would say from out of these 3. You need to have them on 8 or 9 Dawn. But this deck has a lot of searchers. You are going to probably take 1 or 2 lives. And then when you have the 8, 9 Dawn, you just spam out all of these 3. They will ramp very, very big. So you are at 6 Dawn again. You have very strong abilities that we are going to see, like Zakatsuki, probably one of the best cards right now in this game for purple decks. Such a good card. If Enel can play 7 Dons, then probably Zakatsuki will also be a card that we will see in NL, but you only are locked to 6 Dons. So, but yeah, Zakatsuki, a must-have card in Rosinante, a leader that is not new from OP16. It is an old leader from OP12, but it is a leader that did have a big, big comeback. And I really love to see, like, Rosinante, OP12, OP13, not in the best position. Some cards are missing. It was not the perfect deck to pick. But since OP14, Rosinante was, with new support, such a good deck. EBO4, Rosie Law being one of the best cards in this deck for sure. And with OP15, he was gone again because of the Inel matchup. It was so hard, and Inel was the most and the best deck in this format. But with OP16, we have a new package with Rosinante. It's the Navy package because Sengoku brings out a lot of Navy cards. Obviously, he is a Navy. And that means you would not have support for this deck for Sengoku OP16. You also have support for Rosinante. That is also a Navy character or leader, obviously. So you can play the stage, obviously one of the best cards. Definitely such a good card by recycling every single turn 1 card. So you draw 1, trash 1 for Dawn -1, and that Dawn -1 is very important for Rosinante, but we will talk about it later when we are going to see Rosinante for sure. We will talk about it after the game then. But yeah, you have Zakatsuki, we have the stage, we have Kobe as the Navy Searcher. That is very good. Searchers are always important for your deck to find every card. You have the 2K counter Tsuru from OP16. That is your emergency searcher, I would say. If you don't have the stage or if you don't have Kobe, you just play out the Tsuru. Bad point about Tsuru, you need to trash 1 card from your hand. Good point about Tsuru, it's a 2K counter. So yeah, definitely looking forward to see Rosinante performing on a good level because he is back with OP16 being one of the best leaders in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember very, very fondly there being a clip at the end of the Dusseldorf Bandai Card Games Fest when EBO4 was starting to get unveiled and we got our first look at some of these cards. I remember saying, with Ross Gilbert by my side, mark my words, that Don Quixote Rosinante was going to get a top cut finish in 2026. And it's good to know that sometimes what we say can come true every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. Rosinante is going to shine, that's for sure. Of course, he has some matchups that are not that easy, but in general, the key point about a card game is consistency, and this deck is very consistent, and that's why I think Rosinante is in a good position. And yeah, let's see how good Rosinante will be for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch on some other decks as well that are carrying through into this new format. Obviously, we've already mentioned Anel briefly, a very, very strong and potent deck. Doesn't get too much extra support in the OP16 set, but realistically, you didn't need it. You've still got access to Mamaragan. Obviously, you've got your blocker Anel and your secret rare Anel. A little bit of versatility in some of the other character slots, seeing things like either Frankie or Senor Pink to be able to retrieve some of those events back from your trash. Some of the Reijus as well have run into the list every now and then, so still a very, very capable deck. As well as blue-yellow Nami. It feels like this leader has been around in the format for quite some time now, and thanks to the new Marshall D Teach and the new kind of variant of Nami that's being created, relying on the blocker Newgates from OP13, that deck is a really, really strong contender this weekend.
It is, yeah. Blue Yellow Nami has a very good point about the leader. The good thing is you have two very, very strong leader abilities. And the best part about this leader is you are not locked to play any type of characters in your deck. Like, at example, you have the Impel Down Luffy, the blue-green one. Leader ability only works if you have Impel Down characters on your board. But Nami, you don't need to play any package for sure. You can just play out the best blue and yellow cards that we have in the game. And then you have the leader with two very, very strong abilities, one of them being a 7k leader by trashing one card from your hand, but you need to attach one Don, that's for sure. Such a good ability. And then if you have 7 or less cards in your hand, the life card is removed from the life area, you just draw one card. That's such a strong ability. Like having 7 cards in hand and still allowed to draw one card from your hand by using a leader ability is so strong. And that's why Nami is also, again, on a very good position. I would still say not as good as last set, because last set with OP15, Enel was the best and the most played deck together with Nami. And Nami's matchup against Enel was quite good. But it definitely changed, because now we don't have 2 or 3 leaders that we will see. We have like 6, 7, 8 leaders that are on a very, very good position. So I'm really, really looking forward to see how Nami can perform against leaders like Luffy, that I was thinking it was a bad matchup for Luffy. But I think after some weeks of OP16, it definitely changed. Like the matchup is not that easy for Nami, to be honest, because of Luffy. Luffy being just such a good deck. We can talk about Luffy, that's for sure, the whole day, because this deck has so many different tools, so many different things to play out. So in my opinion, it is the most interesting deck that we have for OP16. And for Nami, yeah, like I said, the strongest point, you can play every good card. But I would say most of the players playing the Thriller Bark package for Nami, like the 8-cost Gecko Moria being one of the best cards in this game for sure. You have strong cards like Perona, Hawkback, and Komasi, of course. All the triggers are the same, that are very, very important. So yeah, Thriller Bark package works very good, but that package works good with every single yellow deck.
Yeah.
You can just play it out with Yellow Bonnie if you want, with ST29 Luffy, even with Sky Luffy, but you don't need it. You're just playing the Sky package there, that's for sure. So yeah, Nami, good position, and also a deck that we are going to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that I've seen about Nami, especially with some of the lists that have come out of Peoria, one of the first OP16 events in the world for us here in the West, is some of the changes within some of the lists. I know you mentioned, obviously, there's a lot of hype around the green-blue Luffy leader. A lot of those Nami lists are now starting to bring cards like Gravity Blade Raging Tiger back into the list to be able to deal with multiple threats at the same time. But you're also starting to see quite a lot of the Nami lists stray away from the girl promo that used to be played as kind of your premier turn 1 play going second. You play the girl, you get the draw 1, trash 1, and then if your opponent doesn't find a way to deal with it, you just constantly got access to that 1 rested Don to be able to attach onto your leader. Why do you think it is, Abra, that so many Nami players are straying away from this promo card, which just a set ago was a staple?
That's a very, very good question. And to be honest, because I played Nami for OP15, that's something I'm still dealing with is Girl still a card that you have to play? And in my opinion, it depends. Like in a mirror match, Girl is such an important card because you can play out some cards on curve and still have the leader ability unlocked. That's very important. Also, that you can draw one card and trash one card is very important. To recycle is always good. So I think Girl is still a card that you're probably going to see in some Nami deck list, but the problem is you have so many good cards for yellow and blue. You need to make some space for some good cards. And we have a new card in Nami from OP16. It is Mr. 3 Galdino. In my opinion, the second best card in this game right now after Borsalino. Borsalino still the best card in this deck. And you have access to play the two best cards in this game. If this leader would be purple, then Mamoragan will also be there because Mamoragan is also one of the best cards. But yeah, you have access to play Mr. 3 Galdino that activate main. You can trash this character and draw 2 cards, and then one of your opponent characters with a cost of 9 or less cannot attack until the end of your opponent's next round. That's such a strong ability for 4 Don, and there's a strong combo in Nami by playing out on 10 Don. You swing 6 with your leader, so 1 Don under your leader. You have 9 Dons left, and you play out Mr. 3 Galdino, draw 2, freeze 1 character, and then you can play out the Borsalino if you have 2 or less life to heal up 1 life, have a blocker. That's such a strong combo that we are going to see for sure when we have Nami on stream. And yeah, that's why you need to make some space, and Mr. 3 needs to fit there. And you said Gravity Blade being back at one of the most played cards for blue decks. It is such a strong card. For 7 Don, you can bottom deck 2 6-cost or lower character. Trigger, you can bottom deck a 5-cost or lower. It's such a good card, and because of the meta, definitely card Nami needs to play, because we have matchups like Rosinante that has a lot of 6-cost or less character. We have 6-cost Rosilor, we have 5-cost Borsalino, the 4-cost Promolor, the new OP16 Baby Law, we call him, that on play ramps 1 Don and when attacking gets 3k plus. Such a good card. And yeah, you need to make some space for all these cards. So that's probably why Girl doesn't fit that much in this deck anymore. But still, I know a lot of good players that are still running Girl. And that's why I think it's interesting to see, yeah, if we have some lists with Girl or without. At the end, when we have the top 32 lists, let's see how many Namis make it to top. And then let's see how many of these decks still played that Girl. And then probably we can say, is Girl still a card to think of or not? So yeah, that's my thing I would say about Nami and about Girl being a card.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we've mentioned about some of the new cards that other decks are getting into. We mentioned about some of the other leaders and the new leaders as well. One of the newest leaders, though, that maybe raised a couple of eyebrows when he was first unveiled was Yamato, the mono black leader from OP16. And it's a really intriguing, different style of deck. It reminds me a little bit of sort of a Gecko Moria style of deck where you have to rely on filling up your trash pretty quickly. But when you do, and when you get to the cards that we are showing on screen for you now, the deck could really, really go.
Absolutely. This leader ability is so strong. So this leader say, if you play a Land of Wano character from your trash to your field, that character gains rush. That's such a strong ability. And of course, you have some combo plays there to bring out some characters from your trash, and then you can just swing with them in the same turn because of your leader ability. That character gains rush. So we have the 6-cost, 5k Yamato being your key card. That's for sure your most important card of your deck. On play, draw 1 card, then trash 1 card from your hand. That's very important. That's a very, very important ability just to recycle. And if you don't have an 8-cost Yamato that you see next to Yamato, the 8-cost unblockable and the 8-cost on-play Yamato, if you have it in hand and not a trash, you play out the 6-cost Yamato, draw 1, and then you can just trash the 8-cost from your hand to the trash. And then you can use your activate main ability. You may trash this character, and then you replace it with one of the 8-cost Yamatos from your trash. Next to Yamato, we have the first 8-cost Yamato with the ability Unblockable. A blockable ability that is there since day one. It's a very strong ability. Back in the days, we had the unblockable STR1 Luffy, the 5-cost, that needs to have 2 Dons to swing, and you cannot block this attack. That's the meaning of unblockable. And then the second effect, and that's a very, very, very scary ability. It's on KO. This character would be KO'd. You can just play out the 6-cost Yamato from your trash back as active. So I would say this card is probably un-KOable because you cannot allow your opponent to bring out the 6-cost Yamato again. And then, Ben, we have the second 8-cost Yamato. Maybe you can talk about the ability a little bit.
Yeah, the second ACOS Yamato is really, really intriguing. It all just sort of feeds and funnels back into the other Yamato as well. And what I love about this kind of package is when you get to this point, it is almost, it's not quite infinitely loopable, but it is loopable in such a fashion and craftable in such a fashion where you can pull it off so many different times. And one of the really intriguing ways that I've seen this deck getting built is trying to get the most value out of some of these extra cards, particularly the unblockable Yamato with its on-KO ability. You mentioned, Abra, about how with that on-KO ability, the card is kind of un-KOable. Like, your opponents don't want to crash into it so that you can play the 6-cost back out again. But what I have seen is players including some cards that actually have the capability to KO your own things, primarily Hakuba as a card, which where they don underneath it, you can attack and then take out one of your own characters, which triggers the on-KO ability of the 8-cost Yamato. So you can replay the 6-cost super rare back out, get that filter, give it rush again, swing, activate main, trash it, play out the 8-cost, and it's just a really, really potent loop.
It is very, very interesting tech that probably some Yamato players decided to bring. The card has 2 points. 1 point is it can be a little bit too slow because you just play it out on 5 Don, and this card is not doing anything in the turn where you play it. But in the next turn, you can just go very, very aggressive. And what I love to see, and that's one thing we definitely need to talk about, how the color black changed in this card game. It's like back in the days, we have so many black leaders that are just removal. Yeah, we're starting to have Smoker from OPO2 being a leader that removes a lot with cost reduction and then KO. Then we have this, of course, the starter deck Sakatsuki. We have the OPO5 Sakatsuki. We have Gecko Moria. So many black leaders that are just that have a control style. And that changed. And I'm a fan of it. To see one color definitely changed completely. Like, we saw OP16 Emu being like everything, control, aggressive, defense, everything you need to have. Then OP14 Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, a completely different new type of leader that the leader abilities say you cannot KO any characters of your opponent with effects. That's not like black work back in the days, but it changed. Then we had Brook also a very, very interesting leader with that double finish to go for game. Also something new. And now we see Yamato, a aggressive deck that has the color black. So yeah, black definitely changed, and I'm a fan of it. Yamato being a good deck, very consistent deck, I would say. You have double searchers like the 1-cost Nico Robin, that is very important, that recycle. We have the 1-cost Nami, and every single card that searches or draws also allows you to bring the cards to your trash, and that's the most important thing because yeah, your deck only works by bringing out characters from your trash, so you need to fill up your trash a lot, and that's very, very important. And Yamato's position for this meta, I would say, also very good because you don't have that much bad matchups. That's very, very good, and you have a very good matchup against one of the best decks, Black Yellow Teach, because yeah, you're just way too aggressive, and the unblockable ability is very, very good. You have some leaders that plays a lot of blockers, like Rosinante playing a lot of blockers. We have Teach playing a lot of blockers, and then you can just go through with the unblockable ability. It's just so strong. So yeah, looking forward to see Yamato performing for today, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that unblockable as well now becoming a keyword in the game as opposed to becoming sort of a late trick, as it were. You mentioned obviously about the old school starter deck one, Luffy. There was obviously also Diable Jambe as well as an event which could make it so that your opponent couldn't activate the blocker of a Straw Hat Crew type leader or character. But now you've got it as an actual keyword for things like, you say, the 8-cost Yamato. We've got the Boa Hancock as well in the blue-green Luffy deck that has the unblockable keyword. The 3-cost blue Sanji as well can grant.
What is going on here? They are yapping now for 35 minutes. Abra is dying because he has no idea what Ben is talking about. What is going on? We are almost 1.5. We are more than 1.5 hour too late. I think something is wrong. Is anyone in Toulouse or have a friend from Toulouse and can tell us what is going on there that they take like a delay of 1.5 hour?
Marco, as well as Borsellino. So unblockable as a keyword now is making that become a concept that players are having to really consider and play around a lot more frequently, as opposed to the one-off, oh, well, I got rogered and I couldn't really see it coming kind of strategy.
That's true, yeah. So many unblockable cards. Also Perfume for Boa Hancock, also very, very important. Also a leader that we didn't talk about yet, but a leader that, we probably also going to see for OP16 because Boa in a good position, and there was a big tournament in Japan, and Boa was in the final. Boa was second place there. So it is also a very, very strong leader, and you have the access to play a card like Perfume that has the unblockable ability. So, like you said, it is a keyword that is very important, and I think it will be important also in the future. And I don't think we will not see unblockable as an ability that will be gone in the future. I think it's an ability that will go through for nearly every set and will be on our side.
Absolutely. Well, we are not too far away from our first round of 10 rounds of Swiss on day one today before cutting to our top 32. Which of these leaders and decks will make it to tomorrow? We are going to start on that journey very, very soon. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have action from round one live from Toulouse.
Odie Star.
海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game. We are getting ready to kick into round one of 10 rounds of gameplay today. And we've got a really intriguing matchup to kick things off. On one side of the table, we have a deck that had a lot of eyes on it, one that's carried through from previous formats, Don Quixote Rosinante. And on the other side of the table, we've got the Alabaster Princess. It's Nefeltari Vivi.
That's an interesting one. I did not expect to see someone bringing Vivi and then a matchup like this. I could definitely not say who's going to be favored in this matchup. So, wow, really looking forward to see Vivi performing in OP16. Are there some new cards? Is there something spicy that he decided to bring? That's what I want to see. So, wow, very hyped for this matchup.
Yeah, really, really intriguing. Vivi in particular, obviously the only leader to come out of EBO3. For those that maybe need a little bit of a refresher on what she does, she's red-blue.
Yes. we are finally with 2 hours delay. Let's give up with a hello, Pietron. How are you doing, man? Alles gut bei dir? We are finally here, 2 hours delay. Insane. And the first matchup will be Rosie against Vivi and Abra. Vivi finally, what the fuck? No, bro. No. No, it's first round of Swiss, Pietron. And Abra said he has no idea which one is going to be the favorite deck, but in my opinion, it will be definitely Rosie. Why? Because Rosie is way too fast for Vivi. Pietron Finale ist erst morgen. Heute ist Swiss Rounds. Deshalb noch kein Final.
Maybe in every blue deck, I would say, because it's not locked in any way. So yeah, very, very interesting. And now Vivi has to show how good she can be by facing one of the most consistent and best decks that we have with OP16. It is, like you said, Don Quixote, Rosilante. With the new package Navy, we have a key card, 7-cost Sakatsuki, that is one of the strongest cards.
I'm fine, thanks. What is your main deck? My main deck used to be or could be Yamato or Goofy, the new blue-green Luffy. It depends on the new ST decks which are going to come out at the end of the next month. Because I need to decide which deck I'm going to play for Utrecht. That's why I'm opting to play Luffy, I would say, because he's very consistent. He's a lot of fun. He's fast. The only downside has a very bad matchup against Nami. Corazon, mi amor, I love Rosie. Okay, Rosie is strong, but I think Rosie has a bad matchup against Luffy because Luffy is also quite fast, maybe a little bit too fast. And some of the lists and also my new list are running Gravity Blade, which helps a lot since you can play it for only 5 Dawn, because with lead ability you can restant 2 more Dawns. And yeah, that's a very strong card for Luffy against the most decks in this format. But these guys are still yapping. 2 hours delay. 2 hours delay and they are still yapping. So in the first survey, the most of you guys said that Goofy is going to win Swiss rounds today. I really hope that we can see at least 1 or 2 Yamatos in the top cut, because I think this deck has so much potential, but we need to find the right list. Red Luffy main, red green Luffy main only. Bad matchup is Teach. The rest I can cook, and Rosie I attack the Virgo back for Gravity Blade counter. Oh, okay. I see. Back in the days when I played the blue purple Sanji, I really hated when I saw Virgo, because Virgo is protecting your whole board. I think if you use Gravity Blade on 2 characters, you can just replace 1 Dawn and protect both of them, right? You don't need to put 2 Dawns back. But anyways, we have finally, after 2 hours, the fist bomb. Vivi, this guy has big balls, taking Vivi to a regional. I am surprised. Fabio is going to search with the new Kobe, which allows him to take any Navy character in his hand. Top 5 search. Opting to take the Rosie Law 6 cost, which is one of the strongest cards in this deck. You definitely want to see at least 2 or 3 of this card in your game. Back to Vivi, or let's say the first turn for Vivi on 2. She plays also at least one searcher, but seems like he has nothing in hand. Just going to pass back to Rosie, which is now on 3 done. So we could see. Wait, there's nothing for 3, right? Law, he could play Law. But the bad thing is you need to -1 Don, and then you could swing for. The next time you play to Law with because of 4 more, you have. Okay, he could attach 1 Don to leader, swing for 6, then -1 Don to play the new Law, and with Law he can get another active or rested Don. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's the thing. Rosie is doing 2 things: protecting board and cheating out characters for 2 Dawn less than you normally need. There is Law on play. He can get an active Dawn, which is strong but not very useful at this point, since he has no search or nothing to play for 1. Back to Vivi on 4. Vivi on 4 could play the blocker Vivi. Do he have the blocker Vivi, or he could go for. Okay, he just starts with 5k swing into leader, which is maybe going through. Yes, he's going to take. Oh, it's so exciting to be back on stream and watching some original play. And there is the forecast Tony Chopper, which is on your opponent's turn 6 cost, if I am not wrong. What did Klimo cook with Vivi that he took Vivi to original? Problem is when Vivi Harold, it's hard to counter, but that's not very usual. Yeah, I see. But I think this guy put some spice in Vivi, or he is just a big Vivi lover. Otherwise, I have no idea why I should take Vivi to original. I mean, he has also the Vivi Dawn sleeves, which is fucking ugly, from Devil Fruit 1 or something like that. Anyways, he's going to swing with Law, and remember guys, if you swing with Law, your Law becomes 6k. So yeah. Ooh, he's opting to take. Could mean that he's bricked or he's searching for a special card. Now 6 into lead, going to block for 6 using Vivi ability, which allows you once per turn, if your character with base cost 4 more will be KO'd, you may trash one card from your head. It's sad, which is quite stupid because you could just use a 1k, but if you use lead ability that shows your opponent that you don't have even a 1k, there is a 1k. Okay, I'm confused. Why not just countering? Because he wanted to throw out a brick, maybe? Anyways, we see the magic of Law of Rosie, putting 1 down back, cheating out Rosie Law for only 4, drawing 1 card out of Rosie Law and getting 1 down active, going to find on top deck the Navy HQ, which allows him to search top 5, and I think this stage is. He also plays the alt art version of the 6 cost Rosie Law. But this stage is quite strong in every navy purple deck, or let's say in every navy purple build, because you can consistently replace 1 card out of your hand for only 1 Don, which is quite strong. I used to play this card also in the pre-release, and to be honest, I just saw it once, but when I saw it, I was able to cycle continuously my bricks out of my hand, which is quite strong. So Vivi, in my opinion, is on a very bad spot on 6 down, going for 5 to play the 5 cost Vivi, which allows her to cheat out the Nami. There is Nami. Nami on play can reduce your leader and give some character minus something. To be honest, I never played Vivi. I just saw it on the OP14, 14.5 meta because EB03 came after OP14. So he reduced the leader minus 5k to give Nami rush, and Nami on play can do something, and when attacking can do also something. It's a beautiful card, but I mean, when did we saw the last time Vivi? is going to reduce Rosie. Now swinging 7 into 3, which is going through, I will assume, because Rosie is reduced. I don't see the point that you're going to block. You could use lead ability, but do you really need to protect your law that hard? I don't think so. I think Law did his job. He rammed one down, he swing one time. I think you can let him go. Oh, Zaka is already in hand. He's on how many guns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to block and use Mamaragan. Fabio, okay, tries to. I mean, it's not bad because you want to have as much attacks as possible since your opponent has already 2 blockers, but I'm not sure. Technically, you lost only 1 card because Maragan allows you to draw 1 card, right? But still, maybe it was the right decision. I'm not a Rosie player. I just see my camera is turning. I am sorry, guys. Okay, now the situation gets very tough because he's going to read the Rosie leader. Okay, we can see now Sakazuki on play. Down -1. Reduce 1 character -8k. So Nami, if you didn't know, in One Piece your characters can become -1 minus power. So Nami is now -1k. Going 5 into -1k. Did he block the Kobe attack with Vivi? There's no way he's going to counter, right? Or he's going to block. He's going to block. Oh my god. Klimo is a little bit confused, I would say, because now he could go. Okay, now he's using lead ability. So 6 into -1k. Lead ability, announcing lead ability. Okay, I see the point. He's losing only one body because there's 1 swing left out of Rosie Law, which means he needs to decide if he goes into Nami or into one of the blockers, but I would always opt for Nami. The blockers are okay. The only threat on the board right now for Rosie is Nami, and he's going for. Did he go for live? No, he's going for Nami, right? You still play Sanji? No, I don't play Sanji anymore because without the Red Rock, Sanji feels not that good. You could play Barrier Pistol in combination with some power reduction, but it's not that strong. So the setup is more complicated. That's why I'm not playing Sanji anymore. And he goes into live. That's why we can see now 9k countered for the 8k swing. Very strange interaction from Fabio also, not opting for Nami. Nami's. Okay, never mind. Nami is reduced until the end of your opponent's turn. So Nami is just, if he decides to swing with Nami, Nami is just doing the power reduction. That's it. So it was maybe not bad to go into live, but countering out from Klimo was maybe a little bit too early. Oh, Klimo is on a very bad spot. I think this game is not taking more than 15 minutes. And you can see Klimo's face is showing us, oh my god, I am cooked. To be honest, this is not a game one which I was expected to see. Vivi, very lame. Rosie, we saw a lot of Rosie. Why not any OP16 leader? Okay, we can see Zoro, which gives your leader plus 2k power. Zoro has also character rush if you have a character with, if your opponent has a character with 8k power, which we have with Rosie and Sakazuki. Now is going to probably use Nami ability. No, is opting to swing 7 into law, maybe. Yes, there's 7 into 3. He's going to let him die, which is fine. Now using Nami ability, active main, reducing Rosie law minus 1k. And then going an easy, is it 10 or is it 9? 10. 10 into 7, asking for 2k, 1k, but he has the lead ability still available and going to take life. Oh, which got him a law. But since he is on 4 cards in hand, doesn't really do anything. Now he's going to pass. Yeah, very bad spot for Vivi at this point. And Fabio is top decking a Borsa, but I think you should go for the Rosie Law line. So maybe swing something. And then wait, you are on 8 zone, right? No, he must be on 7. Because he was the first curve from the last. No, he must be on 9. Ah, okay, he reduced on. He reduced on, yeah, never mind. He could use Zaka ability, or is it on play? No, the active main. You could use the active main from Zaka to rest 1 don and get 2 new active dons. So he would be at, he's on 8 minus 1, 7. It would be a 9. And with 9 don, he could play Borsa for 5, heal 1 life, and then minus 1 don with elite ability to play Rosie Law, which would be insane because he get in block 2 blocker. One is going to heal, one is going to draw, and Rosie Law is also going to ramp 1 don. So he would have 1 more don. Let's see if he sees the line. So first of all, play Barca. Boom. Heal 1 life. Boom. Then use lead ability to minus 1 don. Oh, okay, never mind. He's on 8. Yeah, it doesn't work. So sorry guys, doesn't work. But he could play another law. Or maybe 2 the blocker one, or he could just swing. I think it's already over for Vivi since he has 3 big bodies. He healed 1 life. He can still play something which we are going to see now. Oh, I just lost my camera, guys. Why did I lose my camera? Oh, my phone died. Anyways, I'm still here. Okay, he was able to play. I forgot that Sakazuki ability. So he was able to play Rosie Law, as I said, and now he has Terrible, terrible board. The only non-threat is Kobe, and all other cards are threats. So, is there a way to win for Vivi? I don't think so. Did the game take 15 minutes? I don't think so. Someone just voted for Vivi. It's 50-50, and there is no way Vivi is going to take this game over. I mean, he's on 3 life. He has 1, 2, 3 blockers. So you need to swing 7 times, and all 7 swings need to connect. Which is with 1, 2, 3 possible attackers, not really doable. And now I think Klimo thinks, why did I take Vivi to such an event? What did I saw which no one else saw? Be honest, I have no idea. Starts with a 7k, which is just a free block with one of the 8 costs. I think you should just block, even if he is able to remove one of the 8 cost, 6 cost Rosie laws. You have still the possibility to protect them with lead ability, and if you really lose one, it doesn't really hurt that much. But he's going to take the 7k swing. Okay, he's doing the calculating hand signs, but I think we all see the signs that he's going to lose. Wait, what is going on? He's reducing Rosie's power. Going to play his own Zaka, his Ben Beckman. To trash, that's the thing. He cannot protect Rosie out of a trash ability, only on KO. Oh, he's going for 11 into life. Just to make sure he's not going to block for free. Or let's say almost free, 4 cards in hand. I think you are going to take that, yeah, why not? There is potential, no, not really, right? Yeah, now back to Rosie, which has now 10 Dawn available. He could try to KO his blockers and go for it. I think he's calculating, so 2 for the event. This guy is also very locked in with Rosie since he's playing the Devil Fruit Dons. He has 2 times the 2 cost event, which allows you, if I'm not wrong, to KO a 6 cost, 6 power character. He's going to use Gagam Lightning. Go up to one of your opponent's characters with 6,000 power or less. So he could use lead ability, which means he's going to reduce his hand size. That's why he's opting not to do that. But don't know that there is another lightning coming right now. Boom. Opting to KO Sanji. Now he knows I am cooked. Is he going to use now lead ability? Yes. Yes, there is a lead ability throwing out 1 cost. And although lightning, oh my god, he saw all 3 lightning. Since when do you play 3 times lightning? Use exact ability to ram 2 dons. Oh, Saka is such a strong card. And then going for 7 into life. Oh, 3 cards left in hand, no blockers. Your opponent has 3 more valid swings incoming. Is there a trigger or is there no triggers? Could be a trigger, but maybe it's something with your opponents need to have a 5 cost or something like that. Going now for another 7 into life. I'm confused. Why did it start with a 7k blocker swing? Well, that's a little bit risky. You should always start with the non-blocker cards, maybe. 2k, 1k, or is it? Yeah, 2k, 1k. So 2 more swings left. How many cards in hand? 2. Okay. You have 2 dons. You can swing. 9 is going to take. No trigger, another 9. And that's the GG. Wow, that's insane. What a unspectacular game 1. Rosie take the game pretty easy against Vivi. All right, I need to check up my camera, so let's make a small break, and I think the next round will start if we are looking at the beginning of this tournament in maybe 2 hours. So yeah, see you guys.
For Vivi, definitely not the best start, but still everything is up. You can start with losing the first round, and you can still make it into the top cut. So head up, Vivi. You will not. I hope you will not see a Rosinante with 3 lightning, Gug of Lightnings in 1 turn, because this is. I think that's one in 100 games that you will see something like this. That was really crazy.
Yeah, it certainly was not what I expected to see at round 1 here this morning in Toulouse. But that's the beauty of some of these early rounds in offline regionals. You get to see some really interesting strategies and some different builds of some deck lists as well. And I think for Nefeltari Vivi, it's definitely shown that there's, it's got a little bit of capability. That turn to be able to go Vivi into Nami was pretty strong. And I think if it finds a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger at some point during that game, then that complexion of the game could have looked very, very differently indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Rosinante just had the perfect start there. Also the perfect answer to go for game. And yeah, that's how you are going to win games. So we saw Rosinante, the power of Rosinante being one of the most consistent and one of the most best decks that we have for OP16. We saw a lot of new cards. We saw the Marineford stage. We saw Kobe. We also saw Guru, but only being a counter. Still a very, very interesting card that we can talk about later on. Not doing that much, but still being a very consistent card with the new Navy package. And yeah, also Borsalino, that helps you a lot in this deck. So yeah, Rosinante is there on top, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We'll be able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the world of Don Quixote Rosinante and that first round matchup in just a moment. So don't go anywhere, because we will be right back after this.
Okay, guys, I am confused. I think we got something very big here. I think they revealed the last blue leader, which could be Sebek. We have Sebek revealed as a leader, but I have no idea what this card is doing. So let's ask ChatGPT if he can translate for us this card. I think Sebek is here. So the stats are crazy. He's 6k power 4 life mono blue leader. Okay, so the translation is leader rocks the Sebek power 6000 attribute / crew rock pirates. This is wait, what? This is an article intended to stir up outrage. Don't be fooled. Learn how to verify information in an age where is more important than ever. Okay, seems to be a fake card. Seems to be a fake card. Never mind, guys. I was very happy when I saw this, but seems to be fake.
Card for the mirror match or in general. The cards say if you are equal or less life than your opponent, you can rest this character and then rest the 4 cost or less, and you can just find that card with Kobe. So yeah, Rosinante. I would say let's have a look into the deck because this deck is very, very interesting. And this is our winning deck. We have 4 cards that we saw from the last round that that are very, very important. And Ben, I would say let's start off with Marineford. With the card on the left side, it is a new card from OP16 that has the 2 abilities, and stage card with 2 ability, always very, very good. The first ability is on play, look at 5 cards from the top of your deck and then reveal up to 1 Navy card from the top 5. Then the rest goes down to the bottom of your deck. You can search Marineford by yourself. That's very, very important. You can also search one of your key cards like Zakatsuki. You can also search Rosinante Law. You could search I Love You. You could search Tsuru. Like nearly everything from your deck. And that second ability, that activate main Don -1 ability, you may rest the stage, draw 1 card, then trash 1 card from your hand. In my opinion, that's maybe even more important for this deck because, first of all, after Zakatsuki gets played, you are on a very high amount of dons. Yeah, like 10 dons always in the late game. So you can just go minus don with your leader, with the stage, with using abilities and so on. But you can just recycle, go don -1, and with leader and stage, you can always go don -2. So by using that Zakatsuki, you have that 2 don that you minus with your leader and with Marineford just very, very fast just back. And that's very, very, very strong. So in combination with the Zakatsuki, Marineford is very good. And to have a card that recycles every single turn 1 card from your hand, so you just go deep diver into your deck and find some more key cards, is just so, so strong. So I would say in every Navy deck, you definitely are playing this card. And then next to Marineford, we have another very important card, and I would say one of the strongest cards from OP16. It is Zakatsuki, being such a beautiful card with the version. Every time I open a pack of OP16 and I have the card at the backside, I'm thinking like, oh, I have an altart. Oh, let's go. And it's Zakatsuki because this artwork just have so much to show. And yeah, the ability on play Don -1, you have one of your opponent characters -6,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. So first very strong point about it, you can just get rid of a character by attacking into it if it's rested. The other good combination is you can also give -6k to an active character and then use Mamoragan to rest it and then swing for it. So very, very strong card in combination with Mamoragan. And also, you can just get rid of a 12k character in combination with Gum Gum Lightning. Ben, Gum Gum Lightning, I would say the MVP of this matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely was the card that was able to win the game there back in round 1, hitting 3 Gum Gum Lightnings there. And again, with this Dom -2 hefty cost, was originally a card that was engineered and built for Purple Black Luffy all the way back in OP09 when that was revealed and released. But now with Sakazuki, you essentially get those Don back and get the Gum Gum Lightning to be played for free and getting that KO capability. So yeah, a very, very strong card, absolutely, and a great tech option to include for this deck and this matchup. But we are going to be jumping into round 2 very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere if you want to see more Don Quixote Rosinante or other One Piece card game action, because we've got round 2 coming up just after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals from Toulouse. We are about to jump into our round 2 feature match, and we have on one side of the table another deck that has come through from previous formats in the form of Mono Purple Enel up against a new deck, and one of the newest and most surprising decks. It's Starter Deck 30, Luffy and Ace.
Yeah, finally we see something new, like a new starter deck on stream, and it is Luffy Ace. What a performance from the two brothers from the arc. Beautiful leader, very strong ability, and also very interesting to see how good this deck could be against, yeah, one of the best decks that we have since OP15. It is Purple NL, starting with going first. So he won the dice definitely, because you always want to go first against NL, and he's starting off by playing out a one-cost Pudding that searches the top 4 to find a Sanji or an event card. And there is Vari.
Yes, Charlotte Pudding primarily in there to get the...
Finally, something new. We have ST30 against NL. A little bit more exciting. And NL already started with the search. Now back to Luffy Ace, which is also searching for one with Nami. And remember, guys, this Nami has also a manga reprint, so even if she is a block 1 card, you are able to play this Nami. Also going for a second search with Jewelry Bonnie, opting to take the 3-cost Sanji, which is on your turn on 6-cost. Back to NL, and NL now on 3 dons is going to do NL things, so maybe play out the 1-cost character. Okay, it's going to play Holy for 3, and now should be maybe using one of the 0-cost events just to draw something, but I think you could also just use lead ability, right? No, he's opting to use events to draw 1 card and push his Holy up to 5 cost. Seeing Ohm, which you would love to see on your board, since Holy gives your Ohm and your Holy double attack and 6k on your opponent's turn, using a second Lightning Dragon event to draw 1 card, and now is going to swing just easy 5. Leader is on 6, and oh my god, he made a mistake, because leader is on 6, so swinging for 5 doesn't do anything. You should have used a lead ability to get the 1 don active. Never mind, he's going to play Ohm and then just pass, I would say. Okay, he's playing another event. Oh my god. So now back to Luffy Ace, which is now on 4 don. Going to see maybe Sanji played for 3, or is he going... Yes, I think he's going for Sanji. Yes, there is Sanji. And then just go 2 into 2, which goes through. Now 6 into face, which also goes through. And there is the pass. NL already on 6 don, full don available for his turn. Has 2 double attacks in form of Holy and Ohm. Is going to read Sanji just to be sure how powerful Sanji is right now. I think he's now on normal 3k, so you could try to get out of this sun. Okay, he's playing out one of the 1 costs and instantly don -1 to draw 1 card. Now 5 active dons available for him. The question is, how is he going to handle this board? I think he should also get... Oh, okay, he's getting rushed, that's right. So he can just KO Nami. Now playing another Holy, 2 Holies, a backup Holy maybe. Still some events available. Is he going to use them? Yes, there is Mamaragan. Don -2 to rest Sanji. Drawing one card. So now you Don -3 Dons. He's going double attacks into Sanji. And reducing Sanji -1, so it's 2 into 2, which asking for a 1k easy. How many cards in hand? 4. We can see that he has Senor Pink. Is he going to use another event, or is he going to... Hmm. 2 dons available. 2 active dons available. And remember, Sanji is not getting the 3k boost from the leader because leader says only your Ace and Luffy cards get 3000 power plus. Reducing Jewelry Bunny, going to use lead ability, attaching 4 Dawn under Holy, and now going for the double attack interface. Attaching, so that's 10k double attack into 6, which is going through, no trigger, event, and no trigger, Sleeping Luffy. Which is not that bad since he can rush with the 6 cost Luffy. Back to Luffy Ace on 6 Dawn now. Going to start with this 2 into 2. Resting 5 downs for Sleeping Luffy. Sleeping Luffy, when attacking, you can attach 1 rested down to your leader or one of your characters. Is going to swing 6 into Holy, I would say, or face. Did he swing in the face? Yes, he swung in the face. Insane. No 7 into face. Just ignoring board. Don't really care. And then just pass turn. Now Luffy, Sleeping Luffy becomes a 9 cost, a 9k power. But being on 2 live, having 3 double attacks available with 2 holies and 1 ohm doesn't look that good, to be honest, for ST30 Luffy. And we are only 9 minutes into the game. He's going to start with Ohm Swing into Jewelry Bunny, reducing Sleeping Luffy by 1k, so Sleeping Luffy is now on 8000 power. Asking for the hand size. I saw a lot of bricks. Could be difficult for Utopic. We can see now Radio Plate for 4 Dawn, and remember guys, if you have 4 or more events in your trash, Radio becomes 7k, 7k power and 9 cost. Ooh. Gamma Knife, reducing Luffy Now on how much? 0? Going 4 into Luffy. Oh my god, I think you should just let him die. There's no way you're going to protect this card, yes. Now still one double attack left. And lead ability also not used yet from Inal. He's going to activate lead ability, attach 4 down under no Ohm, I would say. So on Ohm is now 8,000 power. You could attach no down just to swing 9 double attack. I think that's the best play you can do right now. Since, oh, okay, starts with 6, asking for a 2k. I mean, you should have take this one because are you able to counter 9k? Yes, you are, because he has the event, which allows him to get up to 9 since leader is 6. So I think it didn't change anything, right? If you swung 9, it would have the same result like now. Anyways, back to ST30. Ace and Luffy on 8 stone right now. I'm going to play the unblockable, or let's say the you can rest a blocker, Luffy. Going to stun both holies and then swinging 6 interface, resting the blocker, Reiju. But remember, guys, even if you rest, even if you stun you both holies, you have still Ohm available, which is also double attack. And the very next turn, you can just swing with Ohm to try to get out the 2 cards out of life, or to get a little bit more hand cards out of Utopio's hand. So let's see how Giorgio King 98 will handle this situation. He's instantly resting 6 dons for the secret rare NL, which allows you to search the top 5 cards, take any card, and the crazy thing is you don't need to show your opponent the card, but you need to trash 1 card. So let's see what he's going to take. Shuffling his hand. Oh my, this game is so fast. We are on 23 minutes, and I think we are already at the almost 3 or 4 last turns. Gamma Knife could be nice to reduce Luffy, and I think he's going for Gamma Knife. Yes, that's Gamma Knife. Yeah, I think Gamma Knife is the no-brainer. The only downside is you are not able to play Gamma Knife in this turn, since it's the cost for a Gamma Knife is 2, and then you need to minus 1 don or 2 don. But you are going to get only 1 don out of lead ability active. So thinking about the card he should trash, is that Define Departure? Opting to trash Define Departure, which I would say is fine. Yes, there is Define Departure. Only downside is that your hand size is quite low. And I think Ace Luffy has a big amount of rush characters, which are also able to rest your blockers, like we saw 1 turn before from Utopic, could be a French guy. So going for lead ability, getting 1 Dawn active, attaching 4 rested Dawn under Ohm. I mean, is there anything else you could attach the Dawns? You could go for Reiju? No, no way. Why Reiju? I'm confused. Why Reiju? I mean, okay, it tries to get bored. reducing Luffy with -1, so Luffy is now 7k, but Reiju would be 11 into 7 should be fine. And I think you don't need to swing into leader since you have a lot of double attacks on your board. So he's going 12 into, I think that was the right play. 12 into Luffy, not opting to attack into life since your opponent is maybe going to take anyway, since he knows, okay, next turn we are facing 3 double attacks. Well played from Giorgio King. Resting 5 dons for Sleeping Luffy. Going to swing 8 and attaching 1 rested don under leader. Rest attached, which is technically wrong, but we are not judging. This will be, if I am the judge, this will be already a warning. Rest attaching is technically wrong. Dons can be attached or rested as a cost, but not rest attached. That's not possible. And these are rest attaching 2 more dons, going 9 into face, and then just pass. These guys are playing quite fast. Especially Utopic is not overthinking every step. He's just he's just doing his rest attaching thing, putting even his hand cards in front of the leader to show, hey, I am not afraid. You can swing double attacks 3 times. I am going to die, but I will not show you anything. Utopic has a smartwatch, which could be a little bit dangerous, since, I mean, let's say your friend is watching the stream. He could write you on WhatsApp or somewhere else, hey, he has 8k amount of counter, and you could read it out of the Apple Watch. So technically, judges did 2 things wrong. First of all, he is rest attaching, and the second thing is he should take off his Apple Watch. So we see another Reiju, then Gamma Knife going to reduce Luffy down to -3k. We have lead ability available. I would say just swing with leader into Luffy is the right decision, since leader needs 1 don attached to swing into the opponent's leader. Let Luffy die. I think that's definitely the right decision. Using lead ability to get 1 active don and attach 4 rested dons under Holy. So you could see an 8k swing into a leader. And I think that's the right play. Swing 8 with Holy. Then if he's going to counter, I would just pass. Because you have 2 blockers. I don't know how healthy NL's hand is, but you have 2 blockers. So I don't think you're going to die anyway. If he plays twice Luffy, I mean the 4-cost rush Luffy, then he needs to rest for every Luffy 1 don. Oh, I think they are up to 1 of you. Okay, they are talking about the event. Okay, he's going for 9 into 6, asking for 4k counter. It's going to take double attack, no trigger, and now you can swing. So 10 is going to use 9, and there's a pass. Yeah, I think that's over. Oh my god, these two first games are so lame. Going to play Moby Dick stage. Checking top 4 or 3. Attaching the rest attached to Dawn. Again. Playing another Moby Dick. Oh, we don't need to show the card. That's insane. I think you are going also to trash the second Moby Dick to attach the rested Dawn. No, first of all, he's going to play Rush Luffy on play, rest 1 Dawn, and then he's going to unblockable. Okay, the Giorgio King and I am also confused. He's unblockable and rest for 7. Going to take, and now Giorgio is a little bit disrespecting Utopia because it says like, what are you doing, guy? Okay, there's a fist bomb and the game is over. 2 things, guys. Remember, never rest attach a Dawn. A Dawn need to be attached active. And the second thing is, why does Utopia wear his Apple Watch? I think that's a little bit dangerous, since you could cheat if one of your friends are writing you, hey, he has this and this card, or he has this amount of counter. But anyways, game is over. NL took the win pretty easy. I would say let's wait for the next round, which will be in probably 30 to 35 minutes. So if you want to make a lunch break, make your lunch break. See you later.
Yeah, the new starter deck that we have, in my opinion, it is a very strong deck. But the problem is, first of all, against NL, you always want to go first because NL having the dice is very, very dangerous. And like I said, NL changed his deck list a little bit. Of course, there's nothing new. But in OP15, more people starting to cut Holly from their decks because the meta wasn't, or you don't need to be that aggressive. You can just play more like control, more power reduce, and then just get rid of every character and so on. But I think it changed a little bit because with Black Yellow Teach, you have one more matchup that is very hard for NL. So you have Nami and Black Yellow Teach that isn't that easy for NL. And that's why a card like Holly can help you just being super fast in this matchup and just swing with a good amount of power and just with double attack. And you can also swing double attack with that Ohm. That's very dangerous. So you have 2 double attack swings in 1 turn, or you could have 2 double attack swings in 1 turn. And that's very dangerous. So yeah, interesting to see Holly back in NL's deck. And yeah, really want to know how many people or how many NL main players starting to bring that Holly back. Because yeah, I think if it's a must-have card that you have to play for OP16, then yeah, probably every NL player is playing Holly now. But I know some NL player that are not playing this card. So what do you think about the card now and the position of this card in this deck right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think obviously double attack as a keyword has always been something that's been very, very threatening. I mean, think all the way back to Green Yellow Yamato as a leader. He was always a really, really capable leader because of that double attack opportunity. And you're seeing here with some of the key cards that we've drawn out from the deck list and from that NL matchup there, Holly being able to have double attack, and particularly against Luffy and Ace, which has that 6,000 power base level, being a 4,000 power base character, when you're combining that with your leader effect to be able to put 4 of your rested Dawn underneath the Holly, already you're swinging for those magic 2,000 power intervals against a 6k base leader, which is a really, really good place to be, even in that matchup. So imagine how strong of a place that could be. for the wider spread meta field with so many 5,000 power base leaders that are running around in the game and in the format right now. So really, really strong opportunity to be able to bring back in. Obviously, doesn't have a way to be granted banish like Yamato did with the Onami, which could you imagine if we had banish as a keyword in this deck? That would be just insane. But definitely a really, really strong re-inclusion, I think, like you say, to be able to try and deal with some of these more awkward matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. And these 4 cards are absolutely key cards in this deck. Yeah, especially the Secret Rare being the best or the second best card in this deck. I cannot decide because there's also Maharagan being in this deck. That Secret Rare is just so strong, especially going first is super, super strong because you can just bring him out so early. 10k body, you can give him 4 Rested Dawns after using a leader ability to swing 14k. It's also very strong. And yeah, we also see some event cards in this deck because this deck is not playing only characters. This deck relies on a lot of event cards, and we see 4 of them that are very important in this deck, starting off with Lightning Beast Kitten that we also saw in this match. Don -1 if your leader has in a draw 1 card, then give up to one of your opponent characters minus 1000 power during his turn. This is like the same ability as Ohm, but you don't need to swing with it. And you can recycle. That's the most important thing. You can just recycle, find another card that can help you in this situation. And then the counter ability that up to one of your inner cards gains 2000 power, very strong. Then Lightning Dragon that also have that beautiful, beautiful manga style artwork from OP15, one of my favorite cards. Don -1, draw 1 card. Then one of your opponent characters with 6000 power or less cannot be refreshed, so it's going to be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that's very, very, very strong. And then Mamaragan, we don't need to talk about this card that much because, yeah, Mamaragan is such a strong card. 2 abilities. One is the main ability, Don -2, and then you can draw 1 card, very strong, and then you can rest a character with 5000 power or less. So you go power minus, like with Gamma Knife or with Kitten, use Mamaragan, draw 1 more card, rest a 5k, swing into it. Then you have the counter ability that allows you to get 1k power. And if you have 6 or less Don, draw 1 card. You are playing NL. You're always on 6 or less Don. You cannot have 7 or 8 Don. If yes, then you don't understand the leader, obviously, because that's not allowed to do. So Mamaragan, 100% value there. And Gamma Knife, to be honest, the first time this leader was revealed in OP15, most of the people starting to build the deck, and I noticed nearly no one was thinking about how crazy Gamma Knife is in this deck. Everyone was playing like all the event cards from OP15 that Inel has as a staple, and some good cards that you can bring out on 3 or 4 Dawn and so on. And then we saw a lot of people playing Gamma Knife, and then everyone noticed, wait a minute, that card and the combinations that you have, I have to play this card. So Gamma Knife, a must have in this deck. And yeah, I don't need to say that much. Gamma Knife being a strong card since OP05, I think. This card is from OP05. So yeah, you can see the number under the card. Obviously, it's from OP05. So yeah, very strong card. Nothing much to say about NL because NL is still one of the best decks. Definitely not the best deck in format like an OP15, but still one of the best decks. But we have one more deck that we can probably talk about, Ben. It is the new starter deck, Luffy, Ace, the 2 brothers. There are 3 brothers, but Sabu's not on it. It's Luffy, Ace from the Impel Down arc that fight together. Beautiful leader, and also a deck that, in my opinion, is a little bit underrated. Because what do you think about the deck?
It's an interesting deck. I mean, you see the leader first and foremost and see 6,000 power for life and a reduction ability that is very, very easy to play and build around. And you think, okay, we could be in for something really, really strong here. Obviously, you get access to some of your traditional red cards and your red staples, things like this mono red Sanji as well, to be able to try and help close out the game. Starter deck 30 in and of itself brings some pretty great tools as well. We obviously saw the Monkey D. Luffy super rare to be able to grant itself rush and get rid of a blocker when it does go ahead and attack in, and the Can You Still Fight Luffy, of course, counter event, which as long as you have Ace and Luffy characters on the board, replaces itself into hand. We also have this starter deck 15 Ace, which does gain Rush because the leader does also include the Whitebeard Pirates trait. And then once per turn, if it would be removed from the board, you can give it minus 2,000 powers reduction instead. So definitely a really good mixture of red and green. Some of the cards we've not seen here and some of the cards that weren't shown or shown a little bit in that game. Of course, I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the very start. A card that's become a staple event for green from OP13. Brook as well from OP16, a little bit more of that traditional green approach of resting things down and being able to try and set up for a surprise game-winning swing as well with its activate main ability. The 3-cost Sanji, nice great early tempo play, becomes a 6k body on your turn to swing in with and nets you a card back in hand if your opponent does elect to KO with it. And that 5-cost Monkey D Luffy that can either make itself or the leader a 7k attacker on the turn that it's played with that when attacking ability. So really good mixture. It's definitely a bit more of an aggressive style of deck with a little bit of a control element. It's more aggressive side of mid-range than I think the control side of mid-range is. But I think the biggest thing that holds it back is, one, the fact that you have to rely so heavily on Ace and Luffy characters, and 2, the fact that you can't play any real true top end without losing power onto your leader. It's still a capable deck, and your top end is pretty decent. You've got a good deal of it across Brook, the 2 Luffys, the Ace, and the Usopp 2k counter as well, we saw in that matchup, which is a 6k body. But not having things like the 7-cost Roronoa Zoro, not having things like Goldie Roger either, any of the Edward Newgates to be able to boost up your leader a little bit more and give it double attack like the new Edward Newgate Super Rare Cannon OP16, makes it a little bit more of an awkward choice to pick.
Yep, I totally agree with that. Yeah, you need to focus on playing a lot of 6Ks in your deck, and also a lot of Ace and Luffy cards. But you have a good amount of Luffy and Ace cards that are red and green to bring. Especially, we see a lot of Whitebeard Pirates since, I would say, OP 14, 15, starting with OP 13, Blue-Red Ace, obviously. And we have the starter deck 13, also a lot of 6Ks and a new Ace. Then the Whitebeard starter deck with that Ace that we also saw, the 5-cost. So you have a good amount of cards to pick up, and also strong cards. Like, I'm a big fan of that SD13 green 4-cost 6k Rush Luffy that say on play rest 1 Don, then it's character against Rush, and when attacking rest any of your opponent's blocker abilities. Like, this ability is so strong. This is also a card that is being played in Impel Down Luffy, the blue-green one. That is very strong because you can search it, it's Impel Down. It's a very strong card to go for game, very strong card to get rid of a character that is behind a blocker. So very good cards, and in my opinion, one of the most interesting and important cards in this deck, and probably one of the most interesting cards in the future, because I don't want to talk about OP17 that much because we don't know that much yet, but we saw 2 or 3 reveals, and one of them is a leader, like the Elbaf Luffy, the black one, that gives your character with a cost of 12 or more the blocker ability. And you have a green card that can rest any blocker. Maybe this card is very important in the future, but it is already very important. So yeah, it's a strong card, and I don't have much more to say about this deck. I think this deck is in a good position. Obviously, it's not top level. Otherwise, it would be the best deck in format. But you can still make it into top cut. We saw this deck already in top cut. I'm not quite sure which tournament, but I think it was one at the first or second week of OP16. So did make it into top cut definitely. And let's see if it's also going to be in the top cut in for Toulouse, because yeah, this tournament is holding in Toulouse in France. First OP16 for us, for Europe. And I think, Ben, to be honest, we will see so many different leaders in this top cut.
I really, really hope so. It's been a while since we've had a true sort of jungle-style varied meta with a load of different leaders trying to vie for that #1 spot. And we've still got 8 more rounds to try and figure out who is going to be playing back tomorrow. So don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll have round 3 live from Toulouse. Welcome back to our coverage of the offline regionals here, live from Toulouse. We are getting ourselves ready for round number 3. And by we, I mean myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Abra Krasniqi. And Abra, we've got another really cool match up here in round 3. We've got another brand new deck. Black Yellow Teach is going to get the first eyes on it here in the feature match area. And it's going to be going up against Dracul Mihawk.
That's a very interesting one. And what I'd like to see, again, 2 new leaders that we didn't saw yet. That's why I'm a big fan of OP16, to see so many different leaders. Let's see how this matchup goes for Mihawk against one of the strongest deck, BY Teach. So a new Martial D Teach deck with 2 abilities. Opponent's turn, all of your characters gains +1 cost, very strong. Second ability, on your opponent's attack once per turn, you may trash 1 card with the trigger from your hand, and then you can just change the attack target to one of your Blackbeard type cards. So you can change it to your leader, you can change it to one of your 1-drops, like we see here, the Vasco Shot being one of the strongest cards in this deck for sure. By OnKO allows you to draw 1 card and rest is 6 cost, so that's such a strong card. So good start for both players, so 6k swing that goes through. And you see the coffee boat, also very, very important. Now Teach swinging 5k, also go through, so Mihawk goes down to 4 life, Teach on 3. And for Fordon, we see also a new card. It is the Katarina Devon.
Yeah, Katarina Devon, 4 cost 3k. She's also a 2k counter that says when attacking, select up to one of your opponent's characters. This character's base power becomes the same as that during this turn. So a Bon Clay-like effect to be able to try and copy some power on the board here. And for Caroline here, with this Dracul Mihawk, not playing up against a slash attribute leader, so not getting that +1000 powers boost, is going to swing in for 5k though. Second life goes down, second time with no trigger, and we see the Perona make its way down onto board on curve. So that's going to mean that the Devon and the Vasco Shot aren't going to be able to be rested until the end of the opponent's next end phase. We are resting the Coffin Boat now with the Dracul Mihawk effect to get 3 active Don back.
Yeah, Perona, very, very strong card. Also has a new altered version with the extra Grand Battle that you can earn by being at a good position, top 4, I think it was in the most of the tournaments. I have one of these cards, very beautiful cards. I love Perona. So we see a 5k swing from Teach. This one is getting countered out with a 2k counter Laboon. Laboon also very important against removal decks to protect your base 7Ks or less. In this matchup, you don't need you don't need Laboon, to be honest. And we see a Borsalino coming down, so each goes up to 3 life, and another Vasco Shot. So orders double Vasco Shot, Devon and Borsalino. No big body, I would say, yet, but he's on 6 Don, and there are already 4 characters. And that double Vasco Shot, these are very, very important, especially in this matchup. Because Mihawk, yeah, he has some 5 cost, 6 cost that you can just rest by using the OnKO ability from Vasco Shot.
Yeah, Vasco, definitely one of the strongest of the yellow Blackbeard Pirates engine. We've got him, San Juan Wolf, and then, of course, the big, scary 8-cost secret rare Martial D Teach that gets that selective heal on play by looking at the top 3 cards of the deck and putting one of them straight to at the top of your life. It looks like that there are 2 in hand already for our Teach player. And now Shanks, though, making its way down onto the board here for our Mihawk player. So activating its ability straight away by choosing it as the rested card for Mihawk. So that means that every character on Teach's side of the board is going to get a -1000 power reduction here.
Yeah, that Shanks now being back in Mihawk's list, very interesting. Shanks normally was a 4-off in the Emu meta. Emu is not being played that much anymore, but still Shanks there. I think it's a very strong card in nearly every matchup, to be honest. Especially against Luffy, I would say this card can help you a lot. So yeah, good curve here for Mihawk. Teach uses his lead ability by change the target of the attack to Vasco Shot, and to rest the Perona. And
Now this is
yeah.
really interesting here. We're seeing two
Wow.
sword style Rashomon getting played, KOing up to 2 of your opponent's rested characters with a base cost of 4 or less. So just dealing with the Katarina Devon here, but a really intriguing card to be including in this deck list.
Yep, absolutely right. It's very interesting, but definitely makes sense. Like I said, again, you need to tag against probably the best deck in format, or one of the best decks in format, against blue-green Luffy that plays a lot of 2 cost or less NL also. So yeah, this card can help. Now let's see if there is a big body for Teach this turn.
Yeah, there could be a really scary turn here for Marshall D Teach. I think we're up to the 8 Don we are necessary, so we could have the opportunity to play the 8 cost Teach Secret Rare. I think I also saw a copy of Zihahaha in hand as well if we wanted to play out the Teach on the next turn. This time we are just going to go with the 8 cost Teach on its own. So look at the top 3 cards of the deck. One of them is going to be able to go into life, and it will be the blocker Teach that we're going to take here. There was also the possibility to have Shiryu or Sanhan Wolf there to be able to stack in and have their triggers immediately activate next turn. But here, our Teach player just saying, you know what? I see that there's the 10 cost there. I'm happy to take an attack on Mihawk's turn and make sure I've got that blocker available to me.
Yep, absolutely right. So because there's no stage and no searches yet, so yeah, he's not being able to find the 10 cost. That is, yeah, very important and in nearly every matchup, I would say. So yeah, makes sense to bring that 10 cost into life. Also, and that's very strong about the 8 cost. You don't need to reveal the card that you put on top of your life. So yeah, it's an unknown card. And now 9 Don for Mihawk. And we saw the secret rare Mihawk in hand that can help you a lot here. Just play him out, use the leader ability to rest him. And then one of your opponent characters with a cost of 9 or less cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that 8 cost Teach will not swing in the next turn. And I think we are going to see that 9 cost Mihawk.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have the first very exciting matchup of the day. Mihawk against Teach. And Karoro is playing somehow a very OG build of Mihawk with the 7 cost Shanks. So Mihawk being turn player on how many dons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Mihawk went first. Going for the secret rare Mihawk, which allows him to rest the Mia character, getting 3 more dons, and then resting a 9 cost or less character, which Teach is technically still in the spot. Even with lead ability, Teach is 9 cost, right? So Teach is not able to be rested until the end of the opponent's turn. Back to Teach, which should be now on 10 dons. Going for maybe the stage. I don't know if he has another 8 cost or the what is that? Oh, he plays 9 cost Boa, which would be also a nice play. Healing 1 life, taking 1 life from the opponent's life. I think, but well, 10 cost Teach would also be a nice play, but I think he's opting to play Boa 9 cost, starting with the 6k swing into leader. their stage. Okay, so not opting to play board this turn. Is he maybe looking for Z? Ha 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 ha. Maybe he's looking for Z. Ha 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 ha. 1, 2, 3. No Z. Ha 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 ha. Going to take one cost. Doctor. I forgot his name. Doc Q. Doc Q. Now going for 8 to play Zeha. He had already Zeha in hand, reading the card, cheating out 10 cost, beard, and open needs to take 1 life. Also using the on-play of Marshall to teach 10 cost, so the 9 cost secret turn Mihawk is now not able to use ability next turn. It's nullified and cannot swing. So what is the answer from Karoro? Karoro is going to search for one top five for any slash character or event card. We have Law Beppo, which would be nice for the next turn if you are going to survive. We have some event, yes, the 1 cost event, which allows you to go up to 3k or stun to 7 costs. Deeply thinking what is the right pick here. She could take 9 cost Mihawk and just play him, since she's on 9 down with the rest. Okay, she's going for Mihawk. I think Mihawk is not a bad decision if you have another Law Beppo already in hand, because now you can stun the 8 cost Beard, and probably Kulkan is going to swing next turn with the 10 cost Beard. But if you are not going to play out the 9 cost Mihawk, then Mihawk was the wrong pick, definitely. There it is. 9 cost Mihawk, resting 9 dons, going to use a lead ability to rest the secret trail, just played Mihawk. Getting 3 more dons, stun the 8 cost Beard. And now is the question, how are you going to swing if you are going to swing? Going for an easy 6k. Does have a lot of events in hand, so maybe opting not to use any Dawn just to be safe for the events. Yes, there is the block. Now you have still 2 more swings. I would just swing 7 with the 7 cost Shanks and with leader. Going to rest 1 cost. Could be a take. Yes, there is a take. No trigger. And now just swing 5 into lead, right? There is no reason why you should put 3 dons under leader. I mean, it really depends. Is he going for game next turn? Then you can attach Don. Then you need to keep up the dons. If Kulkan is going to play 1 more defense turn, then you can. Okay, she is opting to attack into the 1 cost, and the 1 cost on KO ability allows you to rest 1 card. So she forgot the end of turn ability of the stage, right? Yes, she forgot to activate 1 Don out of the stage. Which can happen, but should not happen, since you are really maybe need the 1 Don more out of the stage. And I think it's not a mandatory. I think it's up to 1 Don, right? So you need to remember, I need to restand 1 Don out of stage. All right, we start with search out of the stage from Kulkan's side, taking search event, going 5 into lead. using one of the Mihawk ability to protect. Then he's going to search with this is my era. Top 3 can take any Blackbeard card, opting to take the 1 cost Doc Q. I'm going to rest 9 Dawn. Yes, 9 Dawn. That's a smart play because now she heals up 1 life and the opponent is taking 1 life, and Karo is not looking good. Since you have 1 blocker, 1 8 cost, which you can wait with both Mihawks, you're able to stun 2 cards, so it's not that bad. But the question is, what are you going to play this turn? Karoro, what are you going to do? I mean, even if you have Law and Beppo, it isn't that powerful since you need to rest at least 1 of the cards, and okay, it's going for 7 interface. Why 7? Why not just swing 6? I mean, if he's on 3 life, I think he will take anyway. Okay, Scararo looks like she is pretty unsure what she should do here. I mean, her body language is like, oh my god, I am cooked. But you have 2 Mihawks, so you can stun 2 characters. I think there's still a spot to... And you have plenty of events, so you're not going to die. Okay, using Deadman's Game to rest blocker and boa. And now using lead ability to rest stage and get 3 more rounds. So what's the case? Is she trying to remove board or is she trying to go for game? I think she's trying to go for game. There's 9k swing. I mean, how many swings do you need to make? You need to make 4 swings because you have lead ability. Oh, draw 2 and then wait, draw 1 and then you can cheat out the character or something like that. I think yes, you can cheat out the character out of the trash, and with lead ability you can retarget to the character. So he's opting to take 1 Augur, and I'm not really familiar what 1 Augur is doing. I think he's KOing something or resting something. If your leader has the Blackbeard type, draw 1 card and give up to 1 of your opponent's leader or character -1. Okay, it's strong. Now going for phase 10 and stunning Blackbeard. So this is the point where you could use your lead ability to retarget the attack to 1 Augur and then 1 Augur on KO, draw 1 card, and -3k leader or 1 of the Mihawks. And I think you should take definitely the active Mihawk. Karoro, you could still win even if he has a very big hand size. She didn't use lead ability, so she have 5 dons, 8 dons available with lead ability. Is going to retarget to 1 Argo, just as I said. Draw 1 card and then you can -3k. Is he going into leader maybe? Because leader is then only 2k, so you need to attach 5 dons to go up to 7 or 7 dons to go up to 9, which is quite expensive, and the last 2 swings would be 7, 9, 10, but he's opting to -3. The active Mihawk, which is now a 7k, still a threat. Did she forget to use lead ability? Or did she use lead ability and I didn't saw it? I think she didn't use lead ability. I don't see the problem here because she's on a very good spot with Mihawk. She can still stun Boa, right? Okay, so Kulkan will have only 2 available swings, and one of these 2 will be the blocker. I just saw he have Zehaha in his hand, so he can get rid of the life, which is a little bit bad, to be honest. But they have still. Okay, he has also 10 cost beard. Oh, okay. That's. I mean, even if you manage to play a blocker, it will not help you out in any way. So she's going for 9 interface. Seems like 9, 10. Asking if she used lead ability already, and she says no. Maybe she forgot the lead ability, and now he reminded her. So 9 interface, which is easily countable for Kulkan. And I think she didn't announce. Oh, wait. All your characters gain 1 cost. Oh, I forgot. Marshall did teach give all of your characters. It doesn't have to be Blackbeard Pirate. So you cannot stun Boa. That's very unfortunate. He's going to take and have a potential trigger. Nah, I think Karoro is cooked. Oh my god. He's going to play. He could also play Bar. No, he cannot play Boars. He's going to play Katrina DeVoe. And if you play 2k, then you know I am pretty fucking safe, even if you swing 10. No, 11, sorry, because she gets 3 more dons. And showing her that no, she's not able to stun Boa because Boa is 10 cost. Since leader ability gives all of your board 1 cost plus, right? Ludvigano. So how is she going to handle? Is she going to go all in, or does she try to just make some poke damage to get some cards out of hand? Is using finally lead ability to get 3 more dons, have 6 dons, and she tries to go all in with 11. Why are you swinging 11 if it shows you? Oh my god. Why did she not wait 1 more turn? I mean, she had like 4 events in hand. I don't know. To be honest, I didn't saw the first 10 minutes, so I don't know what she did in the beginning, but trying to go all in, if he used a 2k, if he played a 2k out of hand, out of the trigger, is definitely the wrong decision. I mean, that's like 90% the lose, but just waiting 1 more turn and try to survive with the amount of events you have in hand would be maybe the better. Look at Ben's face. Abra is a little bit dressed up, looks good, nice man. But Ben, Ben. But yeah, let's make another break for the next game.
You can die so fast. It's so crazy because you have to take 1 life, and then big swings are coming like 10k, 12k leader, and so on. So it's very, very dangerous, and that's why, yeah, she had to go for game. And with that amount of counters in hand, also he played out that Devon, so there was one more 2k in hand that if he has to still need her to counter out, then he wouldn't play her out. But he has enough counter after still playing a Devon after the board trigger. So that means, yeah, strong performance from Teach. Yeah, I think the matchup should be fine also for Teach, to be honest. But Miok is, in my opinion, Miok is one of the decks that it's very hard to say how his position is, because it's not a bad leader. It's a very, very strong leader. And in my opinion, a leader, we have the same position for Miok last set. The first 1 to 2 months, nearly no one was playing or thinking of bringing Miok into tournaments. And then people noticed, wait, this leader is so good into so many different matchups. You have a very strong leader ability, or two very strong leader abilities. One is being a 6k leader against Slash leaders is so strong. And then you're playing with 13 dons, let's say, because you can rest one card to, if there's a character with 5 cost or more, and then just rest the card to get 3 dons back as active, is very, very strong. And a lot of cards that you can play in your deck are just very, very, very good at the moment, I would say. And that's why I would say Miok is a sleeper deck, I would call it. It's a sleeper deck. So if you know how to play with the stack, and if you are confident, then I would say if you want to play a green deck, definitely go for that Dracul Miok that we are going to see now. So let's start with the leader very quick. We talked about the leader ability. So being a 6k leader against Slash leaders, first very, very strong ability. And then, yeah, to restand some dons if you have a character with 5 cost or more. Not you, if there is a character with 5 cost or more. Very important to know, because I noticed a lot of people didn't know that at the beginning of OP14, that they thought you have to have a 5 cost or more character, but it's on board. So if your opponent has one and you're not, you can still use your leader ability. Very strong. And then 3 key cards that we saw in this matchup. One of them, 5 cost Perona, that she bring out on 5 Don. One of my favorite cards. I really, really love this card. Up to 2 of your opponent 5 cost or less character cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. That's very strong. So you just get rid of 2 attacks. That's so good, especially against aggressive decks like Enel or blue-green Luffy. That's very important. And then you have the OnKO ability. And yeah, Ben, then there are 2 more cards, Miok and Shanks. Maybe we can start talking about that Shanks first.
Yeah, Shanks is an interesting one, because like you say, as an Emu player, seeing a Shanks across the table for me used to be a bit of a bane of my existence, saying, oh, my Shepherd Jupiter, it's not giving my 7,000 power boost. How very, very dare you? But being able to not only get that minus 1,000 power resting capability on your opponent's turn, but also rest an opponent's character with 7k base power or less when it does become rested, means that you don't necessarily need to have the character to have rush. You just rest it down with the Mihawk leader ability, you get your 3 Don reactivated, and then stop a potential attack or blocker from coming in on that next turn. So really, really cool to see that this card is coming back into the format and into choice for Mihawk players. And then, of course, the secret rare for the deck, Dracul Mihawk, the 9 cost 10k that is able to freeze down a 9 cost or less character and turn a card in your hand into a 2k counter. We've seen how strong abilities like that have been in games and in leaders before. Red Blue Ace being a prime example of that. This here again being a really, really strong example.
Absolutely. So very, very strong cards there. And also the 7 cost Shanks could be a card that you can play maybe in the new Shanks that is coming up very soon with OP17, because we know there is a green Shanks leader coming. We don't know the ability yet, but we know that there is a Shanks leader coming. Maybe the 7 cost is one of the cards that you need to play. So yeah, very strong card. Talked about Perona, we talked about Miok, but there are still some more very strong cards. Like we know that nearly every Miok is also running 5 cost Carrot. I am a big, big fan of Carrot, and I think everyone loves Carrot. It's a strong card because to freeze one of your opponent character with cost of 7 or less when attacking and on play. Double ability, first of all, very strong with on play and when attacking. And 7 cost or less, that's a very strong cost to just freeze. We have Electrical Luna that does the same. We have the freeze event of Luffy that is doing the same, and Carrot also freezing 7 cost or less. So yeah, Carrot very, very important. And also very important is 6 cost blocker law. That I would say every green deck is running the 6 cost law. I don't know there's a green deck that is not playing this card, because you can bring back 1 card from your hand, from your board to your hand, and then play out a 5 cost or less rested. So you can bring back a Searcher, that is very important, and then play out a card like Carrot or Perona. So 6 cost law, one of the strongest cards that green has. And also if you have 1 or less life, this character gains blocker. So law cards are always so strong, and I think this combo is very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrot in particular is one of those cards that used to be a real trouble for Jewelry Bonnie. Used to be able to play that down and really cause havoc. Continues to freeze down whatever you've rested with your leader ability on the turn before. It's a really, really strong tool. And like you say, Electrical Luna to be able to just keep that tempo going. It's been running around in a lot of green decks in the format right now, and for very, very good reason. But we did see the winning deck in that round was Black Yellow Marshall D Teach, and we had a funny feeling that we were going to be seeing this deck quite a lot throughout the day, predominantly thanks to its top end. 8 cost Teach, 10 cost blocker Teach, the Zihaha event as well, to be able to cheat them out early is just such a really, really oppressive top end.
It is absolutely so. You have 2 very strong abilities, especially the first one. And this matchup was very important. Yeah, with that Boar being a 10 cost and not a 9 cost. Because if she was able to freeze both, she can definitely play 1 more turn. That's for sure. But yeah, being a 10 cost there is very important. We have Ziahaha, also the manga event of the set. That is beautiful. I pulled it in pre-release, and I'm such a big fan of this card. The gold-black style of it, it looks so much fun. And I think we can agree that Teach has the most aura in One Piece with his love. The Zihaha is just so crazy. And yeah, OP09 Marshall D Teach also has a manga card and a SP card, the wanted poster. What a card. It is one of, if not the best card that Marshall D Teach from OP09 has. The black one, and the black yellow one, of course, is also playing it. And you have 2 very strong Teach cards that you can bring out with the Zihaha. And that's very, very strong. And then the 8 cost secret rare. First of all, he's not leader locked. That is very, very good. So you can also play him in every single yellow deck. You don't need to reveal the card from the top 3 from your on play ability that you're picking, that you decided to bring on top of your life. So your opponent doesn't know what is coming next. So that's very dangerous. And then imagine being an 8k body that is 8 cost body, 10k, that has still. Is it the best trigger ability in game, Ben? What do you think? I think it is the best trigger ability right now.
It's really, really strong. I mean, in terms of the standard rotation and in a current sort of standard battle, I think it's definitely got to be up there, negating the effect of up to one of your opponent's characters during the turn and then KOing a 5 cost or less. I mean, in an era where there's so much KO protection running around as well, being able to strip that away and get rid of something. I mean, one of Emu's great strengths was its KO protection. As soon as you get 7 or more cards in the trash, now all of a sudden, if you're playing up against Emu and they're trying to go for game, you can get rid of something like their Mars. You could turn off the Jupiter 7k boost as well during their turn. It's just a really, really strong ability to be able to have on trigger. And then, of course, the chance to stack your life and know exactly what trigger is going to be there because you search the top 3 cards of the deck for the card that you go ahead and heal up with. It's absolutely insane. And combining with some of these triggers that are in engine to be able to play with as well, San Juan Wolf, Vasco Shot, Katarina Devon, even Shiryu as well, which maybe not necessarily utilized for its trigger ability to draw 2 cards, still a pretty useful trigger to be able to grab in a pinch.
Absolutely. So you have so many great cards, and that's why I think this deck is really one of the best decks. Like, you have consistency with this stage, with My Era, with Lafitte, if you decided to play him. You have great 4 costs like San Juan. You have Katarina Devon. You have Burgess from OP09. You have great 1 cost that turns into 2 costs on your opponent's turn. That is also very important. Like Von Augur, you have Doku against Enel, one of the most important cards. And the best one of the strongest cards in this deck is Vasco Shot. Vasco Shot is just so good. And also, every single one drop that has the on-KO ability allows you to draw one card. And that is so strong. And the trigger ability, just playing out the on-KO ability, is so good. And yeah, San Juan, very important card against aggressive decks. Being a 7k leader is very good. But also something, it didn't came up that often, but it will came up definitely one time. You can also make the base power of one of your characters to 7k. So not only leader, it's also character, or pushing 2k, not 7k. So if the character has 4k, you can make the character to a 6k. The trigger ability is strong, 4 cost 5k. And then Shiryu, yeah, that's definitely one of the most important cards in this deck, especially if you have the curve going second on 2 Don, double searcher, high roll, on 4 Don, San Juan Wolf, or Burgess, or 6 Don Shiryu, on 8 Don Teach, 8 cost, and on 10 cost Teach, or ZR into 10 cost. If you see this curve, you're winning nearly every single matchup. And that's how strong this deck is. Shiryu hitting up 1 life by trashing 1 card from your hand and bringing up a 6 cost or less character from your trash to your life is very important. You can just trash Shiryu with Shiryu and bring it up in life, so you draw 2 cards. Very strong. 8k body, so a good stat line. So nothing more to say about this deck. It's so consistent. We see 4 more cards in this deck. Starting off with Boa Hancock, because this is the most interesting one that he decided to bring, because not every Teach player is playing that 9-cost Boa. First of all, it's also 7 Warlord. Not important for this deck, but just fits to this leader because he's also a 7 Warlord. But still, because of the leader ability, not the leader ability, the character ability of Boa Hancock, you need to have a 7 Warlord leader. That's why you can bring, you can play and bring that Boa Hancock into your deck. Healing up 1 life, your opponent has to take 1 life. Very strong. 9 cost, 10k, very strong. But you also have a trigger ability again. So a target that you can discard with your leader. And also, like we saw in this game, if this character is in your life, you can just play out a character with trigger with power 6k or less. So you can play San Juan Wolf, you can play Katarina Duran from your hand. That's so strong. Basilino, Ben, you don't need to talk about Basilino that much. I think this card is a must have in every single yellow deck. Maybe nearly the same goes for Baby 5, one of the most consistent 2Ks we have in the game. Only downside, you need to have a multicolored leader to have the trigger ability, but it's a 2k, 4 cost 5k, good stat line. Draw 2 cards as a trigger. You can play 8 cost Teach if you have a Baby 5 there. If you want to have more cards in hand, just bring the Baby 5 on top. Yeah, and Vasco Shot is the best 1 cost that you have in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Baby 5 as well, so important, because I think one of the slight struggles that the Teach leader can have, similar to Mono Black Marshall D Teach back in OP09, is that hand size. It can whittle down very quickly if you're using early searches with things like your fuller lead stage. If you're trashing away using the leader ability quite early as well, you can whittle down out of hand very quickly indeed. So some options just to refill that hand, give you some more fodder to be able to throw away to the leader ability, and some extra counter as well is always very nice. So definitely a big deck and a big contender from OP16 that we will need to be keeping an eye on throughout the weekend. But we've got plenty more action to bring you across day 1 here today, but we're going to take an extended period, an extended break here where the players have a lunch break. So we suggest that you do too. But come back and be refueled for the remainder of day 1, because we've still got so much more action to bring you live from Toulouse. So don't go too far. We'll be back in about an hour's time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game. Ben Fitzpatrick and Abra Krasniqi here with you. We've still got a little bit of time before we get back joined in to the second half of day one. So we wanted to take this opportunity to have a little bit more of an exploration into some of the new leaders and archetypes that are coming out and have been released in OP16. Because we said at the top of the show, Abra, this is a set where every single leader potentially looks pretty viable.
Yep, absolutely right. And we're probably going to talk about the best deck in format, I would say. Let's talk about a blue-green OP16 Luffy. So Impel Down Luffy being one of the best, if not the best deck in this format. Let's talk about the lead ability first. Activate main once per turn. Your only characters on your board are Impel Down. You can just restand 2 dons. So you can make 2 rested dons back as active. And first, when this leader was revealed, I noticed, wait, a type green Luffy leader that we had from EBO2 with GP Luffy that also had nearly the same ability by saying if you have only straw heads, you can restand 2 dons. I noticed restand don leaders are very dangerous, especially if it's Luffy. Luffy leaders are always good. And then I saw more and more and more, and I understand more and more and more Impel Down cards that was revealed for this deck. And yeah, I think we can all agree this deck is just so strong. Let's talk about the first card for this deck that is very important and very strong. It is Boa Hancock. Again, a very beautiful altered artwork, especially the altered looks so good. Very good stat line with being a 7 cost 9k is very good. Unblockable ability, Ben. That's a keyword that we talked about that is very important right now. And then the on-playability up to one of your opponent characters other than Monkey D. Luffy. Of course, it has to be other than Monkey D. Luffy. Otherwise, this Boa Hancock card is not a true Boa Hancock card. Cannot be rested until the end of your opponent next turn. That means if you target a blocker, you cannot block with this card. Or this card cannot attack. That's very, very strong. And for this deck, that means on 7 Don, you play that Boa Hancock, you use your leader ability, and if you have only Impel Downs, you just have to pay 5 dons for this card, and you still have 2 dons left. And then, Ben, there's right now my favorite package that we have in the One Piece card game. It is the Impel Down package with 1 card. You can talk about it a little bit with the Prison of Impel Down. This card is not normal, Ben.
Yeah, I love Prisoner of Impel Down. It has been so long since we've had a card in the game that has broken the rules in terms of quantities of cards. I think it's all the way back in OPO1 with Pacifista was the last time that we had a card. You could include as many copies of it in your deck as you like. And Prisoner of Impel Down, was there one more?
Yeah, from the Cracker, the soldiers.
Oh, the Biscuit Soldiers.
The Biscuit Soldiers. You can also play a lot of copies of them. But yeah, only these 2, and now Prisoner.
Yes, and this one's probably the strongest of the lot as well, because it's a 6 cost 6k body, it's a 2k counter, and this super rare buggy makes a really great versatility of it. Not only can you play out a Prisoner of Impel Down along with this buggy super rare on play, but also once per turn, you can make one of your Prisoner of Impel Downs a blocker for the turn on your opponent's attack declaration. Doesn't mean you have to use that blocker straight away either. You can save it for the rest of the turn, but it's really strong and really versatile.
It is. That's such a good combination to play the buggy into Prison of Impel Down. Also allows you to draw 1 card. On 5 Don, play out 2 6k buddies. One of them is also a blocker with that 5 cost buggy, and then use your leader ability to get 2 dons back to play out a 2 cost or 1 cost character, or swing 7 with your leader. This is so strong, and this package is not only good in this deck, it's also very strong in Blue Buggy that we are going to talk about later on. We still have a lot of rounds left, and we hope to see Blue Buggy on stream, and if not, we are still going to talk about this deck later on. But yeah, this is a very strong package, but we have more cards for this deck that is very strong. So let's have a look into the next cards that we have. 3 cards, and let's start with one of the staple cards in this deck. It is Monkey D. Luffy 1 cost. A very, very cool artwork there again, with a ability that is quite new. And to be honest, Ben, these 1 cost searchers that are new from OP15 with Lucy, that we have Rebecca being a searcher with a different ability, with Luffy that has a different ability. We don't have searchers like back in the days that are just searchers and that's it. We see more searchers being more important in this game and doing more than just searching for a card and being 2k body that you have to give 3 dons to swing 5 into leaders, or 4 dons to swing 6 into leaders that are 5 or 6Ks. This Luffy does have another ability that is very strong. So Don times 1, your turn, for every single character with a different name, this character gains 1k push. So if you have 5 characters with different name and you give this Luffy 1 don, this character swings 6k for 1 don. And it's a 1 cost searcher that on play, look at the top 3 and look for an Impel Down card. And yes, you can search Luffy by himself. And that is so strong. So we compare searchers back in the days, like let's say OPO1 Nami, that first only searches characters, but then it was restricted because it was the wrong ability. It looks for a card, not character. So top 5 search a Straw Hat character, let's say. So that's very strong still, because it makes your deck consistent. But now you have searchers that can search themselves and has a second ability. Only downside, yes, 0k power, but you can change it so easily with this deck. So yeah, very strong searcher there. And then, to be honest, Ben, this is, in my opinion, the second best card in this game right now. It's Mr. 3 Galdino, Ben. Let's talk about the ability.
Mr. 3 has become a immediate auto include in so many decks that run blue. I mean, obviously, blue-green Luffy, blue Buggy, Nami's running this card, Ace is running this card. So many cards that have blue and so many decks that have blue are bringing Mr. 3 Galdino into their builds. 4 cost 5k with a 1k counter, which activates mains to trash itself, draws 2, and freezes down a character as well. You remember when Sanji's Pilaf was in the game? Well, now we've got it on a 4 cost 5k body that can also freeze something, and in Luffy is a 2 cost 5k body because you can restand the Don. You can already start to see the insane value engine that this deck can generate.
It's so crazy, and I love to see Mr. 3 being an MVP. He's just such a cool character, and I just love to see that he's one of the best cards that we have right now. But next to Mr. 3, Ben, there's another really, really important and strong cards. Let's go to the Navy headquarters. A beautiful artwork again. Like, I love to see the artworks, how it changed from OP01 to OP16. The more and more, so much love that Bandai is putting into the artworks, that all of the illustration are put so much love to it. So main ability, normally this event card costs 1 don, but you need to rest 6 don, so for a total of 7 don. If you have 5 characters, again with a different name, you just restand every single card. That is your leader and a character, not the dons, of course. That would be way too good. But this card, again, with your leader ability, only costs 5, and you just need to have 5 different characters with different names, and you can just go for game by swinging with every single character and your leader 2 times. Like, imagine having a board with Prisoner, Buggy, one of the Luffys, doesn't matter if it's the 1 cost or the 4 cost. The 4 cost is even better, of course. And then let's say a Boar and one of the 2 costs that are also there in the deck that are really strong. And then your leader, you just go out for game with 12 swings. This is so good. And it's not enough. This card is also a counter event that gives your leader 3k push during this battle. So very strong card. You can search it. It's super consistent. It's one more card to go for game. And if you want to go for game, this is definitely the card that, if you're playing against this deck, you really need to be you really need to look for this card, because yeah, you can just die in, like, if this deck sees very good, you see his curve and he high rolls like crazy, there's a chance you are on 8 don, and next turn it's the last turn. So that's why this deck is so strong. And really looking forward to see this deck performing today. We will see this deck for sure on stream. And also, Ben, my guess, it's the deck that we are going to see the most in Top Cut.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be very, very well, or has the capacity to be very, very well converted. Because, like you say, it can go really, really low to the ground really quickly. We didn't mention some of, like you say, the 2-drops that are in the deck. Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 predominantly replace themselves in hand on play as well with their ability to draw 1 card. You've also got the opportunity with that Let's Go to the Navy headquarters. Remember, you've got your restand ability with the leader. So it's actually technically a 5-Don restand event as long as you've got 5 characters with different names and, importantly, the impel down trait as well. They all have to have that same trait to make sure that that event works. But as you say, Aber, it's a deck that has the capacity to either go really, really low to the ground really, really quickly, or build up, get some nice consistency, and go and build up towards that big Let's Go to the Navy headquarters event.
Absolutely right. Spot on there. And I just love to see a Luffy Impel Down leader that plays Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3, and Buggy, and all of the prisoners.
And Croc as well. We've not mentioned Croc.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Crocodile, 4-cost. And the 6-cost from SC13 too. More cards that you can play and that you definitely play. At least the 4-cost. You need to play very, very strong card. Bouncing back at 2-cost or more, playing out the 2-cost again. So strong. So yeah, big fan of the deck. And one of the decks that I will probably main because it's just so fun to play. And I also think the players that play on high level, like the pro players, I think nearly everyone is playing this, or NL or Teach. I would say these 3 are, most of them are playing it. But we also have Nami there, Red Shanks. Also, Red Shanks is there, yeah? We have a new card with Red Shanks that is there. And what else? Rosinante, of course, yeah. These decks are really the best decks. But there's one more deck, Ben, that we are going to talk about. And it's a deck, in my opinion, that is also a deck that can beat every single deck on top of this meta. But, of course, it's a deck that, yeah, it's not that easy to play against the best decks in format, but still you have a lot of matchups that you are favored into it, and it's Purple Sengoku from OP16. So let's have a look into Purple Sengoku from OP16. This leader, in my opinion, is again a little bit underrated. Activate main, you may return 8 of your active Don cards from your field, and then you can just bring out these 3 aura characters, yeah, maximal aura characters, Kuzan, Zakatsuki, and Borsalino. Also, our manga cards of this set, so we have the 3 admirals as the manga card of OP16. First of all, Kuzan, my favorite one out of these 3. I'm a big Kuzan fan. Yeah, it's just such a cool character. On play, Rams Dons, yeah, as rested, I think. So 2 Dons is very important because after -8, you don't have any Dons left on 8 Dons, but these admirals can give you the Dons back. And the second ability, activate main once per turn, Don -1, up to one of your opponent characters cannot use their block ability during this turn. We see a lot of blockers now in a lot of decks that are very important. So it's nearly the same as unblockable, I would say, but even better because not this card has the ability. You can just not block with the card in general for the whole turn. That's very, very strong. Stat line 7-cost 8k, very good. Same stat line we have for the other 2 admirals there. We have Zakatsuki. We talked about this card, Ben, being one of the strongest cards in Navy decks for sure. Yeah, Inel cannot play this card because it's 7 Don, but Rosinante can play this card and needs to play this card. But we also have Sengoku playing this card, and we talked about the ability. Don -1, -6k until the end of your opponent's next turn. You can get rid of a character, activate main, rest 1 active Don, get back 2 active Dons from your Don deck. This is just so strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's one of the biggest key reasons why the Sengoku deck works in general. It's very, very easy to look at. And I think a lot of people were rightfully a little bit hesitant when it first got revealed until we actually found out what the Admirals did to look at the leader ability and go, okay, 8 active Don is a very, very hefty price to be able to pay to be able to play all 3 of the Admirals out. But Then when we saw that Kuzan returned some of that Don, Sakazuki has the capability to return some of that Don, as does Borsalino as well, with Borsalino setting up the ability to use Sakazuki's activate main, because one of the Don you get back from Kizaru actually comes back as active. So you can immediately use that, funnel into the Sakazuki effect, and by the time that you redraw your Don in your refresh phase of your next turn, you're back up to 8 Don again.
Absolutely right. And that's what is so strong about this deck. And yeah, also Borsalino, a very strong card, very consistent card. My problem with this deck at the beginning was, okay, if you have to ramp very fast, of course you want to go first, because then you're ramping very fast. You can just bring out the characters way faster than your opponent has a good board, because you're playing 3 8k buddies on your third or fourth turn when your opponent only has like 1 or 2 characters on board. So how can you find these 3 admirals that early? But we have a lot of cards for it. So let's have a look into the next cards. And to make this deck even consistent, more consistent, we have 1 cost Kobe, 1 cost Buddha Sengoku, and 1 cost Marineford. So 2 of these cards, just look for the top 5 and find a Navy card. So you can just try to find that one of the admirals. But that Buddha Sengoku can find 2 of them, because look at top 5 and you can just pick up 2 cards. But then you have to trash 1 card from your hand. But let's say you have a Sengoku in hand already. Not a Sengoku, a Borsalino in hand. You just play out a Buddha and you are missing on the other 2 admirals. You can just search them with that 1 card and you already have all 3 in hand. So all of these 3 cards just help you a lot by finding all 3 admirals until your 8 or 9 Don turn to bring them out. So that's very, very important. So this package is a must-have. You need to play them 4 times. And yeah, we talked about Marineford and Rosinante, but we didn't talk about Marineford and Sengoku. Again, it's very strong. If you're just missing on something for an admiral, you can still use that stage to fund it, to draw 1 card, trash 1 card. If you have all of these 3 admirals, if there's a Sakatsuki at least on board that allows you to ramp 2 Dons every single turn, you can use the Marineford and you don't notice it that you're losing 1 Don, because that Sakatsuki is balancing all of your Dons again. So you are not playing with 2, 3, 4 Dons only. So you are staying on a high level on Dons, and that's very, very important for this deck. And yeah, you have your buddies, you have your searchers, you have your ramp with Rosinante with the 5 cost Garb and 5 cost Sengoku that are really, really important. You can also play 4 cost Bonclay from EB01 in this deck. If you have to go second, just play it out on 4. So yeah, you have so many options for this deck, and that's why I think this is an underrated deck. But I'm not sure if this is a deck that I'm considering to bring for a regional. For fun, yes. I'm also trying this deck out for locals at least once, because yeah, it is fun. But it's not a deck when I see this deck in Top Cut, I'm like, oh, I did not expect to see it, because yes, you can make it into Top Cut with this deck, definitely.
Yeah, the one thing, even though with Sengoku, as we've mentioned about with the Kobe, Buddha Sengoku, Marineford, Suru as well, you're running a maximum of 16 searches in the deck to be able to find those 3 admirals. It is Emu. But with Sengoku, if you're not hitting all 3 admirals, if you're not re-ramping basically all of your Don for your leader effect back by the time you hit your next refresh phase, you are missing out on a lot of tempo, and things become very, very awkward for you very, very quickly. But as Abra said, it's a deck that when it works, and if you find all those key pieces, is one that can be really, really threatening to have the potential to get 3 8k bodies out by turn 3 or turn 4, depending on how well you ramp. That's a break point that quite a few decks might not be able to get over.
Absolutely right. And yeah, nothing to add on. So maybe we will see a Sengoku today on stream. But Ben, we can finally announce the next match that we are going to see. And I see the leaders now that we are going to see on stream. One of them is not surprising me that much, but the other one is surprising me. We have Roger against Yamato.
Yeah, Goldie Roger is a really interesting one to be brought forwards here into the OP16 format. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of extra red cards that have come into the fold, predominantly Edward Newgate, one of the new super rares out of OP16, giving your leader plus 2,000 power and double attack during your turn. So turning Roger into a 9k double attacking leader is kind of really frightening when you think about it. But then on the other side, we're gonna have Yamato, and we've been mentioning this deck a couple of times and its possibility to loop that 6 and 8 cost combination.
Absolutely right. So Yamato being a new leader from OP16, a leader that is surprisingly very good, in a good position, has a lot of good matchups. Yeah, also some bad matchups. Every deck has a bad matchup. That's definitely confirmed. So there's no deck with no bad matchups. But this matchup is the first time that I see. Of course, I did not expect to see Roger doing a good job, but we see Roger there. And wow, I'm looking forward for this matchup. That's for sure. If we have a look into the double 8 costs Yamato, yeah, if we try to understand how important are they in this matchup, of course, you always have to play out the 8 costs, because that your deck only relies on the 6 cost Yamato and the double 8 cost, also 9 cost Momonosuke, of course. But 8k buddies that has to swing at least 8 or 9k, because you don't have that much dons after playing like 9 cost Sengoku. Not Sengoku, I have Sengoku in my mind because we talked about it. 9 cost Momonosuke. If you're playing out for 9 Don, you can bring out a 6 cost Yamato from your trash. Problem there, your leader is 5k, the Yamato is 5k, and you have to play against a leader that is normally on 7k, or can also be on 9k with the promo 8 cost Roger, or the 7 cost Zoro from EBO4, that this deck is 100% running. So this could be a problem, because you cannot swing with your leader, you cannot swing with the 6 cost Yamato, and you can also not swing with the 9 cost Momonosuke if you bring him out with the double combo from 5 cost Momo and the 2 cost I forgot her name, to be honest.
Shinobu.
But, Shinobu, exactly. That's the combo that you have to bring out 9 cost Momonosuke from trash. And yeah, you cannot swing with them, because the leader is 7k, the Roger, in the late game, or even 9k. And the 8 cost Yamatos, after playing out a 9 cost Momonosuke for 9 Don, only swing 8k into the leader. If you are a 7k leader, you only need to pitch a 2k to defend this attack. If you are a 9k leader, this Yamato cannot swing into Roger. So, to be honest, I see Roger here in a better position in this matchup, but Roger depends on seeing ramp, depends on seeing his important cards like 7 cost Zoro, like 8 cost promo Roger, and also, and that's one of the most important cards, it's just the early ramp. We have Bullet there that allows him to ramp. We have Scopagaban that allows him to ramp. Also Bonclay, if he has to go second. The event that is very important there, so he can ramp. So if you don't see your ramp, it's very tough then, to be honest.
Yeah, that's always been kind of the one of the make or breaks with Goldie Roger, isn't it? If you don't find your Douglas Bullet on turn 2, if you don't find your Kazuki Odins, even if you're playing them, Gaban, because remember, depending on the dice roll, the curve that you get forced onto, you do have to attach one of those Don that you draw for the start of your refresh phase onto your leader. You don't start off as a 7,000 power base. You only get to that point by the time that you have your full 10 Don on the field. So it's going to be really intriguing to see how this pairs up against the mono black Yamato deck, which, as we mentioned, needs a couple of turns in the early game to start to filter up its trash, to create that engine ready for the 6 and 8 cost Yamatos to be ready. But it looks like our players are at our feature match table and ready to get us underway for round number 4. We are going to have our Yamato player as Isabel.
Finally, we have Yamato against Roger, and Yamato is going. Oh, Yamato. Isabel Bert is going first. against Serkan. Going to search top 4 with Nami, and remember guys, with this search you need to trash the remaining cards. Going to take a Robin, trashing 8 cost Yamato, another Nami searcher, and so on. And Roger is doing Roger stuff. Remember, because he hadn't any dons, he doesn't need to attach the one don before he starts the turn, so he is doing everything right now. Opting to take Define Departure, attaching one don, and just pass the turn. Back to Isabel Bert with Yamato on 3. I would say Yamato is definitely preferring to go second, but you can still play Yamato also on the first line, which means on 7 Dawn you can play the 6 cost Yamato, or if you want and already managed to get one Yamato in trash, you could also use the event which asks you for 7 Dawn, 1 to as a cost and 7 to rest. But anyways, I mean, Isabel Bert made it up to round 4 undefeated with Yamato, so she knows what she's doing. And first of the swings is she going to take. Then we see the ramp with Burgess, which allows him to get one rested on. Burgess, a very strong card. Seeing at least 2 of this card on board is something you opt to do with Roger, because Burgess becomes, as soon as you reach, I don't know how many dons you need, but he will reach at 6k. So had very good stats with 1k counter, being able to ramp 1 don and being a 6k character. Yamato starts with an easy 5k swing, which goes through. No trigger, I will assume. Yeah, oh, 8 cost Roger, very important for the 8 don turn. Then we have a very big swing. No, it isn't big, but it is a swing. 5k into 6k, 5k interface. No, wait, how many dons? 5 dons, 7k interface. Back to Roger, how many dons? 3, 6. So 4 more dons to get the 7k power. Going to start 2 adds 2. Then we have 6k at leader, which could be countered out, or I think you could also take it. Depends on the cards in hand and what Isabella is going to do for the next turn. Okay, she took. Then we have Scopar Gaban. Draw 2, trash 1. Yes, he trashes the event, which allows you to ramp. Scaban allows you also to ramp. Then Burgess is now at 6k, right? Going to swing with Burgess, 6 into 5. Are you going to see a 2k? There is Otama 2k. And that's the pass. So now Yamato on 7 dot, right? So 6 cost Yamato will be available. Event will be available. Let's see how she is going to handle her turn. And I just need to say, guys, these organizers, the PEC from France, these guys are very bad. I mean, we are on round 4 and we are almost done with the day. So very bad job from PEC. Organization is not good at all. Anyways, back to Isabel. She is going to play the 6 cost Yamato, seems like. There it is. And then on play, draw 1, trash 1. I think she's going to trash one of the 8 cost Yamatos. Yes, makes sense. Then using Yamato ability to KO and get one of the 8 cost. I think you could take the on play Yamato here. Here, there's the on play Yamato, which allows her to take a 6 cost card back to hand, opting to take Yamato. And now she could cheat out the 2 cost, which could be Nami or Robin. I mean, 2 or less. Oh, is opting to take Otama. Okay, to reduce Burgess down to 4. And now you can free swing into Burgess. Well played. Then we have an 8k swing into lead. Leader is still on 5k since he's not at Tendon, and there is the pass. Now he should be on Tendon, right? Okay. So leader is now 7k, still a Don attached because he still got some Don. Remember guys, if you get Don out of the Don deck, you need to attach 1 Don. Going 7 into Ottoman doesn't really make a difference if you swing with, yeah, it does make a difference because leader is now 8k with attached Don. Going for Promo Rojo, which allows him to go up to 9 and then 10 into face. Did I saw it right? Yes, 10 into face. And use the pass with 1 down up. Could be the 3-cost, the 1-cost event, which gives you 3k power. So it's a difficult situation for Yamato. I mean, she can just attach 1 down to swing with 8-cost Yamato, but oh, 9 into Scopper Gamban was maybe a little bit too early. And then 7 down for the event. Oh, she's 9. Oh, sorry, she's a 9 down. 6 down for the event. On play, draw 1 card, trash 1 card. Is going to trash maybe, yes, Kinemon, makes sense. And now, I mean, she didn't manage to get the 9-cost Momonosuke into trash, which is not that good. Going to play the Unblockable. Does she not have another copy of the on-play Yamato, or am I wrong? Using event, which shows us that this guy is very bricked. So countering out the 9k swing into 9 with 3k seems like this guy is bricked as fuck. Oh, he's playing the 10 cost. Okay. Crazy build. I think I never saw the 10 cost SR Roger played in a competitive tournament, but yes, there it is. And this one has a very weird ability because your leader and all of your characters that had not the type, including Roger Pirates, have their effect negated. You lead against 2000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn, and then give all your opponents until the end of the next turn. Okay. So all character and lead abilities which are not Roger Pirates are negated, and the whole board from Yamato side get minus 2k. I mean, the judge need to read the card because no one plays this card, but it doesn't seem that worse, to be honest. Going to counter out with the 1-cost event and the 2k. Is there the pass? I'm confused, they are talking about something. Did they make the mistake? No, there's a pass. Alright. Back to Yamato. I'm not sure, is the board still minus 2k? I I mean, this 10 cost could be an additional card to the 8 cost promo, maybe. But this guy has already 2 promos in hand, so why not opting to play the promo, Roger? I don't know if this was a good play because he also needed to reduce 3 dons. So when he get 2 more dons, he must attach 1 don on the leader, so only 8 dons available, which means perfectly for the promo, Roger. Let's see. Set come. Isabella is doing what? Isabella tries to go for the 8 cost rested Roger, maybe? But attaching 4 down means you could only play 6 cost Yamato. No Momo into Shinobi. No 9 cost Momo. I mean, she is not able to play Momo into Shinobu since she don't have any Momo in trash. The setup is very bad for her. She didn't manage to get all the key cards into the trash. Oh, oh, swing 15 into 10. Ah, okay, no, they are still reduced. All right. There's the pass. That's dance. Does he not need to attach 1 don? I think he needs to attach 1 don, right? Am I wrong? Wait, does he? I think he needs to attach 1 don on the leader. Or is it negated as soon as you reach 1 time 10? I have no idea. Anyways, he's going to counter out with 4 and 2k missing. 2k, 11. Ooh, Yamato is in a very bad spot because she's going to lose definitely life and a big amount of cards out of hand. If you have any down cards on your down field, please during your down play. If you have any down cards on your field, 1 down card placed during don't give this leader. Yeah, I think it's mandatory. I think it's mandatory. He needs to put 1 down under leader. Okay, anyways, he's one pretty high. How many downs? I think that's 8, 13. Must be 13. So 1 counter left. There is the 2k, and this should be enough. I mean, he's how many downs? 19? 14, sorry, 14. Because 9 dons attached, right? Yes. So I think that's a misplay from Roger. As soon as he gets additional don, he needs to attach 1 don under leader. Seems to be mandatory. If you have any don cards on your field, 1 don card placed during your don phase, give to your leader. If you have give to your leader. Yeah, I think that's a mistake from the judges that they didn't get the lead ability. And Serkan is a little bit cursed with his double chin. No body shaming here, but still. We see a 10k swing into leader. which is countered out with 0 cost event and 1k. Isabel Bird, how are you going to handle? Doesn't look that good for Yamato, to be honest. And it would be very unfortunate to lose on round 4. I think if you lose on round 6 or 7, it's better than losing on rounds under 5. And I feel this pain because I lost in Bonn on March my round 5, and then I went like pretty fast down because I was so depressed. Anyways, Yamato is going to search with Nami top 4, taking 1 card and trash the remaining cards. I saw 2 6-cost Yamatos, which is I don't think going to pick one of these. She's going to take one of them because I didn't saw the other cards. Okay, you could have taken Robin to filter your hand a little bit, but yeah, she's opting to take Yamato. Why not? I mean, Robin would be very good if you have 8-cost Yamato in hand, the on play, because then you could just trash Yamato, play Robin, trash Yamato, draw 2 new cards, which could be potentially counter events or 2k counters. So what are we going to see here? It's a difficult spot. Let's say Serkan is playing Roger 10 cost, which oh my god, this scoop! Why do the people scoop here? What is going on in this tournament? Why are you not trying to bait something? I mean, you are playing original. You are 4-3-0. Why do you not try to get at least... These people never played poker or something like that, because that's actually very bad. And it's also very bad for us because now we have, again, 1 hour break. But well played from Serkan. GG's. Chat was alright with the survey, and I would say let's make another break.
And 9k with your boost is just so dangerous. So yeah, congrats to Roger. But 3-1 for Isabel. Isabel, everything is still up 3-1. So just win all of the next rounds and then you're easy making it into top cut. Or if you lose one more game, just hope that your opponent that you lost against finished up the tournament with a good result, and then you have a good tiebreak, and then you can also make it into top cut. So everything is still up. So yeah, that's a matchup that I did not expect, Ben. But
No.
we need to say that Roger's curve and how Roger saw was like 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
Search
it was
ramp,
absolutely
into ramp. Yeah, exactly
And
how
it was,
he has to see.
It was the God curve. It was just absolutely the God curve. And sometimes I've played against Roger decks that have hit the God curve. I remember playing in the Edinburgh Regional Championships in the back end of 2025. I needed 1 more win to secure top 128 as Emu against Roger, and I played Roger in the last round. They hit the God curve, and I extended the hand and said, "Yep, there's not really much that I can do about that." But it is so capable, and a deck that, judging by the list and what we saw, hasn't really changed so much because of the way that this deck needs to be built. And it's quite funny as well, Abra, that we were talking about Sengoku before starting off this round and the importance of ramp in Sengoku. It's even more important for Goldie Roger.
Absolutely. So we see 3 of the cards that we also saw in this matchup, starting off by playing a Shanks to find your ramps. Shanks find Bullet. Bullet ramps you one Don and is also a 6k body that is very important. And then after the bullet, you just bring out a Gaban to ramp again. And after the Gaban, you just hope that you have a good hand by playing out Promo Roger into tank cost Purple Roger. I did not expect to see this card. That definitely did a great job in this matchup. And yeah, we see it now. Tank cost 13k Goldie Roger. It is one of the, if not the strongest character with 13k power. This is not normal, but of course, a card like Roger has to be a 30k body. Next to Roger, we see one of the strongest pirates out there. It is Silver's Rayleigh with Rush and also a very important ability with on play by ramping one Don but at the end of your turn, and rest a 5 cost or less. That's very strong. 9k body also. And then, yeah, one of the best secret rares in this game, Goldie Roger again with 13k power, has Rush, and if you have 0 life or your opponent, and your opponent is using the blocker keyword ability, then you just won the game. So a very strong card that you can also search, and that's what I like about this card. Yeah, and then the leader, of course, being a 7k leader, multicolored with 5 life, isn't normal, Ben. But there's something different with this leader.
Yeah, there absolutely is. You only unlock that full potential of the 7,000 power printed base stat as long as you have 10 Don on the field. If you have 9 or less, then you get a minus 2,000 powers reduction back down to what we're more used to seeing, a 5,000 power, 5 life leader. And any Don cards, if you have any on your field, you have to have one placed during your Don phase into your leader. So that doesn't affect on the first turn of the game. You still get your 1 Don or your 2 Don on the first turn. But from that point onwards, you have to attach a Don underneath the leader to be able to continue on through the rest of the game. But it's a really cool deck. It's a leader that I was really excited for and excited to see how it was going to continue to be built and how it was going to swarm through once OP13 was released. Didn't quite have its full potential because obviously in that format, Emu, Ace, and Zoro were just way too good and way too strong to form the triangle of the OP13 format. But now that all 3 of those decks aren't really played too much anymore, maybe it's time for Roger to shine.
Maybe it is, yeah. I have a good friend that also is a Roger believer, so he will play the next regional Bielefeld that will come up very soon, next week, and then Utrecht. So I would say him, hey, we saw Roger doing a good job. Let's see if he's going to make it into top cut maybe. Then he will be more confident, that's for sure, after seeing his list also. So yeah, congrats. 4-0, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch quickly on the Yamato deck that we saw taking the defeat in this round as well. We mentioned it a little bit in the top of the show, but it's a really unique take on the mono black color identity. Still quite heavily reliant and focused on the trash, as we've seen quite a few black decks of the more recent times and more recent expansions looking towards, but this time with a really cool, repeatable, loopable combination.
Yeah, you have your 3 Yamatos from your deck. We have the 6 cost 5k Yamato that on play, draw 1 card, trash 1 card, then activate main, trash this character to replace it with one of the 8 costs that we see there. One of them is the Yamato that isn't a counter and has the on play ability to picking up a Land of Wano 6 cost character or less from your trash to your hand and bring out a 2 cost or less character from your hand to your field. That's very strong. And next to the on-play Yamato, we call her, it's the unblockable Yamato that is a counter and has the on-KO ability. That is very important. So yeah, this combo, of course, you have to play it in your deck. 6 cost Yamato, definitely 4 times. The on-play Yamato, also 4 times. Not sure about the unblockable Yamato. In my opinion, you have to play it 4 times, but I saw some Yamato lists that only plays 2. But to be honest, I think you have to play 4 just to definitely see one of them, because that's the only downside about this deck. If you don't see the 6 cost Yamato, you are in big danger. If you don't see your 8 cost, you are in a big danger. And that's the only downside for this deck. But this deck has a lot of tools to find cards like this. We have 1 cost Nami Searcher, 1 cost Robin Searcher, and 4 cost Kinemon searchers. So 3 searchers. Robin is not a searcher, but it recycled some cards, so it allows you to draw 2 cards if you are pitching a 8 cost or more character from your hand. So starting off with Kinemon, 4 cost, 6k good stat line, has the permanent ability to gain 3k cost. So it's a 7 cost. That is very important. And on play, look at top 5, find a Adovano type card with a cost of, not with a cost, just a card. And then the rest goes into your trash. That's very important. Nami checks the top 4. But your leader, of course, has to be Landovano. And the rest goes into the trash. And Nico Robin, trash 1 card with a cost of 8 or more from your hand. Draw 2 cards. So again, trash, trash, trash. Fill up your trash to find your key cards. And then bring out your key cards to into your trash to bring them out with 6 cost Yamato and a package I'm a big fan of. So let's go into the next package that this deck plays. It is Shinobu, 9 cost Momonosuke, and 5 cost Momonosuke. And Ben, there's one thing I really love, or there are like 1 million things I love about One Piece card game, but there's one thing I love the most, and it is that abilities in this game fits to the story of One Piece.
Yeah.
Like we have Yellow Katakuri, in OPO3, has the perfect ability to look into your life or your opponent's life. So it's the Haki ability. You know what's going to happen in the next turns. We have so many different leaders, like Teach, negating stuff. It's nearly the same as in the series. Because Teach has the power of stealing devil fruits. It's crazy. So I really love to see that Bandai did a great job by bringing abilities and making abilities like they have devil fruits or power of the series. And we see Shonobu giving that Momo a huge cost upgrade by 20. And if you asked why 20, because in the series Shinobu is the reason why Momo is 20 years older, and that's why plus 20. And Momo it's both of them are 2k counter. That's the first very important thing about both of these cards. 5 cost Momo is you may trash this character with a cost of 20 or more. That's very important. And then if you have 9 or more Don, that's very important to know. You could just replace him with the 9 cost Momonosuke. That is a blocker, a counter with 6k. Ben, that's a stat line that is not normal for a 9 cost. Normally they should have 10 or 11k power, but he's a counter, a blocker, and has a very strong on-play ability.
Yeah, he does indeed. You get to play up to 1 Land of Wano type character card with a cost of 6 or less other than Momonosuke from your trash. So if towards the end of the game you're starting to run out of those big 6 cost Yamato super rares, but you still need to loop 1 or 2 more of them to be able to close out the game, call on the dragon of Kozuki Momonosuke and bring them straight back onto the board, which I think was a big point of worry for a lot of players that were interested in Yamato when the deck first got revealed, when some of the cards were getting unveiled as well. It's like, okay, cool, we've got ways to get things into the trash, and we've got a couple of slower ways to get things out of the trash as well, with the recursion effects in terms of just being able to pick them up. But how do we actually play them from the trash? And Momonosuke is the perfect answer for that. I just also want to go back to the mirroring of abilities that Bandai has been able to do with Shinobu and Momonosuke. I also love the fact as well that the 2k counter Momonosuke is a 5 cost, and so aging him up by 20 by Shinobu makes him 25, which is the exact age from the Land of Wano arc. It's just, it's absolute cinema.
It is. And that's why it is the best card game that we have by far. And that's why we love One Piece. That's why we love this card game. To see abilities like from the series, it's just so nice. And yeah, this combo is very important for this deck because, like you said, we also noticed, okay, there's a problem. How can you bring up that 9 cost Momo and passing your turn without only 1 Don? Because if you play Momo with 9 Don and you're playing against the green deck and you have 1 blocker, 1 Don, DMG is there. You have to be careful because of DMG. But with then they reveal Shinobu and Momo 5 cost, and then we noticed, wait, on 9 Don or on 10 Don, you can just use this combo for 7 Don to bring out the 9 cost Momo. And also, if you are allowed to do it because you are still on a very good amount of life cards, or you have good amount of counter cards in hand, you can do the combo 5-cost Momo, 2-cost Shinobu, and then bring out 9-cost Momo, rush because of your leader ability, so you swing 6. Yeah, the Momo brings out the 6-cost Yamato from trash, so you swing 5. Then you swing 5 with leader. Then you use Yamato ability to bring out the 8-cost, and then you swing 8 or even 9 because you have some extra dons. And then you also have some extra dons for your counter events. Like, this is so strong, and I really love to see how Bandai changed the meaning of the color black in this card game, because for 2 or even 3 years of One Piece card game, black was the color that has removals. Like, every color has their own type. We have red being aggressive, we have blue being bottom deck, we have green being a lot of rest and restand, we have black being removal only, but it changed completely. We have so many cards that protect, so removal isn't that important anymore. And I'm a fan of it that Bandai is like, okay, let's change the color, the meaning of the color, by bringing leaders like Crocodile that has a different ability than other black decks, like Emu that has a mix of everything. And also Emu is one of the cards that has the ability, like in the series, to bring out all of the elders. Also nearly the same. It's so fun to see with a 10 drop. And then we have Brook, also very new with half black, half green, a new style of black deck. And then with Yamato, we have Rush. Like, only red was Rush, or nearly only red was having Rush characters, but give Rush to every character you play from trash. It's just so strong. And it's Yamato. Everyone loves Yamato.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of Yamato as the day and the weekend goes on. But we are approaching the halfway stage of our day one Swiss rounds. We've got round 5 coming up very shortly from Toulouse. So don't go too far, because we will have that coverage and more when we come back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals from Toulouse. Ben and Abra here with you, and we are getting up to the halfway point of the day. It's round number 5, and we've still got the opportunity to see some more new and unique leaders from OP16. We are going to be seeing Marshall D teach back in the feature match area, the black-yellow leader from OP16. But on the other side of the table, it's going to be Mono Red Ace.
Yes, so we have the OP16 battle between Red Ace and Yellow Black Teach. We already saw Teach on stream that was going through the next round by being undefeated against the Mihawk, but we didn't saw Red Ace yet. We talked about the deck a little bit, but not that much. We will talk about the deck more after the game. It's not important if he wins or not. We will still talk about it. But what is important is that this deck is, again, an underrated deck like Sengoku. So you have the ability to give your Whitebeard Pirates or your Luffy with 8k power or more rush. That is the first very strong point about this leader. And you have so many very strong cards in this deck. Like we saw Moby Dick in ST30 that we will probably also going to see in this match. And yeah, let's start off with $1, and maybe it's the Moby Dick turn. And there is the Moby Dick starting off. No, it's the Garb. I was wrong. You can also play the Garb, of course, and the Garb is so strong because Garb works if your leader has Sabo, Ace, or Luke.
All right, we are on round number 5, where is One Team versus Milan with Teach and Mono Red Ace. And yeah, again, very bad organized from these hosts. I have no idea. They are talking about the matchup and then just start the game without showing us the fist bump. It's insanely bad, like the whole tournament for the whole day. Anyways, we have now Ace turn number 2 with 1 search and 7k swing into leader, which goes through. Then Blackbeard on 4 is going to use stage to trash the search event and take 4 cost. I forgot the name. 5 into life, which is maybe going to be countered. Okay, quite early counter, we'll say. I mean, the first swing, you can always take the first swing. There's no reason to counter out this one, but yeah. Opting to do that, back to ace with 5 done. I'm going to play the secret rare ace, which allows you to search the top 4 and is going to take touch. At the other side, the ace character says all your 8,000 power cards in hand are 2k counter, which is quite strong since you play a lot of rigs in this deck. Back to teach with 6 done. I'm going to use stage again, trashing Zihahaha, and is opting to take. What does he take? He takes the 1 cost, the 1 Argor, which is a very nice retarget target. Going 5 into lead. This one goes through, goes 6 into 5, I'm not sure, 5. Going to be counted on the touch, and then we will see Shiryu, which allows you to trash 1 card and then put 1 card into the top of your life, opting to take what was the name of the skill? I forgot it. Back to ace with 7 done available for ace. Could see 6 cost Vista, which allows you to show your opponent the 8 cost card and 8 power card, and then you can draw 1 card. 1 done left is going to use stage ability to attach 1 done under Vista. And now what's going on? I think he got rush out of the lead ability. Going to swing 5 into face. Oh, you guys really believe the teach is going to take over with 3 people believing in teach. Now we see another stage, searching top 3, taking 1 card. The crazy thing is you don't need to show which card you took. And there is the rush announcement going 9 into face, I will assume. No, he's going for the character. On KO, he can draw 1 card. And that's it. Back to teach, which should be now on 8 done. So, which is the perfect spot. Oh, trashing Shiryu. Okay. Finding Doc Q. Does he have 8 cost teach already in hand? Seems like, because he's going to swing for 5 and then maybe lay out teach. Or swing over 8 with Shiryu. Why should you not swing with Shiryu? There is no reason. Just swing with Shiryu. There is a Shiryu swing interface. Going to be countered out with 2 2Ks. And there is Marshall D. Teach. Look at the top 3 cards. Put 1 of them into your life face down. Such a strong yellow card, and again, yellow got stronger and stronger with every new set since OP 14 or 13, I'm not sure. There is the White Beard 8 cost, which makes your leader double attack, and your leader gains double attack and 2000 power in your turn. Then you can reveal 2 characters with And power give up to one of Green's characters minus instant power. Wow, that's strong. So Shiryu is going to die, that's for sure, since he's only 2k. Okay, he was asking which card I was reducing because he didn't announce the card. There is the trigger from Katarina Devo was the name. Yes, Katarina Devo. Now I got it. Definitely is going to retarget one of the attacks to dock to one auger. Oh, can he? Wait, does Vista KO? Oh my god, that's okay. He KOs. All right, but that means he can still use the on-KO ability, which means leader is now on 4k. He could use stage to attach one rested down. No, wait. Yeah, now he's on 5 double attack. I think that's something you should counter. Yes, there's the one cost counter. And then he gives Whitebeard Rush going 10 into Whitebeard. Question is now, is that also in double attack? I don't think so, right? That's a normal attack. So using the trigger to cheat out one ogre and drawing one card is insanely strong because he got the additional card and a card on board, and he can use the lead ability to retarget to one ogre. Blackbeard is very strong. I need to test this deck for sure. I'm going to use stage to grab another Blackbeard pirate. Vasco Shot is the name. We have 10 cost beer coming down and using the on play ability. Going 5 into life is counted out with 1k. Going 10 into life, or is it character? No, he's going to die. Fine. Does he have an on KO ability? Seems like. There is the pass. Back to ace, which should be now also on 10 done. I think he has a good board. The only downside is that he can redirect any attack with lead ability. So, oof, another 8 cost beard is coming down. So the leader is now 9k. Oh no, wait, it's only 7k because one is negated out of the 10 cost beard, the 10 cost black beard. So what's the best play here? Going for Vista and KOing when Arger. I am not sure if that's a good play, but yes, you could redirect for free. Let's say mostly for free. Leader is now again on 4, so that attack got blocked. Then he's going to swing just 5. I hope into face, or why did he? Oh wait, no, teach is reduced by Whitebeard's second ability. Now 10 into going to redirect. So yeah, pretty tanky. I mean, Blackbeard is still on 3 life and he's a 4 life leader. Going to use stage to check top 3, taking another 10 cost beard. So we will see maybe the same play again. If he managed to draw Zehahaha, no. There is the 10 cost beard doing the same thing again. And then we have 10 into 8. Could be an easy 2k, 1k counter. No, it's going to replace. Then 5 into life, going through. Then 12 into life, which is also going through. I don't understand why he didn't counter the 5k swing. Going down to 1 life can be very terrifying. since he is on 3, and I mean the board getting better and better every turn. So there's Swanko stage to check top 3. Maybe opting to take a 2k, I would say. Yes, there it is. Remember, guys, you don't need to show the card to your opponent. And now we are going to see the forecast. Luffy could be a good card since he allows you to go up to 7 for just 1 card. And oh yes, you can play it only for 2 since you have 8 cost character or something like that. Hmm. 7 dons left. Is he going to attach and swing big into board? I mean, if you swing into board, you need to swing at least 12. Going 7 into face can be terrifying because triggers are always here. Even it's double attack, we don't care. Oh, showing Uta. Going to play Little Ors Jr. and there is the pass. He could still attack with Newgate because, I mean, yes, he can redirect, but he needs to trash 1 card to redirect. Oh wow, he trashes 8 cost teach to search. What is he looking for? 10 cost teach? Starting with an easy 5k swing using Luffy ability. Remember, you need to trash 1 card and leader and the Luffy gets up to 7. Now going with 10 interface using 2k, 11. No, is it 1k or Little Ors Junior is 1k? Then we have 12, but here's a blocker. Yeah, that's why. Another 12 is going through, and then we have 5 for Borsa. Yes, there's Borsa, and 4 and 5 for another Borsa, double Borsa. That's, guys, that's the strength of yellow. 2 blockers, 3 life, big board. I mean, yes, you have double attack, but then he has still 2 blockers, so you need to find a way to get around the blockers. Roger can be something, yes, because now you are not allowed to block anymore. Going for 7. Why is Ace now up to 4? I am a little bit because of both Whitebeards, the redirect. Now we have 10 interface. We have, okay, it's impossible. Basically, it's impossible. Oh my god, this is also again such a fast game. I cannot believe it. 15 minutes. Uh, what should I say? Teach is definitely very strong deck. Strong and fucking expensive. Imagine you need to have Borsa, you need to have Secret Rare Teach, you need to have well, I think that's the only expensive card. Borsa, Secret Rare Teach. Let me check the deck lists from the Japanese players. Teach. We have 4 times Borsa, 4 times 8 cost Secret Rare Teach. I think that's the only expensive card. The remaining cards are quite cheap. 10 cost Spirit from OP09. And that's it. You could play, yeah, okay. Shiryu, only SR, but Shiryu is like $2 or $3. So yeah, all right. Again, we need to wait maybe 1 hour for the next game. See you then, guys.
Dice is very important in this matchup. You want to go second. Both decks wants to go second. So yeah, Teach definitely won the dice and decided to go second. Then if Teach sees like this, especially with stage, there's nearly no deck that has a easy matchup against it because it's so consistent. It can nearly see every card. You are playing yellow, so you have the access to get some trigger cards from life that can definitely change the game a lot, like Vasco Shot getting rid of a 6 cost or less character that could probably do 1 more damage with that trigger ability. You have Von Augur minus 3k that we saw 2 or even 3 times that he used because of Devon. He just played out every time from trash. So yeah, Teach is definitely and shows us 1 more time, for the second time for today, that it is definitely one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And being able to manage those redirections well as well to make sure that you're not going too far dangerously down low in cards in hand. We saw the power of Shiryu in that matchup as well. We didn't get to see Shiryu but played the last time we saw Teach a couple of rounds ago. So being able to see the Shiryu get played down, stacking what was 2 Katarina Devons into life back to load up with things like that Van Augur, potentially sets up for something like Vasco Shot as well later down the line. Really, really strong indeed. But as you said, it was all about that ability to pivot away from the potential to go for game on that last turn, switch into the double Borsalino. But here are some of the Blackbeard Pirates cards and some of the big players in this strategy.
Yeah, starting off with the leader, we already talked about it. So 2 very strong abilities there. One of them is opponent's turn out of your character's gains +1. That we saw against Miok was very important. So not an ability that is just there. It is a very, very important ability. Also makes your Shiryu from 6 cost to 7 cost, what means Gravity Blade doesn't work against Shiryu. Very, very important ability. And then opponent's attack once per turn. You just pitch a trigger card from your hand to redirect the attack to one of your Blackbeard Pirate type cards. So you can redirect it to your leader, you can redirect it to a big body like 10 cost Teach, 8 cost Teach, or even Shiryu. It's just so strong. 6 cost Shiryu, also one of your key cards. You trash 1 card from your hand to place one of your 6 cost or less character from your trash to the top of your life. And the trigger is draw 2 cards. Very, very strong. And Katarina Devon, also a very strong card. It's a 2k counter, so a must staple in this deck, that's for sure. But also with a not on KO ability, other than the other 4 cost or less characters in this deck that has on KO. This one has, when attacking, to copy one of your opponent's power characters, and then you could just swing with a very big number if this card sticks on the board. And the trigger is draw 1 card and then play up to 1 Blackbeard Pirate type character with a cost of 1 from your trash. That's super, super strong. So Devon trigger means you could just bring back your Lafitte Search, your 1 cost Doku, your 1 cost Von Augur, your 1 cost Vasco Shot. So you have a lot of targets there. And if you don't have a target, you can still draw 1 card if you are missing on something and you just want to go deeper into your deck. So yep, that's 3 key cards there with 10 cost. Of course, we don't need to talk about this card. This card is there since OP09, so since 2 years. Now we have Borsalino that we saw in this game, and Zea that we didn't saw. You don't need to play it, but it's still a card that every teacher's running. You have 10 Don cards on your field. Play up to 1, marshal the Teach from your hand, then add up to 1. Your opponent needs to add up to 1 life, not up to 1. You can decide up to 1, but your opponent cannot decide, so your opponent always has to take 1 life. There are some situations where, or some matchups where you starve your opponent, like Teach always should starve Rosinante. So maybe there are situations where you play Zeha and you're just using it to play out a 10 cost or an 8 cost, but you don't want to your opponent to give 1 life because you starve in this matchup. So yeah, you don't use the ability every single time, the second one. But yeah, 8 cost Teach, best card in this deck with the 10 cost. Zeha, I could say best card in this deck with every single card. These cards are so good. Yeah, and 5 cost Borsalino MVP.
Yeah, potentially one of the best cards in the game right now with Borsalino. There's a reason why yellow decks have been running rampant throughout the format, with Black Yellow Teach and Blue Yellow Nami being in there as well, even obviously being a part of Purple Yellow Rosa Nante, searchable in that deck thanks to the new ace package that deck gets. But let's focus now on Mono Red Port Gas D Ace, because for a moment there, it had an opportunity and had a very small window where it might have just been able to squeak through. And one of the biggest reasons was having multiple copies of this 8-cost Edward Newgate Super Rare on the board to make your leader a 9k during your turn with double attack. If you've got multiple copies of this Edward Newgate out on the board, that's pretty good.
Absolutely. I think this is the key card together with the 4-cost Luffy. To have double attack, again, a keyword that is very important. So we have unblockable as a keyword that we saw more and more with OP16. Blockable there with the board example, but we also have double attack there. That is super important. And that's the part that I like the most about Newgate. If you have 2 on board, your leader is 9k, and that's very, very strong and very dangerous. So, Whitebeard very good. 4-cost Luffy very good. You have 6 or more done. This card costs only 2. It's so strong. And next to Luffy, you have his brother Ace that makes your 8k characters on hand that are nearly always brick. Like you have Vista, that is a brick. You have Marco, that is a brick. Just to 2k counters. So this is so strong. But yeah, you need to say this to see this Ace. So you don't have that much bricks in hand. Then also you have the on play to find one of your Luffy cards or Whitebeard pirate cards. And then also on KO. So your opponent normally don't want to give you that extra surge, but yeah, it's a character that swings for 6 with 1 down for 7. 7 is a good number to swing with. Everyone know that plays the One Piece card game. So there are a lot of situations where you have to get rid of this Ace, and then you're just having another surge there is very, very important. So pretty very good card for this deck, and again, a leader that isn't that bad. It's a really, really good deck, and also one thing I need to say, this common leader, this artwork is stunning.
Yeah.
It's really stunning.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's quickly touch on some of the other cards that are included in this list as well. We mentioned about the Vista in there, the Treasure Rare for OP16 in the English language release as well, being able to potentially replace itself in hand if you can reveal an 8,000 power character in your hand on play, and also the Donex one when attacking to get rid of 2 of your opponent's characters with base 2,000 power or less. Possible opportunity to have a really good tempo advantage in that Marshall D Teach matchup if they are flooding the board with some of these 1-cost characters. 7-cost Roronoa Zoro, obviously we've mentioned it quite a few times around red decks. It's a really, really impactful card and a really, really important staple to make sure that Edward Newgate boost lasts until the end of your opponent's next end phase. And of course, Goldie Roger, an ever-present threat for red decks, that 13k rush that if you have dropped down to 0 life, or your opponent, like we saw in that last round, as soon as they try and activate a blocker, they will lose the game on the spot. And thanks to a card like Moby Dick as well in this engine, it's a card that can be even more of a surprise.
Absolutely right. And to see 2 out of 3 of these cards here at the graphic, Zoro and Roger, you can nearly play them in every single red deck, show how strong these cards are, especially that Zoro. Zoro is such a good card. I'm a really, really big fan of this card. So yeah, still interesting to see that the Ace player decided to play that Zoro, because normally the Ace players that I know that plays this deck are not running this Zoro, but I think to play 1 or 2 copies is still fine. That's how good this card is. And Roger, I don't think we need to say anything about this card. This is such a good card. And yeah, Moby Dick, we see they're being added at this graphic. Search something that you don't have to reveal. Very, very good. To have that active main ability is very important in this deck, especially going second. So let's say you're starting off with your second curve. On 2 Dawn, you're starting off by playing 1 or 2 searchers, okay? One of them has to be Moby Dick. On 4, you just play out your Luffy, your 4-cost Luffy, or your Little Ors Jr. And then on 6 Dawn, if you're playing against Enel or against a blue-green Luffy, on 6 Dawn, play out your Vista, reveal one card with 8k power to draw one card, use Moby Dick, because you don't have any active Dons left, use Moby Dick to give that extra rested Don to your Vista, use your leader ability, give him Rush, swing 9 into something rested or into the leader, and just get rid of 2 characters with 2000 base power or less. This is so strong. If you see this curve, then you're definitely going to win against so many decks that has a lot of characters with 2000 power or less, and we are talking about decks with Enel going white with a lot of 1 cost, with Luffy going white with a lot of 2 cost that has 2000 power or less. So this Vista is definitely, in these 2 matchups, the most important card together with your 8 cost Whitebeard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the thematic battle of Ace versus Teach, unfortunately, Ace couldn't quite come out on top on this occasion, but could he be able to do it in a rematch later on in the day, or potentially have one make its way into top 32 tomorrow? We are halfway through our round of day 1 now, but that means we've still got another 5 rounds of Swiss to be able to bring you live from Toulouse in France. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have round 6 action live from Toulouse. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece offline regionals here in Toulouse, in France. We are ready to dive into round number 6. In just a couple of rounds' time, we'll be looking at starting to put some players into day 2 tomorrow. And one player who is perennially a part of day 2s in the One Piece Card Game Championship Series is none other than the first ever Worlds finalist, one of the first ever Worlds finalists from Europe in One Piece card game history. Havoye is on the feature match area. He was over in South America last weekend at their regional playing Green Blue Luffy. He's back here playing Green Blue Luffy again with a couple of refinements. And he's going to be going up against a really intriguing matchup, Mono Black Crocodile.
What a matchup. Wow. And we said it at the beginning of the stream. My guess was that we'll try to bring a different matchup every single round, and we're still going for it. And this time, it's not that hard to find different matchups because the meta is so bright. You can play so many different leaders. So we have that we see Luffy now undefeated, still undefeated. It's not a surprise, but to see Crocodile doing good again mean one more deck that you could definitely bring to regional. But this matchup, this is very, very interesting. So Hivoye decided to bring Luffy back to back. In Mexico, he was top 4 with Luffy. So definitely, I would say the favorite out of this tournament as a player. And also, huge shout out to Hivoye. He is one of the, if not the best player, in my opinion. He is so good. It's not normal. Like, his whole crew is these Croatian players. They are really different. So shout out to them. They're doing such a good job. And what I love to see is they're really sitting there and building deck lists that aren't normal. Like, he's always cooking some crazy deck lists. So I just hope that we see a crazy deck list again. And now he has to face a Crocodile. Not sure if he tested this matchup because you don't think or you don't see that much Crocodiles anymore, but still a good deck. One key card in this matchup for Crocodile is definitely the 7-cost Nightmare Luffy, because this card allows you to boost your leader with 2k, so your leader 7k base power, and Luffy swings a lot with 5ks and 6ks, so this could be very important. But Luffy can answer this Nightmare Luffy by just swinging right with the Mr. 2, because the Mr. 2 copies the base power of the power of your opponent, not the base power. That means if Crocodile is a 7k, you just need to attach 1 down under your Mr. 2 cost to swing 8k instead of 6k, and that's so strong. So this card could be a good answer against that Nightmare Luffy. But yeah, it's a matchup that is really, really interesting, and a matchup where I can clearly not say who's
There we go. We have the GOAT, Hervoye, playing blue-green Luffy against Croc. And Croc needs to twist his deck. Going with a top 4 search out of Miss Wellenstein, taking the 1-cost event and passing back to Hervoye. Hervoye should have... Oh, okay, he's playing the 3-cost. Oh, no turn 1 play is very bad for Luffy. As Luffy player, you love to see one of the 2 costs, at least one of the 2 costs, and even better if you have 2 of the 2 costs, but none of them, even not the 1-cost searcher, is quite bad. So Croc is going for 7 into face, which is going through, I would assume. He's really thinking to counter? No way. Oh my god, another prisoner. So still no. Wow, lucky punch. Very lucky punch. Lead ability to restance 2 more dons, right? And then he drew another Mr. One. That's insane. Okay, now he found at least 2. One out of Ivankov, and the other one was a top deck. So, but still only 1 swing available and going 6 into phase. And I think then he will just pass. Back to Croc. So the start from Hervoya was very bad. Having 3 prisoners, no 2 cost, small body in form of Mr. 1 or Mr. 2. Something you really not love to see. But he managed to find 2 copies, one out of Ivankov and one was the top deck out of the Mr. 1. Croc is going to do another search with Miss Valentine taking Miss. Oh, wait. Yeah, with Miss Valentine, and the name from Vivi is Miss Wednesday, right? Already has a nice amount of trash, nice amount of cards in trash. Going for the forecast to Mr. 2, which allows him to cheat out any 5 cost character when he got KO'd. And I think he has a Mr. 1 in trash using lead ability, building 2 more cards and getting the Mr. 1, which allows him to rest 1 card and get character rush. So you can take one of these Mr. 1s out, and you could also swing just with Miss Valentine, but I think going with Mr. 1 is definitely the right decision. And then another 5 into face, which is asking for a 1k, countering out with a 2k. Back to Hervoye with 6 dons now available. Seems like he's not playing the forecast Ivankov, probably, but he could go for a swing with Mr. 1 and then play Crocodile to bounce Mr. 1 and cheat him again out, or he could go for. Does he have bug in hand? Seems like no, he has Mr. 3. Actually, it's like a Miro match because you play a lot of the Baroque Work X crew members. But I think he's going to swing with Mr. 1. Does he? Yeah, I think you should swing just 6 with Mr. 1, play Croc, bounce Mr. 1, play again Mr. 1, draw 1 card out of Mr. 1, and then if you are lucky, you can draw another Mr. 1 or a Mr. 2. Yes, there it is, swing with Mr. 1, which got through, I would assume. Yes, and now you can play Croc, bounce, cheat out, draw 1 card, get 2 dons out of leader. I didn't saw what he draw, but I think it wasn't the Mr. 1, right? It is Mr. 2. It is Mr. So he can play Mr. 2. Just restand 2 dons with leader. Maybe you should swing first with your leader. Would be nice, and then play Mr. 2, right? Hervoya, you are overthinking. Is he going to swing 7? He swings 7. Okay. Never mind. 2k, 1k counter. That's a small play countering with Mr. 1 because you love to cheat out another Mr. 1 if you have Miss All Sunday in hand, which allows you to cheat out the forecast. Then you can use lead ability, KO forecast to play Mr. 1. Rest 1 of, yeah, there's Miss All Sunday. Now going to take the forecast. And Vivi using lead ability to KO the forecast to cheat out the second Mr. 1. He needs to manage his trash. There is the lead ability. Milling 2 more cards, getting Mr. 1, arresting. Crocodile. Now he can reduce Crocodile. -3. Go 6 into 3. Go 5 into 5. I think you need to take one of these attacks and you can counter out the other one. So the last attack will be 6k from Mr. 1, from the first Mr. 1 from last turn. So I would say take this one and then counter the second one because you have a lot of prisoners which are 2ks. But yeah, let's see how Hervoye is going to handle this situation. Opting to counter the first one with a 2k. I don't like that because now you overcounted. Oh, he's. Oh, Hermione doesn't look that happy, but it's a little bit bad from him as a pro player to show his emotions in form of the body language. Oh, he is playing very unsure. Countering out with Mr. 3, and there's the pass. All right, 8 dons available for green, blue, Luffy. So well played from Crocodile. We're able to remove consistently every turn one of his bodies, making sure that he is not getting too wide. I really like that. What is Hairboy going to do? I could do the same thing like before. That was something I didn't understand. Why did he not play Mr. 2 one turn before? Because then he had one more swing already prepared, and maybe he would counter out for the 5k, which would be fine for us because we love to have to make our opponent to counter out with his hand cards. Anyways, going 7 into lead, has 7 cards in hand, so that's enough. You need to have 5 cards in hand to swing with Mr. 1. Make sure if you don't know this deck that you always check that. And then Crocodile. Yes, looks like it's going for Croc. Just to bounce him back and play him out. Draw 1 card. I also love to play this Croc just to get your small bodies active again, and drawing an additional card is always good. And I mean, Crocodile is also a blocker, so it's well played. Now another 7. Okay. So it tries to go aggressive into life. Don't really care about the board. I mean, it would be also a mistake to replace Mr. 1 because he has the opportunity to get Mr. 1 for free or quite cheap, and then he can manipulate your board, which is annoying. So I think it's well played going into face. Croc is now on 9 dons, so 8 cost don is available. Could be used, could be played. The question is, are you going to survive if you can stun 2 characters? I'm not sure, because you could stun Croc, you could stun Mr. 2 or 1. Then he has still 3 swings left. So he starts with an, oh, is it carrot? What does this carrot do? Why does he play carrot? No 6k swing. Look at the... Oh, okay. So carrot helps him to manipulate the top 3, which is very powerful in combination with Ivankov. So now we will see 8 cost Croc, right? There is Crocodile. And I think you can you draw? No, you need to, your opponents need to have a 0 cost character or a 8 cost character, which is both not on the board, but right now he gets a 0 cost character, which allows him to draw 1 card. I think he's choosing which card is going to count. And this is a sign. If he is going to trash another croc, which means he either have 4 crocs in hand, or he is pretty bricked, or he is really unsure if he's going to survive the next turn. And I mean, let's check. I saw a 2k. Luffy is, I think, 1k, so 3, 4k counter, 5k counter. That's nothing. Oh my god, this game could be already over if he swings for 7. Just to check if he has enough counter to get out of the 7. The only risk is if you try to go now for a game, you will lose the game next turn. The other question is there a way to survive one more turn? Or should you try to go now for a game? I think depends on the cards in hand. If he has 2Ks and events, Luna would be nice here. He has also the stun event, and with Mr. 3, he could stun almost the whole board. So he could use stun event for 3 to stun Miss All Sunday and one of the Mr. 1s. Then play 4 cost Mr. 2 to stun Croc, and then he has only one Mr. 1 and leader available to swing. 2k, 1k counter. So as I said, he just wanted to see if he's able to counter, and unfortunately he is able to perfectly counter. No over counter, no 3 1ks, it was 2k 1ks. So Havoya could be now a little bit afraid since he has a ton of cards in hand still. I mean, with 6 cards in hand, so he could definitely have enough amount of counter. Bro, I never saw Havoya such struggling. I think he's going for the Mr. 3 line. Mr. 3 play out for 4, using Mr. 3 effect, draw 2 cards. Okay, stun Croc. And then using lead ability, get 2 more dons. Going to search for one top 3. Taking 1 cost counter event, which is definitely a good choice. And I think now you can go for 7, yes. Because now if you go for 7, you will see that he has only 1 case left, right? No, he has also Miss Wednesday. But the good thing is you can stun. The play from Hervoy will be use event to stun Mr. 1 and Miss All Sunday. You let 1 Dawn open for the counter event, and then just counter one of the 2 swings which are incoming. It's going to take because he knows there is no way. Okay, there is the stun event, Miss All Sunday, Mr. 1, and then we see the pass. I would say Hervoye got this easily. Not easily, he was struggling, but Croc player has 2, let's say 3 swings with Miss Valentine. But are you opting to swing with Miss Valentine? I don't think so. So you could swing 7, 8, 9, attaching 3 down under Mr. 1, and then you have 7 down. You can swing 9, 12. I think 9 would be easy countered, right? He has 3 cost, 0 cost event. Does he have 0 cost event? Is there a 0 cost green or blue? Yes, there is a blue event, or Gangnam Rain. So he can easily counter out we can easily counter out the 9k swing. We could swing 10, 11, which would be better, because then you need to use an event, 3k, and the zero cost event, 11. Yeah, I think the best split would be 10, 11. Attach 4 Dawn into Mr. 1 and then swing for 10. Or is it 9? Is 9 better? Okay. He's using lead ability to reduce Croc down to 0 and then stun Mr. 2, which allows him to draw 1 card. But I think he sees the line. No, 3 Dawns for what? Attaching 3 Dawns to swing into Croc. Oh, he goes for game, right? 9. He tries to go for 9, 12. I mean, that's an easy counter. Because Croc has no rush into lead. He has only rush into board. You should definitely counter out this 9k swing. He takes? Okay. I mean, never mind. He has still another counter. Maybe just want to make sure that he's not going for blocker or something like that. Okay. So 12. 12 is easy. Playing 1 cost event, go up to 8. 0 cost event, go up to 11. And 1 2k, and that's it. All to 1k is all fine. Yeah, you got it. And there is also, oh my god, there is no game which we played until time. There is no game which we played until time. So Hervoye won this game with his beautiful jungle shirt. Congratulations, Hervoye. You made it. This man must be very rich. Why is he not able to buy cooler glasses and a cooler shirt? But yeah, that's maybe the way how you get to a level of a pro player. And for us, 15 minutes left plus 5 minutes overtime means 20 minutes left for other players. The next round will start again in 30 to 35 minutes. Insane. All right, see you guys on the next game.
Expect to see 3-cost Ivankov. Okay, it's not that deep. If you play 3-cost or 4-cost Ivankov, I understand. You can definitely play the 3-cost also instead of the 4-cost. I'm a fan of both cards. I think the 4-cost is more consistent because you can just search for an Impel Down card and play out a 2-cost from your hand, and you can use your lead ability. If you are on 4 Dawn, you can play Ivankov, search for a 2-cost, play the 2-cost, lose lead ability, play another 2-cost. That sounds very good, but the 3-cost Ivankov allows you to draw a card if you have 6 or less cards in hand. That is very strong. And if you are high rolling like crazy, then you can also reveal the top deck of your the top card of your deck, and like Hivoye did. And if you have a target, you could just cheat out a character by going first on 3 Dawn. That's also very strong, very strong. Both has 4k, so yeah, 1 Ivankov costs 1 Dawn less. That's why I understand both Ivankovs, and I'm a fan of both Ivankovs. But we see that carrot, Ben, the 1-cost carrot that we definitely not expect to see. So if we have a look into the abilities, so first ability, on play, look at 3 cards from the top of your deck and place them at the top or bottom of your deck in any order. That's interesting, but understand the ability. First good thing is you can stack the carrot right to make the Ivankov better. That's the first thing. Second thing is you can just play out a Mr. 2 or a Mr. 1 to draw one card. So you play carrot and then Mr. 2 or Mr. 1 just to find a card that you need to have in this turn by using carrot into the draw one. So also a very nice combo. And it has the second ability on your opponent's attack. You may trash this character to give one of your character or your leader for the battle 1k. So it's also a free 1k. So yeah, I understand the carrot tag. It's very, very interesting. Only downside, it is not an impel down character. Otherwise, I think we will see carrot getting or being played more and more. But yeah, you definitely need to play around using your lead ability after having a carrot on board. So in my head, it only works if you have a full board and you know that you are going to replace the carrot in your turn, or if you know that you don't need your lead ability in this turn. That's what I think about the carrot.
Yeah, it feels like it's very much kind of a going first tech, essentially, here. Yes, you miss out on the leader ability on turn 2 if the carrot is sticking around, but it means that you can turn 1 on 1 Don, use this carrot, stack the top 3 cards of the deck, then turn 2 play this 3-cost Emporio of Vankov and almost treat it almost kind of like Opio 1 Don Quixote do Flamingo in that kind of fashion by, stacking the top of the deck like you would with Buggy or Perona on turn 1, then going in with the leader swing for 7k and paying the 1 Don and flipping the top card. So it feels like that kind of engine that Havoye is going for here. We also have the 2k counter Mr. 3 on display there that is able to make use of some rested Don cards by giving up to 2 of your characters with 6,000 base power to up to 2 rested Don. But it's not necessarily this Mr. 3 that's the one that steals the headlines. It is the blue Mr. 3 Galdino, the super rare for this deck, one of the multiple super rares that could be run in this deck, which has been taking over blue decks in the One Piece card game since OP16's release. 4 cost 5k, activate main, trash this character, freeze down one of your opponent's cost or 9 or less characters, and drawing 2 cards as well. It's just unbelievable versatility and value, as are the Prisoners of Impel Down, the limitless cards of Prisoners of Impel Down you can include into your deck. 2k counter and a 6-cost 6k. And then let's go to the Navy headquarters, your big finisher, which in that game there, Abra, just acted as a threat, as a deterrent for Carla, saying, you have to go for game on this turn, because if you don't, and if you don't do it successfully, then I've got 12 attacks coming through next turn.
Exactly. This is how strong this card is. So this card also, especially if your opponent know that you have the access to play this card, force your opponent to go for game, and you cannot play one more turn safe by knowing you're facing a deck that has the access to play this card. So yep, very strong card, very strong deck, very nice, interesting tech. Also, one small take from me about the carrot. You can also do your thing that you always do with that with Luffy, play out some characters and so on and so on. Lose your leader ability, and with the 2 dons that you have, you could just play out a carrot. So you can prepare your next turn, and on your opponent's turn, when he swing, you just use your carrot. So I think this line is the most used line for that carrot. So you make your thing, play your 2 drops, your 4 drops, and so on. Use your lead ability with one of these 2 dons that you restand, play 1 carrot. So you swing, and then before you pass, play 1 carrot. Prepare your next turn. If you're happy with the top 3, you know that your Ivankov is, you know what your Ivankov is going to hit. You know what you're going to draw into it. And then when your opponent attacks, you just use that carrot ability, so it's getting trashed. So you have that free 1k, so you still have your lead ability on your next turn. And this makes this card and this deck, this tech, very, very interesting. So I'm a big fan of it, and that's why I appreciate the creation group, so much, because like this tech is so interesting and so cool. Now I also want to test it out. It's so nice.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Well, let's quickly touch on the deck that it beat in that round 6 feature match, Mono Black Crocodile, which we haven't seen in a little bit of time. There was quite a bit of talk and a bit of discussion a format or 2 ago that thinking, hey, maybe Mono Black Crocodile is actually a real strong meta contender. One of the biggest reasons was this 7-cost Nightmare Luffy from the depths of the Thriller Bark engine, being able to get more and more benefits for the amount of cards that are in your trash. And of course, with Crocodile, you're constantly going to be refueling that trash through cards like Disappointed, through cards like the Crocodile itself and the Leader ability, by trashing the top 2 cards of your deck each and every time as well.
Absolutely right. I mean, that Luffy, that Nightmare Luffy, is such a good card and has a very, very high potential, in my opinion, because a lot of decks that you can play that Luffy has a lot of cards in trash. Like we saw Yamato today, and Yamato will. There's no game where you will not have at least 20 cards in your trash with Yamato. Otherwise, yeah, there's something wrong. So that's normal. Also for Crocodile, also for Brook, because this card normally was for the black-green Brook, but yeah, at the end, this card turned out to be one of the best cards that Black has, definitely, especially because this card is a counter. Because if this card would be a brick, I don't know if it's that good, but the counters that makes this card so much better. And I think we will also see this card in the future, maybe in the new Luffy, because it boosts his cost. So he's a blocker, makes your leader 7k, and himself also boosting his power is so strong. So maybe we will see this card also being played in Elbaf Luffy in OP17, but that's something we focus on in some months. We focus on OP16. So yeah, like you said, Crocodile is a deck that you can also expect to see, and is also doing good because he's X1. Everything is still up, so maybe there's a chance we see Crocodile in Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be some really, really interesting developments as the OP16 meta still tries to find its way a little bit. Well, that's one thing for sure, that Green-Blue Luffy should very much be expected to be a part of it, and maybe in the hands of Havoye Headset as well. He's already got one top 4 finish in the OP16 format last weekend over in Mexico. Can he do it again in home region soil? We're just a few rounds away from being able to find out if that will be a possibility. Well, I hope that you continue to join us for it, because we have round 7 live from Toulouse coming up just after this.
champ, we have your champ, Cross!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game, Toulouse Offline Regionals. We are here on day one, getting ready for round number 7. And Abra, we've seen pretty much all of the top contender decks so far. There was just one more that we were missing. The Cat Burglar, Blue Yellow Nami. It's finally time to bring it to the feature match area. It's going to be going up against OP16 and Red Ace, though. Ace looking like it's showing out pretty well in Toulouse this weekend.
Yeah, like we said, Ace isn't that bad. It's a deck with a good position for this meta, and Nami is just Nami. Still one of the best decks, that's for sure. And it's a good friend of mine that is always cooking crazy deck lists. So shout out to him. And a matchup I'm really, really looking forward, because as a Nami main or half main, I'm not quite sure, but Nami is one leader that I thinking of bringing. I didn't test this matchup that much, so yeah, looking forward for it. So we have Lane on the right side and Simone on the left side playing Ace with Ace.
Alrighty, we have round number 7, Nami against Ace. So this guy made it with Ace, undefeated until round number 7. That's insane. Going first and playing Sanji 3 cost. Nami is going to play Zoro for 4, trashing Leo to heal up to 1 life. And just going to swing for 5. I think you can take this 5k swing, right? Maybe he's afraid of leadability. Ace starts with an easy 5k swing. Countering for 1k, going for 6 with Nami, with Sanji. Playing Iso. And if you don't know, Iso works with Wano leader and the Whitebeard Pirates leader, which is an insane card, because you can make every card, you can give every card minus 2000 power during this turn, which is strong. 6 into life, easy 2k. going for Vivi to cheat out Nami. Whoa, that's also very spicy. Because you now got one Dawn attached on the leader, you got a blocker, you made your opponent to take one life. That's an insane play. Why did no one else see this combination? So now you need to make sure to swing at least for 7, since lead ability is available. Starts with a 5. Use lead ability. Go 6 into Zoro. Easy 1k. 7 into Zoro. Oh, Gravity Blade is already in hand, so both characters, I would say Zoro and Izo are going to be bottom decked. Next turn from Nami. Going to take Whitebeard. Definitely the right decision. Probably is going to bottom deck the Luffy and Ace, since both are active. But I think going for the bottom deck with Gravity Blade is definitely the right play here. Yeah, there it is. Which is very annoying for Simone. Just going into face, ignoring board. Using Izo ability. Simone is on a bad spot. Because he will lose now a lot of life or a lot of hand cards. Now I'm just going to draw out of lead ability. Then going for a 6k swing into life. Using his ability. Lane looks a little bit like he got out of prison and just started to play the game. He doesn't look like a typical trading card game player. Going for Sanji. On KO, Sanji can draw a card. And back to Ace. So what's the answer from Ace? Whitebeard, maybe? To reduce sorrow and then try to remove as much as possible from the board. Yes, there is Whitebeard showing to 8 costs to reduce Zoro. I think Zoro is the only valid target here. And now you can swing for 5 into 0. How much does Whitebeard reduce? I think 6k, right? So why seeing 7? It's a little bit. Ah, okay, because double attack, I see. Whitebeard gets rush going into Nami. Okay, this is such a misplay. This is such a misplay. Well, you should never go into Nami until one card is revealed or you are sure he has definitely nothing. But going into Nami was for sure a misplay. A misdecision. Anyways, back to Nami, which managed to play 10 cost Beard, attaching 2 dons to leader and one of the characters, which he got basically for free. And because there is no character on board, which is a valid target, he's going for life. Now we have another 7 interface. Simone, what did you do? What is going on? This is also such a fast game. 26 minutes left. And they are already at the end of the game. I think we need to move One Piece to a best of 3 game because that's insane. So we have the 7k double attack into face. Could use lead ability in the 1k, could take. I mean, also taking would be not that bad, to be honest. But is going to use lead ability and 1k. Now I think should go into the character. Rayleigh, yes. I think that's definitely the right decision, going 12 into 6, I assume. Maybe a little bit too high. Could also go just for 10. So there is the 2 cost Luffy. Then he's going to play Little Ors Jr., which is a blocker, and he does something else, but I'm not sure what. If you have no card with type including white price and cost of remoke, if this character might. Oh my god, another gravity blade. This is already over. 8 into face. Take. Lead ability. 12 into face. Oh my god. Oh my god. Such a fast game. Back to back fast games. 6 minutes. Did they have 35 minutes or do they have. Oh, I'm not sure. I forgot the rules. They have 35 minutes. Okay, so they finished the game in 10 minutes. 10 fucking minutes. I mean, tomorrow, Top Cut, they have 1 hour for 3 games. They could play 6 games. The prisoner won it. The real prisoner won it. GG's. And with this mean, now we have another break, which will be at least 30 minutes.
Just so crazy.
Yeah, look, having a big smile on his face, having a lot of fun while doing it as well. And I suppose there in that situation, that is one of the downsides about Little Laws Jr. being such a potentially good value card for Ace, being a potential 4-cost 8k blocker in the list, is that it's still susceptible to Gravity Blade, despite how well statted that it is. You run into a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger, and all of a sudden, its shields are down.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gravity is, again, in a very, very good position in this set. So, yeah, nearly every blue deck is running Gravity Blade, I would say. I don't know if there is any blue deck that doesn't run it, because you have so many different matchups where you have the big value of Gravity Blade. Like, we have Rosilante, player with a lot of 6 cost or less characters. We saw Ace now, also in Nami Mirror to get rid of Borsalino Nami, Bar cards, other than Gecko Moria, also the Rayleigh, the Bell Luffy. You have so many good targets. So yeah, Gravity Blade, a very, very good tech. Also very, very strong against Luffy, against Blue-Green Luffy. And Blue-Green Luffy also play Gravity Blade. So yeah, good card, good position for it. Nothing more to add.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into this Sky Island build of Blue Yellow Nami. We've seen it a little bit here and there in and around the format. It's predominantly been the Thriller Bark style package that has been dominant for Blue Yellow Nami. But the inclusion of Nefeltari Vivi from EBO3 to be able to cheat 2 bodies out on your 5 or 6 Don turn, along with this EBO3 Nami, which has been such a strong card for this deck historically anyway.
Absolutely, it's a very strong combo, and you can not only play out that Nami, you can also bring out the 4-cost Zoro or the 5-cost Bell Luffy. So yeah, you have quite some targets there for that Vivi. And I know that Lane is one of the guys that really, really believed in this Vivi card in Nami, and he's still playing it. He's still doing good. So yeah, very strong card. We talked about Gravity Blade, so Gravity Blade is there in a very, very good position also for Nami being played. So at least 1 copy, I would say, maybe even 2 copies that Nami can play with Gravity Blade in the deck. And yeah, 5-cost Nami, I don't think we need to say that much about this card. Of course, you have to play 4 copies of that Nami because this card is one of the reasons why Nami is so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's dive now into some more of the Sky Island cards, because we mentioned Bell Luffy a little bit here. The OP15, or one of the 2 OP15 secret rares in that set. If you have 6 or more Don on the field, it gains Rush. And when your opponent activates an event or a blocker, you get to reveal up to 1 life card from the stack and gain 1,000 power for each 1 cost on that revealed card. Nami tends to run some pretty expensive Don cards in the deck. You see the 7-cost Nico Robin in there. Obviously, we've got 10-cost blocker Edward Newgate running around in the build. So potentially it could come from a 7k to a 17k body if you hit a strong card on the top of that life to flip.
Absolutely right. So in my opinion, this is one of the best cards that we have in this game. By having a new ability, that's something new that we see in this card game. By boosting his power depends on what your top life is. Also that he stacks his power every single time your opponent is going to use events. So imagine against Enel, every time he's going to use 2k counter event, this Bell Luffy just goes like crazy high number of power. Yeah, with the 7-cost Robin, you can just bring out that Luffy. And what I like about the Robin in this deck is because you add 1 life from your life area and replace it with the top card of your deck, your lead ability is getting triggered if you have 7 or less cards in your hand. So very strong combination there with Nami leader and Mr. I need to take this card because of Luffy and Enel. Viper. Viper is such a good card right now. It's so good against Enel. Super strong against Luffy. It's a Sky Island. You can also play it out with Nico Robin, the active main ability to give one of your Sky Island type characters or leader 1 rested Don is very strong. So this is basically a 5-cost 7k counter card that on play you may turn your life face up and then you can just give every single character of your opponent minus 2,000 power and kill everyone with 0,000 power. So strong. So yeah, super good against Luffy, super good against Enel, and there are some situations where you can also try to play Viper and then go for board if there are characters like 6k buddies or 5k buddies to make them 4 or 3ks to swing with your leader or with some characters into it and just to get rid of it a little bit easier than if you would swing just normal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, really strong card, and one that a lot of people in yellow are trying to include in as those tech options and as a part of this general Sky Island build as well. I suppose the slight downside in Nami is that Rested Dawn can't go on to the leader. Nami only has the Straw Hat Crew type as opposed to the Sky Island trait as well. So a little bit of a drawback, but for what you're getting value-wise from that on play and with the rest of the Sky Island characters that you're partnering this with generally, with Nico Robin, with Luffy as well, it's still a worthy inclusion to be able to have.
It is, and to be honest, if the Rested Dawn is not locked into a Sky Island, this would be a 4-off for sure in Nami, because you could just play out an on curve, get rid of every character from your opponent with 2000 power or less, and still have the leader ability unlocked every single turn when you play cards on curve. So that's a girl 10 times better. So yeah, it's I think it's well balanced that it's only worked for Sky Island cards. Yeah, that's the position of Viper for OP16. So yeah, we have a next slide for you ready, guys. So let's have a look into some other cards that we have. And of course, I would say 2 of them are key cards that you have to play. One of them is a card that nearly everyone is playing, and one of them is an interesting one. So starting off with 7-cost EBO3 Nico Robin. That's a 4-off for Nami, for sure. That's such a good card. So on play, you trash your top life, and then you replace 2 cards from the top of your deck in your life area. So you just heal up 1 life, but you replace it. That's very, very interesting. And then one of the craziest abilities in this game, opponent's turn on KO. If this card is being KO'd, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. Not your opponent needs to take 1 life, because then 0, if he's on 0 life and he's going for that Nico Robin KO, because that card deals damage, that means if you're on 0 life and you're attacking into the Robin, you are dead. You will not survive that turn, and that's it. So a very, very, very strong card in this deck, indeed. Also triggered and works really, really well with that lead ability, because life area is being removed from life card is being removed from the area. Then we have Borsalino, a 4-off, and a card like Zoro that I would say at least a 1-off and in this deck is a must-have, because the Thunderbug package with Gecko Moria as one of the best trigger cards in this game, by bringing out a 4, so the trigger of Gecko Moria is play out a 4-cost or less character from your trash as active, so you can just bring out that Zoro and get an extra life. That's so strong. So for this combo, Zoro is very good, but as we saw in this game, on 4 Dawn, so if your opponent is on 3 Dawn and just swing 8, you always take this one, or not always, but often you just take this one, and then because of Zoro in hand, you just play him out on 4 and you have your 4 life back, but you don't have your lead ability. But that Zoro is also a 4-off in Boa Hancock and a 4-off in Sky Island Luffy from OP15. So very, very strong card. One of the best 4-drops we have in the game. And then one of my favorite cards in general is that 6-cost, 6k Silver's Rayleigh. On play, if your leader is multicolored and your opponent has 3 or less life, you can just get rid of a base 7k character from your opponent. That's really, really strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very, very nice indeed to be able to get a little bit of early tempo removal going on as well, especially if you are on that even curve, building up to that Gravity Blade plus Dawn underneath leader turn as a possibility, and the trigger as well to just activate the on-play effect and get rid of something off of your opponent's board to potentially stop them from being able to attack with that character on that turn. It's definitely a really, really decent little card, and one that has been getting included in sort of 2-ofs or 3-ofs at most in Nami lists over the past few weeks.
Absolutely right, and especially the trigger is so strong, and it's a very good target for Nami. Like we saw in this game, if you attack that 5-cost EBO3 Nami and you give the Nami the on-KO ability because your life is face down, you can just flip your life and play a different character. Not a different, you can play a character with 6,000 power or less. So you can just bring out that Rayleigh and get rid of something that your opponent has with 7k base power or less. And also, the base power is very important. So you cannot play around this card. And that's so strong about this card. So yeah, I'm a fan of it. But Ben, we have another leader that we saw that we talked about already, but this deck has so many good cards. So let's have a look into red OP16 Ace that we already saw, but it's the second time we had it on stream with 3 key cards for this deck. One of them is OP16, 8 cost, 10k Edward Newgate. With your turn, your leader gains double attack and 2000 power. So with double Newgate, you have 4k. You boost your leader with 4k, so 9k leader only on your turn. And still the double attack, not quadro attack. Otherwise, that would be too broken. But still does have another ability with that on-play ability. You may reveal 2 cards with 8000 power to give one of your opponent characters minus 6000 power, and then you can just try to get rid of it. And then 4-cost Luffy. I think this is a very, very, very important card for this deck. First of all, it only costs 2 Don if you have 6 or more Don. That's very strong. Second of all, you can search it with that ace next to Luffy. And you can also give this card Rush if you give this card 2 more Dons. So this card has to be an 8k, so you can give it Rush because of your leader ability. And on opponent's attack, you can boost your leader by making him a 7k leader. And the Luffy himself by being a 7k character. That's such a strong card. So 2 Don, 7k card, I would say. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And being able to get that extra little bit of boost as well on your opponent's attack, and then the Portghast ace as well. Unfortunately, Nami being able to get around the on-KO ability by bottom decking it and denying Simona the extra search on KO. But a 5-cost 6k body that can search down the deck with the top 5 cards and give your 8000 power character cards the 2k counter stat line as well definitely helps try and shore up yourself defensively a little bit more. Speaking of shoring yourself up defensively, this deck also does run a couple of blocker cards that have the opportunity to sort of cheat their printed costs a little bit as well, with things like the Uta, the Thatch as well being printed in OP16, and then we saw Izo in EBO1, which was a really cool inclusion here. So Uta, a card that a lot of people will be familiar with from the days of Red-Blue Ace, being able to play I Am Whitebeard into 10-cost Edward Newgate or 9-cost Edward Newgate from OPO2, and then pairing it along with an Uta, because you have 2 extra Don left over if you have a character with 10,000 power or more on the board. And then this Thatch does a similar kind of thing. If you have a character with 8,000 power or more and a type including Whitebeard Pirates, this card gets -3 cost in your hand. So it turns into a 5-cost 8k blocker for Thatch.
Yeah, I think especially Uta is a very strong card. One of my favorite red cards that we have, because she's a 2k counter, what makes her really, really strong. And I'm a fan of that Izo in that deck, because first of all, it's a Whitebeard Pirate, so you can search it. Second of all, you can use your lead ability to give Izo Rush, and you can use the on-play ability to give Izo that 1 Don, because Izo say that you can give 1 reset Don to your leader or one of your characters. So just give Izo the Don, use your lead ability, and swing 8. And then you have that extra 2k counter on your opponent's attack, so you can just trash 1 brick. You change the brick into a 2k. That's very, very strong in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is indeed. I mentioned earlier that it was a card that got a little bit of support and helped out with Red-Green Kazuki Odin when that was released back in EBO1 as well. But good to see that it's getting a little bit of support and home now in OP16 Ace, with its capability also to help protect yourself a little bit more with that on your opponent's attack ability. Well, that means we are 7 rounds down here on day 1, but we've still got 3 more rounds of Swiss to bring you, with players starting to look upwards and thinking 1 or 2 more wins. And I'm playing top 32 tomorrow and qualified for the Season 1 finals in Utrecht in September as well. So don't go too far, because very soon we'll be putting some of those names on the plane to Utrecht. So don't go anywhere. Round 7 is next.
Already start.
ただ神底に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で登 And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals for Toulouse in France. We're getting to the pinnacle of day one here now, and there's no better exclamation of that than us taking Table 1's feature match here for round number 8. It's going to be a Luffy mirror, but not necessarily the Luffy mirror that maybe you were expecting, because we've got green-blue Luffy up against mono yellow Sky Island Luffy.
Yes, Luffy Mirror, but two different leaders. One of them is from OP15 with the Sky Island package. So some cards that we saw in Nami, but of course more Sky Island cards that we are definitely going to see, because this leader only or does work perfectly with Sky Island, because you just protect your Sky Island characters from being removed or KO'd. And that's really good, because instead of that, you can just take life. So you cannot really attack into board or use some events to get rid of some cards. But you are playing against the other Luffy from OP16, the blue-green one. That is one of the best, if not the best deck in format. You can go very wide. You can go very, very aggressive. You have the restand event to restand with, to re-attack with every single character and your leader. So could be very, very interesting. One of the key cards in this matchup, of course, especially for that Skynet Luffy, it is Viper. We talked about Viper the last game, how important he is against the blue-green Luffy. And I think as a good blue-green Luffy player, not me, I mean the opponent that he's facing off, you need to play around it a little bit. You need to play around Viper. So on, let's say he lost the dice, he goes second. Don't play 2 costs on 4 done, and then give your opponent on 5 done that free Viper, and you just lose your entire board. Play around it, play a little bit smarter. That's how you have to play against this deck. Also, a card that is always strong in this deck is the tank cost EBO2 NL. I think, is he from EBO2? Yeah, he's from EBO2. The tank cost that only works with Sky Island leader, so it does work. If you have 1 or less life when attacking, you just pitch 1 card from your hand to heal up 1 life. And this character against Rush, and when it swings, it also became a 12k buddy, not an 11k. So normally it's 10 cost 11k, but it will be a 10 cost 12k. So a very strong card and a very good deck. And it was a good deck and had a very good position last set. But I think in this set, it's way more interesting to see that this deck can perform. So yeah, both players are ready. So let's have a look who has to go first here. And we have the fist bump, so I have the feeling like Luffy has to go first. Haha, funny. Luffy has to go first, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be green-blue Luffy that is forced to go first with no turn 1 play. So over to Savini, who is going to kick things off with Shura here, the Sky Island Searcher from all the way back in OP05. And look at that, immediately finds the Wiper here for those later game stages, and a big warning to his opponent and saying, look, it's in hand now, be careful.
Yep, Viper, very important. And I think you don't have to look for anything else in this matchup, so right pick, definitely right pick here. So let's see, Luffy on 3 done. Could play 2 cost or just swing 8. Yep, you have to play a little bit different here. Oh, and the first life is Hezo trigger. Ben, we talked about the card being there in his deck, and first life is the trigger. Fidel Sky Island, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, we spoke about it while we were off camera, just having a little bit of an early look at some of the deck lists. And activate main, it draws you 1 and then gives Arrested Don to your Sky Island type leader or character cards. But when it is triggered...
All right, we have game number 8, which is a very exciting matchup. Bell Luffy against green blue Luffy. And unfortunately, Luffy was not able to go second and didn't find any of the 2 costs, which is quite bad for him. Going down to 3 lives, so not the best start, but also strong from the Bell Luffy player Alex to go up to round 8 undefeated, quite strong. Going to play Buggy into Prisoner of Impel Down. Can restand 2 more dawns, but not really something to play. What is he thinking about? I mean, there's nothing else to do, just restand 2 dawns and swing. Well, I don't know what this guy's thinking right now. Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, 7. Back to Bell Luffy on 6 dawn. We could see the 5 cost Luffy because he only gets rush if you have 6 dawns or more. There it is. Going for an easy 6k swing, maybe trying to bait the block from Prisoners of Impel Down, but is opting to use a 2k counter, probably. There is it. 2k Mr. Galdino and then 7k interface, which goes through. No trigger. Pass back to green, blue Luffy. Now on 7 dawns. Still no 2 costs. Oh, I think that is the first one, Mr. 1. So we could see Mr. 1 play into Croc to just draw 2 cards. Starts with an easy 6k swing. Using 2k Jinbei. Goes with another 6k swing. And there is another 2k counter. The thing is, now he lost his potential blocker, going for 6k into life. This goes through, down to 2 life. And now we see for 4 down, Ivankov to check top 3. You can take any Impel Down card and then you can cheat out 1-2 cost Impel Down card out of your hand. With Mr. 1, you already have a very good target, so you could take something else which you maybe need to protect or to play in the next turn. But is opting to take Mr. 2 and probably also going to cheat him out, which allows him on play to draw 1 more card. Leadability is still left. There is leadability, 4 more dons available now, so we could see. Oh, okay, he's going now for Crocodile to bounce Mr. 2 and play Mr. 2 to draw another additional card. And there is the pass back to Bell Luffy, which could go now for the Robin line into Bell Luffy, or he could just play another Bell Luffy. There are some opportunities, that's for sure. So I would say Robin into Bell Luffy is a good play here, and seems like he's opting to do that. There is Robin trashing 1 life, healing 1 life. Reveal, oh, reveal Wiper, which allows him to KO the 2k cards or less. And now he's weirdly attaching dons and going into Prison of Impel Down, which is now 4k, so 4 into 4, asking for 1k counter. Alex looks a little bit sad. I don't know. There is a 1k counter. Then we go 554. There is a 2k counter. So still one more swing left out of Bell Luffy. And I think he forgot the wiper ability to attach one rested Dawn. Yes, he definitely forgot the wiper ability. What did he use? No, sorry, he used wiper ability to attach it to Shiryu. Because he was an 8 Dawn playing Nico Robin for 7, so only one Dawn was active. Then he used wiper ability to attach one rested Dawn. Anyways, back to Luffy, which is now on 9 Dawn. We could see Boa play, since Boa is stunning anything, but not Luffy. So if he forgets that he can not stun Luffy, then this guy is on a very bad spot. So that's why he's going for Mr. One, just to see if he can draw something more helpful. There is another buggy. Still has lead ability. I don't understand why they don't just instantly use lead ability to get him rested down. I mean, the risk that you are going to forget to use lead ability is quite high if you don't do it instantly. Attaching one down, swinging 6 into life. Nick Robin trigger is waiting there already. I think if he takes, he's going to trigger Nico Robin. Why not? It's a free blocker. So every other swing which is incoming could be free blocked, no matter how high it is. Oh, it's into... Oh, okay, okay. He used... Okay, now got it. He used trigger. But I think the sequence would be take trigger and then you can replace the character, not replace the character and then use trigger. It doesn't really change that much, but still it was a little bit confusing. Well, Savini looks... I don't know, his body language is kind of weird. Nervous, sad. He's probably like the real life Doc Q. Looks very sick and sad, but is quite strong player. There is 7 cost the Boa, which allows him to stun a character other than Monkey D. Luffy is going for Nico Robin. Now, did he use lead ability? He was on 9. 1 down up, I think. I think he did. I forgot it. Going to play the event to draw 1 card and attach 1 rest on. Going for 6 interface. It's going to take this attack. Then we have 7k swing into face. Oof. And oh my goodness, a lot of dons still up. So we could see another bad Luffy played. But he's going to play Zoro because there is no bad Luffy in hand. Replacing Shura. There is Zoro on play, trash one card, heal up 1 life, and then we will see another character which would be Borsalino. Replacing Viper, play Borsa, attach 1 card into life. So he is now back to 3 life, has a blocker on board, has 2 blockers on board actually. Could be quite. Ooh, there's Deadman's Game. But still, with 3 life, it could be tough to go for game. And I mean, there is a 2k, 1k, 1k, a lot of 1ks. I don't think he has any brick in hand. A lot of 1ks, but no brick. So you could go for Deadman's Game to rest both blockers. Then use lead ability to get 2 additional dons back. So you have 8 dons to split. Then you could do some poke damage, but being on 7 cards in hand and 3 life, poke damage, maybe not the right decision here. The only good thing is you have Boa, which is unblockable, but maybe you should use her as last attack since he could cheat out the blocker out of trigger. So for Pere, it's actually a very difficult situation now. He needs to think, can I go for game or should I wait another turn? Very difficult decision. The other thing is he could go for board, but if you use, you could try to go for board. Well, there's Nico Robin which can easily counter everything. Tough decision, tough decision. Maybe opting to attach 3 don. Going for 6, which goes through. I think Alex got it. If Alex is able to survive this turn, then there's no way that Goofy Luffy is going to survive. With only 1 blocker left. Well, you could try, if you have stun event, you could try to stun the bad Luffy and maybe another character. You could maybe try to bait a blocker out of Borsa. Look at Savini. Savini has this, I don't give a fuck, boy. You can swing however you want. I will win this game. Ooh, I think if Savini wins this round, I think he's pretty sure on top cut, right? Because you're 8-0, so your tiebreak is quite good. Even if you lose the next upcoming 2 games, you are one of the better 8-0 players. 5 into lead, just a 1k. Oof. Going for Galdino. Resting 2 dons, replacing Ivankov. So he really tried to go for it. And now using... Wait, what? Oh my god. Why did he not use Deadman's Game? Then he could attach... Why did he not use Deadman's Game? Because with Deadman's Game, you could rest both blockers and then attach at least 4 dons to 2 characters. So Deadman's Game would be basically for free. I think Pere made here a little misplay. Because why should you play Mr. 3? He rests 2 don, then you restand 2 don, so you played him for free. Okay, but you lost leaderability. Then you attach 2 rest dons. I don't see that this is the right play. Oh, that's what I like. They are thinking, what can I do? How should I counter? Should I counter? Should I block? That's what I love to see. Not just play as fast as possible. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He's going to restand all of his board. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And the crazy thing is, oh my god, I'm such a bad player because I don't run the event. The crazy thing is he can rest Mr. 3 to attach. Oh my god, he has now 2 9k swings available. Going for 9 into game. Trigger, draw 2, trash 1. Or just draw 2. Oh, he made it! Pere made it! Forget what I said the last 5 minutes. Pere played like a pro. That was exciting. Still a very fast game, but very exciting. Well played from Pere. Pere is now for sure in the top cut. If he wins the next game, then he is, or at least one of the next 2 games, then he is 100% in the top cut. And right now he's like 85-90% into the top cut. Well played, GG.
My damage here and there. He has to play double heal, so he go up to 3 life. Let me prepare my board so I can go very aggressive for game with 12 swings. Like, imagine, how can you defend 12 swings? It's not really possible. The problem was the 6k swings that Imperial Luffy did. He has to counter these one out with double 1k. That was the problem here, because for the double 6k swings, or for the 6k swings that he made, if he has just a 2k there, or 2k 1k with the 7k swings, then it's fine. Then you don't need to take the lives, and then after the recent event, you can just start to taking some lives. Like 7 cards in hand, and you only have like 1 2k in hand, and the rest was 1ks. That's the problem here. And that's why, yep, it was enough for Impel Down Luffy to go through. 8-0 now means, like you said, probably a very, very, very high chance to make it into top cut. So, yeah, maybe a deck that we can confirm. But, of course, Impel Down Luffy is going to be in the top cut. But for Sky Island Luffy with X1, that means, because his only loss was against someone in round 8, that is 8-0 now. He just need to win. Yeah, if you're going to win the next 2 rounds, he's definitely in. If he's only going to win 1 more, then it relies on how good his losses are. And if both of his losses are in top cut, then he will also make it in the top cut. So everything is still up. And I think 7-1 with Sky and Luffy is still a good job, and 2 more rounds. So wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely feels like quite a decent little counter pick into the format right now. Obviously, we're focusing a lot on the Impel Down Luffy and the possibilities that Wiper has for that deck. But also against something like Purple and Nell, it could be a really, really strong and potent strategy by getting rid of all of those small one-cost characters on Purple and Nell's side of the board. Here, though, you're seeing some of the heavier hitters in the deck. Of course, Borsalino, we've mentioned it every single time the yellow deck has come up on stream. It's an absolute staple in yellow nowadays. The Sky Island Luffy secret rare, really, really cool little piece of tech here and a really, really cool card. Getting that rush if you're hitting it on your even curve with 6 or more Don on the field, and then potentially getting that extra boost in power when your opponent activates events or blockers. And then the 10 cost super rare Enel, a card that we don't get to see too much of anymore, with mono yellow Enel falling out of favor in the format now. But obviously it's only Sky Island type locked and not Enel leader locked. So still gets the rush, still gets the potential to heal and be a 12k closer.
Yeah, that's a very strong card, and all of these cards are just super strong in this deck. But we also have some more very good cards for this deck. So yeah, we saw Nico Robin also in BY Nami, because that Sky Island package with Nico Robin, Viper, and Secret Rare Luffy, you can play in more yellow decks, and that's what I really like. So Nico Robin, a very strong card. Viper, we talked about it last round and the round before. Viper is very good. But let's talk about 5 cost 6k Kagara from OP12. This is a very strong card. On your turn, again, when a life card is leaving the life area, you can just draw 1 card. That's so strong. It's a Sky Island character, obviously, Kagara. And it does work really, really good in this deck. So I'm a fan of this card. And it's 1 more 5-drop from 3 to 4/5 drop that you can bring out. So you have Viper, you have Secret Rare Luffy, and you have that Kagara. That is super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest reason why this Kagara works so nicely in this deck as well is actually for the leader effect, which I don't think we even saw during that game at all. If your Sky Island type character with 6,000 base power or more would be removed from the field by your opponent, that includes attacked into as well, you can add 1 card from the top of your life to your hands instead. So when it's your turn, if you're trying to, defend a character, or your opponent triggers something that tries to remove a character, you can protect it with the Sky Island Luffy leader ability and then trigger the Kagara to draw 1 more card as well. Now, granted, it means you can't draw cards further using your own effects during the turn, but considering the only thing we'd have to worry about losing out on there is Hesso, really? That seems like it's a pretty good trade-off.
Yeah, I think Hesso is a very good card, to be honest. So the reason this card is good is, first of all, the trigger ability is insane to draw 2 cards. That's really, really strong. But second of all, you can also just recycle and still have that Don that you has to use for playing this card out, used by attaching it to your leader or one of your characters. So it's a good card in general, I would say, and that's why I'm not like crazy surprised to see this card in Sky Island Luffy. Same goes for Gum Gum Golden Rifle. Gum Gum Golden Rifle is such a strong card in this deck. So yeah, Sky Island Luffy is also there on top. And Ben, how many different leaders did we have had already on stream? And also, how many different leaders are in a good position with OP16?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been really, really fortunate to not have to repeat leaders in back-to-back rounds. Yes, we have had a couple of leaders that have made multiple appearances, like Teach, Ace, and now Green Blue Luffy, but there's still plenty of leaders that are hanging around those top tables. I mean, we saw Crocodile a few rounds ago trying to put against Havoye on Green Blue Luffy. We've seen Mono Red Ace, which was still a little bit of an unknown quantity. And obviously, we've now seen this Sky Island Luffy as a potential anti-meta pick for things like Green Blue Luffy and Mono Purple Enel as well. So whether it will continue on into day 2 tomorrow and continue to try and be a foil to 2 of the pillars of the OP16 meta, we will have to wait and see. For now, though, we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss to be able to bring you, and it will start to be more names that will be getting put into Top Cut tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have round 9 live from Toulouse. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals here on the One Piece card game. Ben and Abra here with you, bringing you all of the action across the weekend. We are getting into round number 9 with 2 X1 players who are essentially win this round, and you should pretty much have made your place into top 32. The loser of this game won't be out of the race, but will have a massive round 10 matchup for them to be able to play and make themselves in to day 2 tomorrow. And for one of these players, they're trying to go back to back from a couple of weeks ago on the top placement as well. That will be our Rosinante player, and they're going to be going up against Blue Yellow Nami.
Yes, this is our matchup for the only 2 more rounds to come. So this is a very, very, very important one, and this is also a very interesting one because there's one side of people saying Nami is favored against Rosie, and then there's the other side of people saying Rosie is again favored against Nami. To be honest, I'm not quite sure about it, but we will definitely see who is going to be the winner out of this game. So both players are ready. In my opinion, if Rosie has the dice, and if Rosie see everything that he needs to see, Rosie should be favored. That's my small opinion. But I'm not the one that is saying that. If you're not saying that Rosie is favored, you don't have any knowledge about the game. That's not true. Nami is, at the end, Nami is Nami, but Rosie is also Rosie. So, starting off, going first by playing out a 1-cost Rosinante Searcher to find a law, and he's finding a 6-cost law. That is very important, Rosie law. And
It
for
is
Nami,
indeed. Nami's just going to be a turn 1 pass. Yep, not much really to do for Nami anymore. Most of the decks for Nami removing the girl promo as that opening play when going second, so not going to be utilized here. We do see the 7k swing being attempted in here. It's going to draw out the leader ability to plus 2000 power and the +1 of the Dr. Hogback. So starting to see some of the thriller package nice and early here for Nemu. And now here is the Marineford. So some more early searching to bring Sakazuki into the hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, no 4-cost law in hand. Otherwise, it would have been a stage into lead ability, into promo law, or into the new baby law from OP16. So that's interesting. Nami is going for a 7k swing. This one goes through. Nami ability, 7 or less cards in hand, and the pass. If you asked why 7k and not 9k, so you still have the chance after the ability to draw into a potential girl. That's why you always swing 7 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't find it this time, however. Instead has the Zeus in hand, which isn't really the value that you want to find by taking out a 1-cost Rosinante Searcher. And now there is the 6-cost Rosie and Law, refunding the leader ability from the Don Quixote Rosinante leader as well. And over to Nami we will go. I think just top decked the girl promo. Always the time when you don't want to find it.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, girl is, most of the time only good at the first 1 or 2 turns. But still, it's a counter, so not that bad. So here is the 5-cost Nami. That is a very important card that you need to have on 5 or 6 Dawn. So Rosie was on 3 lives, so need to add 1 life. Nami lead ability triggered, and now also see a 6k swing, not 7, because you will have the free block anyways. That's why it doesn't make any sense to attach it on. Now 8k swing from Rosinante Law coming, and this one goes through. Nami goes down to 3 life. No, he's maybe changing it.
Yeah, just consideration here. We do have quite a few 2k counters in hand with Kumasi and the Zeus there. We also now have the girl promo, which could just be utilized as easy fodder away for the lead ability.
What?
Instead, we are just going to leader ability first and then still take the damage. So getting our boost up to a 7k base.
Wow. Yeah, if you ask why he's doing that, because of the 4-cost law. Obviously, the starter deck law, that if your opponent has 7 or more cards in hand, allows you to get rid of 2 cards from their hand. So just use your lead ability and take this one. So you played around it a little bit. Very
Yeah,
very smart.
also dissuades the just 5k leader poke in as well there from the Rosinante leader.
Yeah.
So if the Sakazuki was always planning to be the play for Mage on this turn, doesn't mean that there's an extra card that has to be drawn out of hand here. So nice little bit of sequencing there as we see the 6k swing. There is the Nico Robin now flipping and trashing away the copy of Gravity Blade Raging Tiger, which is one of the big equalizers in this matchup, with the bottom decking capability to get around that protection for Rosinante.
This one hurts, and you saw both players laughing there because both players know this is one of the key cards in this matchup for Nami. So yeah, unfortunately, because also the trigger would be insane, not for now because there's no target, but yeah, that's why as Rosinante you have to focus on going wide with playing Zakatsukis because he's a 7 cost, so you cannot bottom deck him. So Zaka is very important in this matchup. As you can see, double Zaka already on board. That means that, yeah, you will have 10 tons every single turn for now. And he's going for that Nico Robin power reduce, Mamaragan, and now swings into it. He's on 2k, so that means 2k into 2k swing. So that also means that if this attack is going through, Rosinante will go down to 1 life, but is in such a good spot that he really doesn't care about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit better on this situation to just get rid of the big 8k attacker of the Nico Robin right now. Like we said, we've got the life to work with. We can heal up with things like the Borsellino later down the line as well, so that won't be too much of a worry right now. We've got the Rosinante and Law as a blocker. We've got multiple Rosie and Laws in hand as well to continue to defend with later on in the game. So a pretty comfortable place for Mage on Rosinante to be living in at the moment. Wants to get a little bit more information first, though. The 1-cost Rosinante Searcher is the illustration rare artwork of it, or the illustration box artwork of it. And it's going to be the hand rip Law that we are going to grab here, the treasure rare version of the starter deck 10 Law. And it's going to come down as well. Nemu is going to lose 2 cards out of their hand.
What a turn. And Mage is playing so confident. He does really, really know exactly what he has to do. So it is double Thriller Bug, Kumasi, and Hawkback that he gets rid of. So very, very strong here. And if we have a look into the hand of Nami, then I think you are happy with pitching both of them because Whitebeard is still in hand. That's really important. But to be honest, Whitebeard isn't that good in this matchup because of Zaka into Lightning.
Oh, we find Kumasi as the first card out of life. So it's going to be the play of Dr. Hogback out of the trash here using the Kumasi ability. On KO with Hogback, of course, we can play up to 1 character card with a cost of 4 or less and a trigger other than itself from the trash. So we'll keep an eye out for what finds its way in the trash. We haven't seen any 4-cost Peronas make their way there so far in this game. But now up to 10 Don, are we going to try and force Mage to have that combination of Gum Gum Lightning and Mamaragan, like you mentioned, Abra, to deal with a 10-cost Edward Newgate? Or are we going to play this a little bit more reserved?
Yeah, his hand is not the best, to be honest. There's a Marco in hand, that's fine, but what are you going to do with the rest of 6 Don? Yeah, you can split it. That would be an option, but I think you just still have to go for that Whitebeard. And this is what Nemo is going to do. So draw 2, trash 1, and then 2 Don under leader and 2 Don under the Nami. Also makes sense to give the 2 Dons to Nami and not to Hawkback. So you have an 8k swing, and this is not a free block. Then the 7k swing is the free block there, and that's why we are going to see that free block. And we're also going to see that 4-cost 5k power Law using the blocker keyword here, blocker ability to defend that 8k swing. So now let's have a look. Is it time for Zaka into Lightning? Oh my god.
Oh, it very well might be. There's the Sakazuki, and I think that the Gum Gum Lightning might have been drawn off the top of the deck to start the turn off as well from Mage. If that is the case, then we're in a really strong position here. We're going to use the Marineford stage for the first time here, though, on this turn. Draw one, trash one for the cost of one Don minus with 3 Sakazukis on the board. That's a very easy cost to pay. Slow beam sword in hand there. So maybe we did actually miss on the hope for the Gum Lightning to be found. No, we haven't. We found it there. It's in the middle of the hand next to the I love you there. So we'll be able to get rid of this Edward Newgate. There it goes with the Gum Lightning, the full art version as well. And then another Sakazuki activation, drawing us right back up to 10 Don again. And now we can put the pressure on with some 8K swings from these Sakazukis.
This looks horrible for Nami, to be honest. Third Sakazuki being played, also the Lightning to get rid of that Whitebeard. That's why Whitebeard isn't that strong in this matchup, or in general, Whitebeard is not that strong anymore. That's why most of the Nami players decided to only play 2 copies of the Whitebeard, or I saw some lists playing 3. I think 3 is also fine, but you don't need 4 anymore. So wow, it does look really good for Rosinante here. Also, oh, there's a Gecko trigger. This one is huge.
Yeah, this is really nice. And there is a Perona in the trash as well there because we threw it away to the leader ability. So that's going to stop, it looked like, the Rosinante and Law from being able to attack on this turn. It's the only legal target. So it is going to be Sakazuki attacking in now as well. That one's going to be countered away, it looks like, thanks to the Kumashi, plus the 7k boost, of course, on the opponent's turn. And then a pass right back over to Nemu here, who still has so much work to do. The stubborn Rosinante and Law sitting in the way. Looks like 6 cards in hand, 1 life, and 2 active Don as well, threatening multiple instances of I love you as the counter event.
Yeah, slow beam is also one option to play because
True. Yeah.
I don't think, or yeah, I think a lot of Rosinante players are playing at least 1 copy of the slow beam. I play 2 copies of it because I'm a big fan of this card. But yeah, could also be double I love you. That could be even better, to be honest, because I love you is like having 9k counter because 2k from the card, and then if you have 2 or less life, you can also bring back 1 Trafalgar Law from your trash to your hand. So just counter with the promo law, play I love you, bring it back to hand, and then that's the perfect answer how you defend some attacks. So Nami still has 4 swings into 1 life and only 1 blocker. So I would say it's not impossible for Nami to go for game here if the Nami player has to go for game. That's the question here with the hand. If we have a look into his hand, I think, yeah, Marco's still in hand. I think I saw a girl still. Zeus is still in hand. Some counters, I would say, 2 life also. Maybe he doesn't need to go for game. Maybe it's just Marco and try to do some pressure here and then try to survive 1 turn.
Yeah, it's not an impossible position here for Nemu, but definitely a difficult position, absolutely, as we see this 7k swing still currently being decided by Mage about what we want to do with it, whether we just want to take the free block from Rosinante and Law, whether we want to fire off some of these counter events that we're maybe threatening. Do we just straight up have the counter in hand from characters to be able to defend this attack away as well with 2k and 1k needed? Mage still having a look down, trying to figure out, okay, what does the rest of Nemu's turn look like? There's 3 5k swings at base value across Hogback, Perona, and the leader still awaiting. They are more than likely going to get powered up with some Don. Nami leader especially, you'd have to imagine, to make sure that on opponent's attack ability is live for Mage's next turn.
Yeah, I think Nami is still on a okay position, I would say. Not bad. Of course, the board of Rosinante looks very scary. Pre-Sakatsuki is always scary. But to be honest, you have the lead ability that is really strong. You have a Marco in hand, and because of that double trigger that came from live with Hogback and Perona, instead of 2 swings, you have 4 swings now. And this is how strong this deck is because of the Thrillerbug package that you can play in this deck. So the 7k swing being blocked, and the next 7k swing, there is that I love you into the 2k promo law. So easy counter this one out. 2 more swings to come. So is it the split between them? We are going into a 7k swing again. It's again I love you. That does mean you defend this attack too. So you cannot lose this match in this turn, that's for sure. So I'm pretty sure that we will see one more swing from Perona and then just the Marco, because yeah, you cannot go for game this turn.
Yeah, and there is the last swing going through. Will trigger the Nami ability as well. And then is it just going to be the drop of the Marco? It does mean that we have left 1 Don over spare here from Nemu's side of the board. There'll be 1 active Don left available. But at this point in the game, it feels like it's more just going to be about the preservation, knowing that there's going to be a load of attacks coming through on this next turn. The potential, honestly, for all 6 threats to swing on Mage's side of the board with 3 Sakazukis, the Rosian Law, the Rosinante Searcher could even try and get involved in the action with 3 Don attached, and then the leader as well. So there is the Marco being played down, the pass of the turn. And now it's going to be about how kind are the last 2 cards in life for Nemu, and how kind will the 2 cards drawn from the deck be from the Marco on KO ability as well.
Yeah, and I think the 5k swing from Perona that Rosinante has to take this one because there are no counters in hand. What also means that if Nami, because of the lead ability, top decked a Borsalino here, that would be way better than the Marco.
Yeah.
Because there was no Borsalino on hand, but because of the lead ability, Nemu could have drawn into it, but unfortunately he didn't draw into it. So otherwise Mage would definitely counter this one out, because you cannot give your opponent that lead ability draw and then he draw into a Borsalino. That's what we didn't saw, because no Borsalino on hand means Marco is still there. So 7k string from leader, and this attack Nemo decided to block to draw 2 cards, and I think he draw into a brick and into a 1k. That's not really good. Lead ability is going to be used, and now we see this stage also to recycle, and another stage to find your Borsalino. That's how strong this deck is, because you can find one of the best cards in this deck, and he's going to use another stage here, but this time it's the active main ability again to draw 1 trash one. You don't need the 4th copy of Sakatsuki, and I also think that if the attacks will not go through, he will just play out the Borsalino and try to survive 1 more turn.
Yeah, that's absolutely the play here. Does mean that Nemu's Zeus that they're holding on to would be a live possibility to zap away the Borsalino if it does come down to that, but ultimately it's got to come down to that when there's so much threat on the board here for Mage. The first 8k attack is going to be defended by using the Nami leader effect and Baby 5. Now here comes the potential for another 8k swing. This is a little more risky, considering it can just be 2k'd away, and it will be. There goes the Zeus. So now, still not completely out of the woods, with Rosinante and Law, Sakazuki, and the 1-cost Searcher still eligible to swing, but it would take a lot more to make sure that these attacks are now going to be safe. Here is the Sakazuki effect, getting 2 of that Don right back that we've used from the Marineford and from the leader ability. Now a 3rd 8k swing on this turn, and Nemu is going to go ahead and take this one. What is the activation? Is there a trigger? There's not. It's a Borsalino.
Oh, that's very, very important that there's no trigger there.
Yeah.
It's Maragan just to recycle, just to draw 1.
Yep, and gets the Don right back from the 2nd of 3 potential Sakazuki leader effects as well being activated, or Sakazuki effects rather, not necessarily leader effects. And now the possibility to split the remaining Don up as well. You've got 1 8k body in the Rosinante and Law, depending on how aggressive and how greedy you want to be. It's 8k again here, and this is going to be allowed through. No trigger being activated. We're going to play the Borsalino, so we're going to slow roll this down, buy ourselves 1 extra turn, and that will be it for the turn as well. 4 Don left open. do see the Borsalino, and there is a Zorro that's been drawn into hand as well here for Nemu, so can heal back up to 2 again.
Oh, this is much closer than I thought it would be. After 3, Zaka, Nami is still in game here.
Yeah, still got a little bit of a chance here. Obviously, there is that girl promo, which is pretty keen to be used as leader ability fodder, you'd have to imagine. There's also a Mr. 3 super rare in hand if you want to draw a couple more cards and present it as sort of a pseudo blocker almost by turning one of these characters off from a turn and not making them be able to attack. We are going to start with a 5k poke though, knowing that there's only one blocker available for Don here as well. There is the 3rd copy of I Love You that we've seen so far out of Mage. And this will just be a safe 2k from the event itself here. We're not going to have to pitch away that promo lore, which is going to be very handy for Mage. There it goes straight away from the hogback attack. 4th copy of I Love You being brought into hand. Again, that attack is safe from the event itself and fishes back the promo lore, which we'll recycle into this 6k swing. Here's Mr. 3 now getting activated, trashing itself away immediately, drawing 2 and stopping one of the 3 Sakazukis from being able to attack. There's Borsalino to close out the turn for Nemu, and now it's going to be a true hope and a prayer that they can survive 5 attacks to come through on this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close now. Nami has some counters in hand. Also, we saw the new combo that Nami will play more and more. It's Mr. 3 into Borsalino. So the new Rebecca Inalucci is 6k swing into Mr. 3 into Borsalino. And Mage is starting off with a 9k swing. This is a huge swing now. So you need to have your lead ability into 2k, 1k. And he's going for it. There was also the Secret Rare Luffy in hand that could have been very, very good if he tried to go for game. But on 0 life, it doesn't make sense. So that's the problem here. So yeah, it is lead ability first. So it is the brick. Obviously, it is a 2k and there's the 1k.
Yep, so there is that defense navigated first and foremost. Now we're using the Marineford ability here to Dom -1, draw 1, and trash 1. I don't think we've trashed so far from that Marineford, so we want to make sure that we are trashing a card away for that ability. Now we see the 9k swing this time going forwards, and I think the judge has now caught that Mage hasn't discarded away for the Marineford, so good catch there from our table judge.
Very good job. And also this one is important because, as we can see, there's a Secret Rare Law in hand, the 8 cost, and a Rosy Law. So he's definitely not going for game. I can assure you that he's not going for game. Oh, maybe
there is
now.
the block. There is the block from the 9k swing, and with so much Don still waiting to make its way onto characters and into usage, here's another 9k swing from the Sakazuki. We see the last life being put out here. Is there a trigger to be activated? There's not. It looked like it was a hogback. A Mage now scooping up the remainder of the Don. Are we just going to put them all underneath Don Quixote Rosinante? Not just yet. We're going to Mamaragan, get ourselves a little bit more information. Now the Sakazuki effects will fly in, getting ourselves some active Don returned back. -1 on the Rosinante leader effect. Then it's just going to be the swing underneath with the Borsalino, and that is going to do it. We don't have barely any counter in hand here for Nemu. So Rosinante is going to take the win. We'll go to X and 1 and surely be safe for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. What a match. Really good job there from Rosinante. Played a really, really smooth and very clean. But also good job from Nami, because this game was way closer than we thought. Especially 2 turns before the turn where Perona did the last 5k swing and he has to take this one, and then he played out the Marco, tried to survive one more turn, and he did survive one more turn because at that time Rosinante didn't have any counter yet, so there would have been one more swing that then Nami would have gamed. So this was a close one, and you saw the matchup. Like, Rosinante had to see 3 Zakatsukis and Borsalino, Rosilor, all the searches to close up this game. Yeah, that's one good side and one bad side about Nami. Good side is that all of the thriller bug cards that you have in your deck with being trigger can help you by making a huge comeback from a bad situation into a good situation. So that's how strong that thriller bug package is. But the problem is that it's not enough all the time. Otherwise, this deck would be way too good when it's just like, yeah, you just need to trigger and then you win every game. That's not how the game works. So, because normally he would have only 2 swings and then Rosinante would just chill like crazy. But because of double trigger from 2 life, instead of 2 swings, it was 4 swings. So Rosinante was in a dangerous position. But he did survive and yeah, took 2 more turns to go for game. And that's why Rosinante will definitely going through. I think with X1, only 1 more round. And if you are going to lose this round, then you lost into one that is definitely make it into the top cut. So yeah, I think we can congrats him already.
Yeah, should be more than absolutely safe there. And I think one of the biggest turning points in that game as well was finding the reduction plus Gum Gum Lightning as well to get rid of the Edward Newgate blocker there. If that stays around on the board, then you've got a 12k body not only to attack in with, but also defend and eat up some of those Sakazuki attacks throughout the remainder of the game. But being able to get the huge power reduction and then take care of it with the Gum Gum Lightning as well, definitely a big turning point. And here we see Don Quixote Rosinante. We've seen there the combo of Sakazuki plus Gum Gum Lightning, and obviously Rosinante and Law. Ever since this card was released in EBO4, it's given Don Quixote Rosinante that real opportunity that it needs to be a tier 1 deck in the format now.
Absolutely. And I think what's funny to see is a deck that has a leader ability that only works with law cards. Normally, you're expecting to see some more cards finding law or some more, let's say, maybe some more searches that can find law cards and so on and so on. But this deck changed. We see cards like Gum Gum Lightning and Sakatsuki being played in Rosinante. That's definitely something new that happens to this deck. Like, give me a little bit the feeling of Enel, where you just play very strong purple cards that fits to your leader very good. And Sakatsuki did fit perfectly to this leader because obviously Rosinante is a Navy character or a Navy leader, so you can play out. You could bring that 7-cost Sakatsuki into your deck, and that Gum Gum Lightning is just very strong in general. I'm a big fan of this card for a long time, but there wasn't a deck where you have the perfect combo for it, and now there is a deck that has the perfect combo for it. It is Sakatsuki into Gum Gum Lightning. That's the new combo that we have. And we have a lot of combos right now with OP16 that decks are playing. Like we have Mr. 3 into Borsalino, we have Buggy into Prisoner, but we also have Sakatsuki into Lightning. That's a very strong combo, and I'm a fan of it. It's super strong. You can just get rid of anything, only Gold Roger not, because he's 13k, so you need to have that extra minus 1k. That is a little bit difficult, but to get rid of every 10 drop that has 12k power or less, this is so strong. And also what feels very good about playing this combo like on 10 Don, you still have that Sakatsuki ability to ramp the Dons back. And this is the strongest thing about this combo. Yeah, and then 6-cost Rosinante Law. We talked about this card 2 times. Now it's the 3rd time. This is the main reason why this deck is at the top, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really strong card and a really strong engine for it to be able to rely on. Here's some of the other opportunities and cards that we've got. Mamaragan, of course, has become a staple in purple decks, being able to get so much consistency. And of course, with the Sakazuki on the board, means that if you're using it at activate main timing, you're basically getting the event absolutely for free and not just for the 0 cost that is printed on it. Divine Departure as well, another cheeky little bit of counterplay and a counter event. We obviously saw I Love You in that game being used quite heavily, as well as the opportunity for Slow Beam Sword. And then we've got the EBO3 Law, the secret rare, which has 8 costs, 6k rushed, and activate main. You can trash one card from your hand and this character, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to your life, and then play a Trafalgar Law with a cost of 7 or less from your hand. So you can swing in for 6, potentially for 7 if you put a Don underneath it, then immediately crack the effect, heal 1, and then play out something like the Rosinante Law, because under the rules of the game, its name is treated as Trafalgar Law.
Absolutely. That's why this deck is so strong. Of course, a card like Divine Departure or the Secret Rare Law, you don't play them as a staple. I see a lot of players playing like 1, maybe 2 copies of Divine Departure, because Divine Departure is just such a strong card in general. But the Secret Rare Law, I think out of 10 people, out of 10 lists, I would say maybe it's 5-5 or 4-6, 5 players that doesn't even play the Secret Rare, and 5 players that are playing that Secret Rare. In my list, I don't play the Secret Rare, to be honest, but I think it's not wrong to play it, because as I see it as a 5th copy of Borsalino, because it can help you heal up 1 life, it can help you establish 1 more character to your board to just go wide, and especially that Resonante Law 6 cost is the best target for it. And I think to have cards as an extra copy to replace, not exactly the same, because Borsalino is playing or is on his own level as a card, but I'm just like to see cards like Resonante, like Lord of Secret Rare. Also a card that is nearly the same, in my opinion, is Black Vortex from Blackbeard, that allows you to pick up a card with trigger from your trash. In my opinion, that could work as your 5th copy of the 8-cost Blackbeard, or even the 3rd copy of your ZRH, because most of the players only running 2 ZRHs, but if you have a very grindy match and you just use 2 of the ZRHs, that Black Vortex can help you to pick it up and play 1 more ZRH from your that you picked up from trash. So I like to see cards like this that are working as a extra copy of a very strong card that you already have. So yeah, I'm a fan of the Secret Rare Law, definitely. And also I love the story about that woman law from that
Yes.
extra manga panel. It's so nice and so funny to see.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a quick look over at Nami as well, because this is a bit of a different Nami build to the one that we saw last round, which had that Sky Island focus. It's all about the Thriller Bark engine, headlined by the 8-cost super rare Gecko Moria, being able to recur 1 of your Thriller Bark Pirates characters with a cost of 4 or less and put them into play, or add them to the top of your life face up. It's mainly the trigger that we're looking out for here, to play up to 1 character card with a cost of 4 or less from your trash. Hogback, again, is a little bit more of that recursion. On KO, you can play out a character with cost 4 or less and trigger from your trash. The big one, though, is this Perona. On play and on KO, up to 1 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 6 or less cannot attack until the end of your opponent's next end phase. Just another great way for this deck to continue with tempo, and especially now that Mr. 3 is running around as well.
Yep, absolutely right. And I love to see that Banda is putting some love into Perona, because Perona is quite a good amount of cards that are really good. We have the 1-cost green Perona Searcher that is super strong. We have the 5-cost green Perona that is super strong. That 4-cost yellow Perona that is super strong. And back in the days, the 1-cost blue Perona that, look at the top 5, was also very strong in Blue Doflamingo. So Perona is a card that deserves all the love, because Perona is just such a cool character, and I'm a big fan of Perona. But it's not important for the game. That package is important for the game, and especially for the stack, because we have in one hand the Sky Island package that you can play that we saw today, and in the other hand the Thriller Bug package. So you need to decide what package is the better one, or with what package do you feel more comfortable with. I think more players are playing the Thriller Bug package because of that 8-cost Gecko Moria, especially because of this card. That trigger ability is just so good, and yeah, like we saw in this game, instead of 2 swings, you can have 4 swings very fast by just taking 2 lives, trigger out 2 Thriller Bark cards, and this is how this deck goes. So yeah, Nami is still one of the best decks, with having 2 very strong leader abilities. That is very important, and I think to have double leader ability, like back in the days, Sakatsuki was one of the only leaders that has 2 abilities, and it was the best leader by far for 2 sets. And to see a leader like Nami that has 2 abilities, or Red Blue Ace that has 2 abilities, is always very strong. And especially if you don't have to play any cards because your leader is locked down to any type like the blue-green Luffy. Now we see some more key cards in this deck. One of them is the 10 cost Edward Newgate. It was and it is still a staple in red blue ace. What a card, super strong card. And this card is also not locked, so you can play this card in every blue deck, but especially in this deck in Nami, because you can give your leader the 2 dons, so you have your leader ability, and you can just give the 2 dons to one of your thriller bugs to swing 7, so you have your leader with 7k and one of your thriller bugs, other than Gecko with 7k, that you can make some pressure there. Luffy being one of the most interesting cards, definitely currently that we have by having a very unique ability is very good, and this card goes up and down every time in Nami. Like, you have 2 weeks where everyone is running this card, then you have 1 week where people are starting to cut this card again, then the card is going back and up. It's like up and down for this card, but I'm a fan of it, and I think you have to play it right now. And then we have the new OP16 Marshall D Teach. That is so strong, this card. Look, we talked about the on-play effect. This card is not locked. This is the main reason why this card is so strong. It is not locked, so you can play it in Nami, you can play it in every other yellow deck, and that trigger is just so huge. And Gravity Blade is, yeah, I think a card that you have to play right now because it's very strong against Ace, it's very strong against Red-Blue Luffy, and not Red-Blue Luffy, it's strong against Red-Green Luffy Ace, and against Green-Blue Luffy, and in the mirror match, and against Rosinante, and. I think it's good in nearly every matchup. Gravity Blade is such a huge card.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's such a great, well-rounded deck that's been at the top of the game for quite some time now with the additions from OP16, with this Marshall D Teach, being able to put the Gecko Moria into your life. If you see it off the top 3 cards of the deck, set yourself up with a devastating Perona turn on your opponent's turn is just really strong, and a great reason why this deck is still in and around the format. Undoubtedly, while we'll be seeing it as well in day 2 tomorrow. For our Nami player who lost here, they do need to win this next round to give themselves a chance, with some X2 players being able to bubble in. Who will they be, though? Because we've got one more round of Swiss to be able to bring you today, live from Toulouse. That's going to come up very shortly. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have round 10 live from Toulouse. Hello, everybody, and welcome for our 10th and final round of Swiss here in the One Piece card game Toulouse Offline Regionals. Ben and Abra here with you throughout the day, throughout the weekend, and it's time for our last Swiss round. 2 X1 players trying to make sure that they are going to be making day 2 tomorrow. The other will have a nervous wait for the standings to be posted and finalized. And it's time to bring us back to OP15 format as well with these next 2 decks. We've got Mono Purple and Nell back in the feature match area up against, and for the first time today, it's gonna be Lucy.
Yep, absolutely right. That's a very interesting one. But to be honest, that was the position of this matchup in OP15. Ene should be, and I think Ene is favored in this matchup. But let's see. It doesn't mean that you have no chance here. We see that Lucy has the dice, and the dice is so important against NL. So Lucy obviously going first here. And does he have a play for 1 Dawn? Yep. There's the 1-cost Rebecca, a card like the 1-cost Luffy from the Impel Down Luffy deck that also show how the game changed, because this 1-cost Searcher is also for 1 Dawn a blocker, and you can search Rebecca with Rebecca Seth. That's so strong.
Yeah, great start there. Going to grab the go ahead and use them Mr. Luffy event to be able to choose one, draw 2 cards, or add up to one of your opponent, up to one of your Dressrosa characters will get blocker. But for Dario, no turn 1 plays, so no 1 drop of the Holy Priests here in the start of this game. So we are just going to go ahead, swing 5k, use that go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy, draw double Dressrosa Kingdom, and then activate the Lucy leader effect as well, one of the 2 Lucy leader effects, because we activated an event with a base cost of 3 or more.
Wow. 2 surprising things. First of one, Enel doesn't have any place in 2 Dawn. It's very interesting. And second interesting thing is, but that's unlucky, to draw into double stage. That's not nice because, yeah, like, I think every Lucy player is only running 2 stages now. I saw some lists only running 1 stage, so that's interesting. But now we see Shura with Rush after leader ability, and attack goes through, and we see a 6k swing. Need to have a 2k here, and I see a Leo there. I think, yeah, you can pitch that Leo because Leo is not that important in this matchup. And we see Holly again. So I think we can confirm that Holly, they must have now in NL, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much all the NL players that we've seen today have been bringing Holly back into the format. Well, it's not going to last very, very long, though, because there's Barrier Pistol that's going to make its way down onto the board, placing that Holly at the bottom of the deck. 5k swing from Lucy leader is just going to take care of the Shura. And now Dario's board is completely empty. Not for long, though. Here's the secret rare Enel on curve on turn 3.
Yeah, but super good start here for Nadir with his Lucy deck. So get rid of both characters that was on Enel's board. But now the secret rare. This is a very strong card, especially in this matchup, because, yeah, you cannot get rid of it by removing it. But if it's rested, you can just use your one of your key cards, Fire Fist, the 7-cost event that gives one of your opponent characters minus 3k and your leader plus 3k. So if that Enel is rested after Fire Fist is coming, that Enel will not survive. So in this matchup, it's very, very important that you need to decide what is the right moment to swing with that 6-cost Enel.
Absolutely. We see Lightning Dragon come down here primarily just to get the cycle and get that draw 1. There's the leader ability, going to put the rested Don underneath the secret rare Enel, which of course isn't going to be able to swing on this turn. But it's just going to be the 5k swing, countered away by Jozu. Here is Ohm now making its way down onto the board, and that will be it for Dario on this turn.
Yep, absolutely right. Also, one thing that I think we forgot to say is this is not the X0 matchup. It's both players are X1, so the winner of this match will definitely go through and make it into the top card. So we'll see one more NL or we will see a Lucy make it into top cut. So it's a very, very important round. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is indeed. As we've seen Nadir kick off this next turn with a 5k swing, Dario is going to go ahead and be happy to take. And it looks like we've got the 7-cost Sabo here making its way down onto board on curve. So we're going to activate the on-play ability, activate a Dressrosa event from hand, and it's going to be that no one else can have it. It's our memento of him. Draw 2, trash 1, and playing the 4-cost Bartolomeo, which is going to allow another Dressrosa event to potentially be activated here.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So Bartolomeo, also a card that Lucy is starting to run. And I get it, because first of all, good stat line with 4-cost 6k. Second of all, you can play a 3-cost event from your hand, and you have some quite good events now in this deck that you can play out with a Bartolomeo. And the most important ability is, this character would be KO'd, you may trash 1 event card from your hand instead. KO means also in battle, so ability and battle, and that's very, very important, especially in this matchup. So yeah, very, very good double play here with Sabo and Bartolomeo.
Absolutely, but now Dario finding the second copy of the secret rare Enel here to continue to try and pile the pressure on. Taking a mystery card into hand, does have to still trash 1 away to be able to pay for the remainder of the cost. Looks like it's going to be the Vari that we are going to get rid of here from Dario's side of the board. That's only a Don -1 so far, so still got plenty of Don and plenty of events here to work with. It's going to start off with El Thor, which is going to get rid of that Rebecca.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't need to focus on getting rid of Bartolomeo, of course, but you can try to get rid of Sabo, but after playing a 6-cost NL, yeah, you don't have the Dons to get rid of the Sabo. So yeah, very smart here. We see lead ability now. So there's a huge swing from 6-cost NL that could have come, and this is a swing, and it's definitely going through. But the 6k swing, this one is just a 2k. You will not block this one, because otherwise the inner swing will go into Sabo. So you definitely have to counter this one. There's a Leo in hand, so you can easily counter this one. But El Toro was used, so it's a 7k swing. That means you need to pinch 2k and 1k here.
Yeah, so a couple of options here for Nadir to be able to counter away with. We've obviously mentioned that Leo is in hand. Also looks like there is Viola in hand as well, which is also a 2k counter and another searcher for this deck. You're just trying to figure out exactly what cards we want to try and counter away with here. We could also spend an event to counter away as well, using the honor opponent's attack ability. Trash any number of event or stage cards from your hand and essentially turn them into 1k counters. And that's what we see with Barrier Pistol and Leo being trashed away there.
Yep. Totally forgot about the leader ability, to be honest. But of course, yep, you can counter with events. And as you see, Dario is thinking of, does it make sense to swing here? That's what I mean. You really have to find the right moment to swing with that Enel. So yeah, it's not that clear that you have to swing here, but he is going for it. So it's a very big swing into life that goes through. And oh, there is a Gold Roger from life. That could be important. Let's see.
Yeah, that'll be one to keep an eye out for as this game continues to progress. We're not quite at that point yet, not only in terms of board state, but also Don count. We're only drawing up to 9 Don here after we went first. We're going to kick things off with a Bello Betty to search here. Going to look for a Revolutionary Army type card, and we do find one of the few, if not one of the only Revolutionary Army type cards that we run in the deck with that 7-cost Sabo. Is that going to be the play here for the remaining most of the 8 Don? It is absolutely indeed. And it'll be 7-cost Fire Fist that we're going to combine with the Sabo ability. This was this card that you were worried about running into if you were Enel here, wasn't it, Abra? Plus 3,000 power during the turn for the leader, and a huge minus 8,000 power reduction until the opponent's next end phase means that Bartolomeo is going to be able to deal with the rested Enel from Dario's side of the board.
This is not good. But yeah, that's the That's the only problem that Inel has in this matchup. That you really need to, find the right moment to swing with that Inel. So it really looks good here for Nadir. Nadir's in a way better position, to be honest, with double Sabo and Bartolomeo on board. Good point about or good point for Dario now is that the Bartolomeo is rested, so a lightning is. You have a good target now for Lightning Dragon to just freeze the Bartolomeo. But let's see, is he going to play out a Reiju now for 4-Don, or is it Frankie? You have 2 4-costs that nearly everyone is playing. No, it's Gamma Knife first, so it is the minus 5,000 power. And now Sabo is a 4,000 power blocker. And we see a Reiju for 4-Don. That is also a 7k buddy now, because you have more than 4 events in your trash. Now we see lead ability. That means 4 rested dons being attached to Ohm, or is it to 6 cost Enel? There's also a chance that he can try to get rid of both Sabos this turn.
Yeah, if he can be able to force the block out of Nadir of the active Sabo blocker, or potentially combine it with something like Mamaragan as well by Don minusing 2 after we've attacked in here with the Ohm. Here comes the swing, and of course Ohm as well, granting an extra minus 1,000 power to the active Sabo here. The attack is just going to be allowed through, no activation of a trigger. There's El Thor to be able to get rid of the active blocker Sabo. Will also grant the power to the secret rare now. So this is now swinging in for, I believe, 11,000 power, thanks to the plus 2k boost that it gets itself, and now the extra 1,000 power boost of El Thor. Gonna ask for a few cards out of hand here from Nadir. He's gonna offer them, though, double 2k to protect that rested Sabo.
Yeah, very important that he swing 11 instead of 10 into 9k here. We have one more swing coming. It is a 5k, so just 5 into 5. Lucy's only at 1 life. And because of that double 2k that he needed to counter out to not lose that second or the only Sabo left there. So this 5k swing could have been leader ability, because I see 2 events in hand. But there's also a 2k and a 1k. Rebecca as a 1k and Viola as a 2k. But yep, he's also still have the option to use his stage. And yeah, it's the same as using the lead ability. And for 1-Don, we are using a Shura here. So no Lightning Dragon, that's important. So Bartolomeo is going to be active, so you can refresh him. And now 10-Don.
Yeah, and now 10-Don, and Nadir not willing to go down to 0 life on that turn himself either, to send the Goldie Roger online and into battle to try and close things out on this turn. Wants to see a little bit more first and foremost. Here comes Rebecca. That's going to search out another Leo here for Nadir. He's gone through a couple of those already so far in this game. And pulling another copy of the 7-cost Fire Fist to the front of the hand. Now, the issue here on this time is that there is a blocker online in the form of Reiju, but it's going to ask a lot out of Dario to try and protect this 6-cost Enel once again. Here comes Bello Betty trying to make the first attack against this Enel.
Yeah, and this one hurts because last turn, Nadir doesn't have any 1-cost 2k body. This time he has it, and that's a problem for Dario, because now he just needs to defend a 1-cost swing from 1-cost 2k swing from Bello Betty coming into his 6-cost 10k Enel. It only has 2k because of the Fire Fist. So yeah, very important for Nadir. And I think, yeah, you just counter this one out, then probably another swing is coming from Barto, so 6k into 2. This one will go through. Nope, he decided to just let the inner go, so 2k swing from Bello Betty was enough. Then the Barto swing is going into Ohm. This one also go through. Now you have 2 more swings. First of all, he's going to use lead ability. 1-Don you need to have for Rebecca, maybe 1-Don for a counter event that this deck is also running, Just Watch Me Ace. So probably just the 8k swing here. Yep, and it is just the 8k swing.
Yep, that is boosted, of course, through the Fire Fist effect. Now, still 2 Don remaining here. 1 Don is going to get granted to the Rebecca, so that is now a blocker online. And then the pass of the turns, the opportunity to potentially have the counter event online. Just watch me ace. It is a 4-cost event as printed, but if you have 4 or more events in your trash, it gets that -3 cost and becomes the 1-drop plus 3k, or minus 3k technically, event to be able to defend with. Here comes Gamma Knife again at the start of this turn. So again, trying to get to work on these blocker Sabos to deal with them. Does Dario have the offensive pressure to be able to keep up against the Sabo and as well to take care of life? It's another El Thor that's going to activate here. That takes care of the Rebecca blocker and gives us an extra 1,000 power boost onto the leader.
What a turn. Very, very strong here. El Tor, Gamma Knife, Pod on left. And it's a big swing from leader. It's an 8, no, it could be a 9k swing. Yeah, 9k go through. 0 life for Lucy. It is Mamaragan, and I think he's going for it.
Yeah, Mamaragan is going to rest down that Sabo. We're going to draw the card here as well. Haven't used leader ability just yet. There is the tap of the Alt Artanel leader. So making sure and having a look and seeing what the remainder of this Don split is going to be. Of course, Vinsmoke Reiju should have the boost here herself. But before that, we're going to go Lightning Dragon Kaiten, just to make sure that if this doesn't work, we have the extra -1,000 power to go into that Sabo blocker and try and get rid of it for good on this turn.
Wow. This could be enough for Enel to win this game. So Reiju is on 7k now. You will have 2 active Dons and 4 rested Dons. So the 4 rested Dons makes Reiju into an 11k buddy, and the 2 active Dons make her to 13k. So this is going to be a 13k swing to go for game. But there's still the stage, lead ability, and some counters in hand. Let's see if this is going to be enough. But that's for sure, it's going to be a very, very, very close one.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. That 1 Don active as well from Nadir, threatening that Just Watch Me ace. Here is the big swing. This is going to be the chance. There's the Just Watch Me ace. 2k, 2k, 1k, and the load of bricks in hand as well as the remainder, just double checking and making sure of the math to see who's going to take the game. It will be Enel that has enough to just punch through against Nadir and Lucy. But that, as you said, Abra, that was very, very close.
I think there was a 2k missing, and that 2k could have been the stage. But unfortunately, 3 cards left, and all 3 was character bricks. So if one of these cards would have been an event, then Lucy could have won this one. So wow, what a close game. Well played from both players, but at the end it was enough, or it is enough for Enel. So congrats, he will definitely play Top Cut for tomorrow. And Ben, this was our last round for today.
It was indeed. It will be a nervous wait for Nadir, our Lucy player, to see if they will be making it into day 2 tomorrow. But for those that are making it, they will be qualified for the Season 1 finals in Utrecht, the Netherlands, in the start of September. On the 4th of September, on that Friday, the Flame Fruit event, very symptomatic and thematic that we're ending with Lucy in our feature match and talking about the Flame Fruit event, but also the last chance qualifier for players to try and get that final spot and that final chance to be a part of the Season 1 finals and be one of 12 European players across the 26-27 season that will be a part of the World Championships in March 2027. It's been an amazing day. We've seen some great games, some great variety of decks here today. But it's all going to come down to tomorrow. 32 players will remain and walk into day 2 tomorrow morning. Only one of them can be crowned a regional champion, though. We hope that you have enjoyed our coverage here today. A big, big thank you from everyone here at Pecco for the event, for everyone being a part of it, the judging staff, every player as well that has kicked us off at 9 o'clock this morning. And of course, for myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and for Abra Krasniqi. It's been an absolute joy and a privilege to bring you the action today. But the fun won't stop there. We hope that we'll join us here tomorrow on YouTube or on Twitch for day 2 live from Toulouse. But until then, good night. We'll see you soon.
Raise your guards up. Break that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The tourney starts now. Find that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Dominate the stage. Master strategy. Tech to the world. United the world. TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world. TCG, yeah. That's that card game. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Turn it starts now. Make that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join in the game, master your tactics. Jump with the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Nation goes on. Break that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Find that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Find that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Find that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Raise your cards up. Break that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The tourney starts now. Find that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Dominate the stage. Master strategy. Tech to the world. United the world. TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world. TCG, yeah. Bad night card game. Break that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Turn it starts now. Bad night card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bad night card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bad night card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Twin of the game, master your tactics. Summon the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Basic concepts. Break that bond game, yeah. Dirty spots now. Play that card game, yeah. Play that card game, yeah. Play that card game, yeah. Place your cards up. Break that board game, yeah. Journey starts now. Find that card game, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. That's that card game. Make that board game, yeah. Turning starts now. Make that card game, yeah. Make that card game, yeah. Make that card game, yeah. Twin of the game, master your tactics. Summon the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Basic concepts. Make that board game, yeah. Journey starts now. Play that card game, yeah. Play that card game, yeah. Play that card game, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bad night card game. Break that board game, yeah. Journey starts now. Bad night card game, yeah. Bad night winning the game. Master your tactics. Jump in the surge. Master strategy.